And for the first time, the
They
Carter
changed
Center,
it.
founded by former President Jimmy Carter, has observed
Okay, that's a
111
decent change,
elections
actually.
in 40
Okay,
countries.
we're alive
Now
now.
the center's unofficially monitoring the U.S.
Hi, everybody.
election. NBC News
Hello, we're back.
correspondent Richard Engel looks at the
We never
global
were there
focus
in the first
on
place.
the
It's not a case of
outcome
being
this
back.
election.
Allison, around the world,
Yeah.
people and governments are
Whoops.
watching this process
We're here now.
immensely closely because it is consequential, because it matters
Yeah.
for
Cool.
the future of alliances with the United States, because it matters potentially for the future of democracy around the world. And
Woo, democracy.
That's not an overstatement, but it is a big
Around the
one.
world, not
For
just,
the
you
first
know.
time ever,
Yeah.
international election observers are now training their attention to the United States. These are the kind of election observers you normally see in African countries or Caribbean countries where democracy is fragile, is new, and is often challenged by authoritarian leaders. And one of those groups that is monitoring the election unofficially is the Carter Center, set up by former President Jimmy Carter, which has monitored elections all over the world.
No, it's gonna have
and
to do
now they are focusing on the United States. I spoke to the head of the Carter Center and I asked him, why now? Why are you set up to look at democracy around the world where it is threatened, focusing on the U.S.?
I think we see a lot of issues in the United States. Extreme polarization among the political parties, real barriers to engage in the political process. We've seen the public discourse in many ways deteriorate. Threats of violence, perhaps. A lot of those issues are the things we see in other countries. And we just have to make sure the United States that we are paying attention, that we are maintaining our faith in our institutions.
This is the first time you are weighing in on an American election.
This is the first time we've ever weighed in on an American election as the Carter Center, because this moment is one that presents so many issues that we have seen over our decades of election observation that allow us to provide some credibility and, frankly, some perspective for both sides in a nonpartisan way about what's important in an election.
But there are not just concerns about the modalities of the U.S. election. There's real concern about the outcome, that if President Trump is elected for another four-year term, alliances as we know them might not survive. That NATO, which has been the backbone for Western security since it was founded after World War II, might not be around if President Trump continues in office. He has been a fierce critic of NATO. Then you have America's adversaries, Russia and China. Right now, we are living in a world where the United States is the lone remaining superpower, something that China absolutely wants to challenge. And there are many Chinese officials who've been saying that even though President Trump has been tough on China with tariffs and lots of verbal attacks, that the division.
Even when people say China right,
Lester
it
Holt
sounds
picks
weird.
up our special
Yeah, I
election
know.
coverage right here on NBC News Now.
I love the way they cut him off. You said
I think
China
they-
too many times. Move on.
Yeah, they've ruined that word.
Move on.
Hello, everyone. We are seeing our first race results of the night. Georgia and South Carolina. They're right now too early to call. Good
Of course
evening,
they are.
everyone. Welcome to NBC News Election Headquarters. Live coverage of Election Night 2020. It is finally here.
Yeah, and polls are already closing around the country. Here's what we're going to be watching tonight. First, it's the fight between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, of course, for those crucial
No, we
battleground
don't care
states that
about
will
that one.
decide this election, including Arizona, Florida, Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
We're tracking each candidate's road to 270 electoral votes.
Oh, well, you see
That's
how,
the number,
how
of
Texas
course,
is a
needed to
battleground
win the
state, but it's always
presidency.
red.
There's another big story tonight. Who will control the United States Senate? A handful of races will determine that question, and we're watching them all.
So polls have just closed in 6 states with 60 electoral votes. Let's get right to it. And you see right now, Georgia is too early to call.
Let's go to South Carolina. There's a big Senate race as well as the presidential. Too early to call. We're
How
waiting
about
for
you
vote there.
show some of
In
the ones that are already
Indiana, we
finished?
can make this call, and
None of
it's
them
an
are- the
expected
polls
one.
have only
The
just
president will
shot
easily carry
on these places,
Indiana, the
so-
home state of Vice President Mike Pence. And let's look at Virginia. It is too early to call. However, our projection is that it is a Biden lead at this hour.
All right, let's take a look at Kentucky. And Kentucky right now, too early to call. But you see the first numbers we're getting of the night. Vermont, is too early to call. And let's look at how all this takes us on that road to 270 right now. And you can see Donald Trump with 11 electoral votes to Biden 0.
Well, it could be a long night, and this is going to be an election like no other. We've got Andrea Mitchell here with us. We have Chuck Todd here with us. And one thing that's different is the enormous amount of mail-in voting. 100 million people have already voted before today. So we wanted to just break down, when you see expected vote in the top right-hand corner of our graphics, that includes mail-in voting. It's not just day of voting, but includes mail-in voting as well.
Yeah, we're not looking at just precincts. That's the term you're not going to hear a lot of tonight. It's this expected vote, which is an educated estimate. It may change a bit here or there, but it'll be the thing to watch tonight as we get that road.
It is. And look, I'm just going to show you real quick how you'll be able to follow it, and we'll show you real fast here and take a look at one of our states right now. Here, hopefully we are starting to get here. We should be able to see it here in Indiana. And not yet here. Well, we will work on that. The data is coming in here any second now. We'll go here and let's see if it's working. There we go. Right here, we're going to be able to tell you, and you'll see this on all of our state results all night long. We'll tell you, in Indiana, we knew there were 207,000 early and absentee votes, and see this orange line. You'll see this as the night, and we'll see some states you're going to see the early and absentee take up most of that column. Then your election day vote's going to come in at yellow there, and you'll start to see the yellow. A place like Pennsylvania, we expect more yellow than we will orange. And then this gray spot. Look, I want to tell people something. This number, it's an estimate. It is an estimate. It could change throughout the night. We may learn more. Oh, there's more ballots than we thought, or there's fewer ballots than we thought. But this is the expected vote as best as we can estimate it before the election. So this could move by anywhere from a percentage point or two. But this is what we'll be letting you know about all night long.
The main thing is we are counting early vote, and we are estimating day of vote when we talk about how much of the vote is in it at
We'll
the same
revisit
time.
this along the way.
All night long, because people are going to want to know how much did the early vote impact this election as well.
All right. Andrea Mitchell is here. What are some of your early thoughts?
Well, early thoughts include what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, and that's a place where suburban women did not turn out for Hillary Clinton in 2016. And what we might see this year, and it just depends on whether that gender gap shows that we've seen all along in the early polling between Joe Biden and Donald Trump for weeks now. Women are disproportionately affected by COVID, and the suburban white women have really been going for Joe Biden over Donald Trump in the polling straight through. If that holds, that could be key in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and other states. It could offset Donald Trump's big advantage with white, non-college educated men. And these women are staying at home. Many working from home,
non-educated
taking
men?
care of children. They're disproportionately affected by COVID, and they're telling us, at least in the polling up until now, that they don't like the way the president has handled the pandemic. And they don't like some of his language.
No one does.
All right, Andrew, we have got a tremendous team of correspondents spread out across the country, analyzing results in the key states. We'll check in with them to the night. But first, a look at where the candidates are tracking tonight's outcome.
So let's start with Hallie Jackson. She's at the White House. That's where the president is watching results come in. Kristen Welker is at Joe Biden's headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. But Hallie, we'll start with you. What's the mood inside Trump team?
The president is here at the White House watching these returns come in, mixing yet again his official position here with campaign activities. An event set to be held in the East Room tonight. Several hundred supporters of the president will be here watching this all unfold. We are told by sources close to the president that he is sounding tired. You can hear it in his voice a little bit. It's raspy from all those rallies he's been holding the last couple of days. But in conversations, he is indicating that he is feeling good, feeling optimistic about his chances. So let's talk about what we're hearing from allies and aides close to the president in this campaign. They're specifically looking at some key battlegrounds, and they're feeling encouraged about states like Florida, Ohio, Iowa, some of the states that had been on that battleground map, Arizona. They're feeling optimistic about Georgia and North Carolina. There's a big question mark on Michigan. I think that many acknowledge that that is, privately, they'll say, an uphill climb for President Trump at this point, critical when it comes to the electoral vote there. And then there's a really interesting state, Pennsylvania. I asked one person close to the president which 3 states they're going to be looking at tonight, right now. And they said, well, Pennsylvania, and then Pennsylvania, and after that, Pennsylvania again. This is a state where the president has campaigned more than any other throughout this 2020 cycle. There is a lot at stake here because it could potentially be a tipping point. The president has acknowledged that very publicly. But here, the race, the polls show that it is extremely close. So a lot of eyeballs on Pennsylvania tonight. As far as the mood more broadly, listen, I covered this campaign back in 2016 when it was a come-from-behind win. I vividly remember election night with all of you that night as well. well. And there is the memory of that is still lingering, the sense that this campaign has been an underdog before and could be an underdog and pull out another victory again. But there are also those close to the president who are looking at the way suburban women, for example, seniors have moved away from the president, largely because of questions about his handling of the coronavirus pandemic. And that, I think, has given some folks pause tonight, Savannah.
All right, Hallie, leading us off at the White House. Thank you.
And Kristen Walker is at Biden headquarters in Delaware. Kristen, what's the mood there? What's the story there?
Well, Joe Biden watching returns with his family here in Delaware after striking a confident note throughout the day and after making some final campaign stops. He was in Pennsylvania, Scranton, where, of course, he was born, visiting his childhood home. He was also in Philadelphia, urging them to get out the vote. Why so much focus on Pennsylvania? Biden has been there several times over the past several days. Well, because the Biden campaign says, look, they don't need Pennsylvania in order to win the White House. However, it is very difficult for President Trump to win re-election if he doesn't carry Pennsylvania. Of course, that's a state that he won back in 2016. So that's why you see this intense focus on the Keystone State. They like what they're hearing so far in terms of the turnout rate, so they are watching that very closely. But they're also, of course, watching the Midwest, that blue wall that did not hold for Hillary Clinton. Biden has been there multiple times. Michigan, Wisconsin, urging people to get out and vote for him. He says to vote for change. So they will be watching quite closely. They say they don't need to win states like Florida and North Carolina, but those states could help Biden with a victory. So there is measured optimism here inside the Biden camp. Now, some Democrats privately expressing concerns that Biden hasn't had the same aggressive campaign schedule that we have seen from President Trump. I asked a campaign official about that today. This official said, look, we feel confident. We feel as though we left it all out on the field. So now they are watching and waiting with the rest of the country.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you.
As mentioned, there is a big battle over the United States Senate. Democrats need to pick up a net of 3 seats if they win the White House, or 4 if they don't. And here are some results. Too early to call, but this is a hot race in South Carolina between Lindsey Graham, the longtime senator, and Jamie Harrison. In Georgia, we got a couple of races
I think
tonight.
Ossoff will win on that
This one also too early to call. Jon Ossoff, the Democrat, David Perdue, the Republican. Now we've got what they call a jungle primary. That's the technical term. Everybody's in it, and not just these 3. It's too early to call, but both of those Georgia's races could go to a runoff if no candidate gets to 50% in January.
Yeah. All right, let's look at the
Kentucky
Senate race, 14% in. Too early to call. Mitch McConnell up against Amy McGrath. In Virginia, too early to call. And let's see where that leaves the Senate right now. Need a drum roll with this. Democrats with 35 seats, 30 for the Republicans.
Yeah, we haven't called any yet, but we've got Casey Hunt right here in New York with us. She's watching the Senate very closely. Casey, what are the big races you got your eye on tonight?
Well, you guys just walked through some of them, and I would describe it broadly, Savannah, as the Sun Belt suburbs. So what does that mean? We've talked a little bit already about Georgia, the suburbs of Atlanta, the place that really could not just be a demographic shift that we've been talking about for several election cycles, but be a place that could really turn against President Trump. And that not only has huge implications for the presidential ticket, it also has implications for there are 2 Senate races, as we have walked through. One of them, Senator Perdue, a Republican, he's an incumbent. He's running against Jon Ossoff. If Jon Ossoff can get to 50% tonight, that's going to be a sign that Democrats are in for a very good night. Obviously, far too early to call that at this point, but that's what I'm going to be watching all through the night. That logic also applies to these other Sunbelt suburbs. Phoenix, Arizona is another one. Martha McSally running against Mark Kelly, who's a Democratic challenger. Many Republicans think that that race may already be gone for Martha McSally, the incumbent. And if that's the case, it's all about those suburbs of Phoenix. And then the big surprise, of course, tonight, Savannah, potentially in Texas. We don't always think about Texas as being driven by suburbs, but it really is. Houston, Dallas area places. There is a Senate race in Texas. John Cornyn, the Republican senator, is an incumbent there. We have expected him to do better than President Trump in Texas. It's one of actually only a few places places where you have a Republican senator who's running ahead of the president. So some people, some Republicans I'm talking to who are pessimistic about Texas suggest that John Cornyn could hold on, but perhaps President Trump could have a rough night there in Texas. Obviously, of course, far too early to say with any certainty about how these are going so far. But those are the places that I think are really going to determine control of the Senate through the night.
Well, everything's bigger in Texas, Casey, including the turnout that we've seen so far, of the roughly 10 million votes, which is about 10% of all the early votes that have been cast so far.
All right, Chuck, a lot of folks watching tonight. Are we going to get an answer tonight? What's the road? How do we get there?
Well, by the way, watch the Texas turnout. If it's 17 million, that's what Democrats tell me they would need to actually pull that off. So watch that tonight. Well, I'm going to take you through our sort of how to watch tonight a little bit and this idea, what are we going to know and what aren't we going to know? Look, at the end of the day, we know that these 3 states are not going to be reporting tonight, at least. There's a chance Wisconsin could get a bunch of vote in before the Today Show, which is always my measurement here, before the Today Show. Right. Michigan and Pennsylvania, very unlikely. So let's, how do you want to watch the night? Well, we know we're going to see these early states here first, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And let me just show you why they're so important to President Trump and why he really probably has to sweep the Sun Belt. Because if you go back and give the Clinton states here to Biden in our battleground map, and you go ahead and give Trump his states of Iowa and Ohio here, we're going to leave these 3 unchecked here. We'll go ahead and put that there, and we're going to go ahead and put Maine in blue here for now. And we're going to we have the ability to do this, split the Maine control, if you will. And we're going to go ahead and give Nebraska here for now, put it in the Biden column. So you can see everything we can do. And then here's the situation, though. If the president doesn't win these Sun Belt states, and any of them, if he doesn't win these Sun Belt states, and they're right now, we're going to put him in red like he did the last time. But if he just loses, as you can see here, if he just loses, if he doesn't get Florida, he doesn't get close. You've got Arizona, which would be a problem if that gets him there. If Wisconsin and Michigan end up blue, and they lean blue right now, you start to see where just one of these Sun Belt states starts to do it, and if he gets a second, then suddenly Pennsylvania no longer is here. But for the president, if he is able to hang on, and he hangs on, then look what we're staring at. We are staring at a 1-state contest where we're all going to be wondering what Pennsylvania's about.
What are the early clues?
The early clues are going to be, to me, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Arizona. 1 flip by Biden there, and suddenly the president's path gets really complicated. 2 flips, and we have an idea of who the next president's going to be.
All right. Chuck, we'll be watching. Those Sun Belt states are better at voting early and counting early, so we'll see. It might decide how long this night really is. We're going to take a quick break here. Much more ahead. The latest results as we continue with Election Night 2020 in just a moment.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
a real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Whoop whoop adverts.
You're watching NBC
Yay.
News Now. We've got some breaking
About
news.
an hour time,
People
these
there
are going to get
concerned
real
about
old
what
real
impact
quick.
this could have on
the election.
It's news made for your
There's no way to turn them off
streaming
either.
world.
Nope, nope, nope.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
Yep, true.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing
Their
these
head out their
flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
Never.
And in depth.
We now have two vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back to Election Night 2020 on NBC News.
We've got some numbers coming in. Let's look at the Virginia presidential race. And right now, that's too early, but we can report that Biden is leading in Virginia.
Let's look at Georgia. It's a swing state this year. We don't usually say that. It's too early to call, but we're starting to get a few votes in. Let's go to South Carolina. Too early to call there as well.
In Vermont, we can project that Joe Biden is the winner in Vermont.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's a new call. Yeah, well, we just got that in. Yeah, but not a surprise, but yes. Okay, let's go to Rahima Ellis. She's in Philly, where, of course, the Democrats are really hoping on a high turnout to kind of break out what happens in other more rural parts of the state. Rahima, what are you seeing?
Ouch.
What we're seeing here, Savannah, is that right now in this Philadelphia area that we're in, the voting has been quiet because it was very heavy in days leading up to this. They got a lot of mail-in ballots that were brought into the state. As you know, so many people went out and online, stood in line in order to cast their ballots early. When we talked to people, we found out that one of the things that they were really concerned about here was COVID-19, which is one of the reasons why so many people mailed in their ballots. For the first time, they had over 400,000 mail-in ballots requested for this election, a presidential election, and they received more than 330,000 before this election day began. So that's why they think that they didn't have very long lines here. But in other counts of the parts of the state, they did have long lines. One of the things that's really important here is that they tell us that it is not likely they're going to be able to call this race for either candidate tonight because the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania says they're going to count all of those mail-in ballots. And if they are properly postmarked tonight by 8 o'clock, they will be counted even up till Friday. Savannah?
All right, Rahima, thank you. And Chuck, you've been looking at those exit polls. What do you see in your tea leaves over there?
Well, we want to show you, look, a lot of the strength here, and I'm going to bring up we have some Georgia exit poll numbers among white voters here. And this is a key. When Democrats do well in southern states, they have to essentially perform better with some white voters. They have to get to the 30% mark. Here's what's interesting in Georgia. The last time, and you can see it here, the last time a Democrat carried Georgia was in 1992. It was Bill Clinton, which is also the last time that any Democrat got more than 30% of the white vote. Right now, Joe Biden is sitting at exactly 30% of the white vote. You can see 2004, 2016. So the last time it's been there, it's a magic number to watch there, that 30% mark. That is usually what Democrats need in Georgia, assuming they have the African-American turnout they need. And right now in Georgia, it looks like it. That is why right now Democrats are so bullish on Georgia.
And real quickly, until we have vote, we're talking exit polls. Those exit polls are including day of vote and also surveys conducted of early voters.
It is. And look, and we've seen this before. The exit polls can, overstate by a point or two. We were able to, as we see real returns come in, we match it, we're able to reweight it. There's always a chance that it's at 2 points. But the point is this. Winning candidates, winning Democrats in states like Georgia get 30% of the white vote. Exit is saying that. Let's see what the real returns say.
All right, Chuck, thank you. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more NBC News Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment.
Yay.
By mail,
Early in person,
or on Election Day.
each state has its own set of rules for the way we cast our ballots.
yes, it's a little confusing. That's why we have to figure it out now.
Take 15 minutes and plan your vote.
ASAP. In some places, the polls are already open. Go! Make sure your voice is heard.
Plan your vote. Plan your vote.
Plan your vote.
A bit late now for the polling stations and shit.
I know, right? Wait, what?
Oh, damn, was I supposed to vote today? I forgot.
Aww.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind spanning
That's
these
a loaded
flames
question.
are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester
Yes.
Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
It's been the time for
The
years.
Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Absolutely.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Get used to the fucking adverts. It's gonna be repeated.
Boo.
Well done, Ray.
Decision 2020.
Welcome back. At bottom of the hour, we're going to get a poll closing in North Carolina. That's a biggie.
Yeah, 7:30 Eastern is when we should be getting that poll closing for North Carolina. This is the state that the Democratic governor ran afoul, of course, of the president over the Republican National Convention and COVID.
Yeah, and it's a Senate battleground, it's a presidential battleground, and it could tell the whole story tonight if we get a result.
And what we see very clearly from the exit polls, at least so far, is that there's a real split, a racial divide on what is the issue most important to the voters. For black voters, 48% say it's racial inequality. For white voters, 46% say it is the economy. They're exactly reversed.
North Carolina, by the way, is one of those states. There's not a lot of swing areas. It is margins. You're gonna hear that a lot from me.
Explain that. That's Chuck's speak. You got to run
That's right.
up.
This isn't a county that vacillates between red and blue. These counties are big blue
Ooh,
counties.
vacillates.
Big
That's a big
counties,
word.
Red in the rural areas, blue in the urban areas. It's about running up the score,
He's
and
gotta
each
make
side
himself
is
seem
trying
smart,
to
doesn't he?
run that up in these key
Yeah,
Sun Belt
vacillate.
states. There's a lot more
I
of
should
that,
look that word up.
particularly
Vacillate.
Georgia
Go
and
for
North
it, 'cause I have no
Carolina.
idea what
These
it
are
means.
we call margin states. So it's all about how much do you run up the score for
I don't even know how
Democrats
to
in
fucking spell
Charlotte,
it.
how much in the rural areas for Trump.
And they
Vacillate.
kept it pretty quick.
It's a fairly
Waver
quick process, but
between
it is a
different
tight race.
opinions or actions, be indecisive.
Indecisive.
Coverage efforts.
Again, no idea what that means. You know, for
I mean, can we just use normal words, please? Most Americans are normal. Come on. They want normal words.
He just likes big words.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
Oh,
We're
we
glad
just
to
had
have
him
you
over.
with us.
This fall,
Did we just
we're right
another
there
one?
with you,
Yeah.
whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Welcome
Or
to the
back to work. We're
live
keeping you
Talk Box
safe.
broadcast of Molly Edwards.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men
I mean, we don't
has
have to
been
keep on.
an American
Let's see.
way of death
Let's put it-
across
let's
centuries.
see.
After seeing the most
Let's see what Fox is saying.
Oh God, no.
Well, I can't hear it, so I guess that's a bonus.
That means nobody can hear it.
Possibly. Yeah. Let's see what Sky News is saying then.
United States Senate, of course, Joe Biden has a long career in the United States Senate. Some of the most effective presidents in American history have actually been successful United States senators. If you look at Lyndon Baines Johnson, who had an enormously successful run in the presidency, passing the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and 1965. This is a man who knew
You hear
how
it okay?
to move
Yeah, I can
legislation
hear it fine.
through
Cool,
the
cool.
American Congress, both the House and the Senate. He knew how to work together with Republicans and
It's the
Democrats
beauty of it. We
alike.
can just
This is something that actually
switch
Joe
between the
Biden
news
is known
stations.
for. And you
Yeah.
see
When
slivers
one
of
gets a
this.
bit boring
Even
with
in
the
how Joe
adverts.
Biden has
It's
conducted
all
the
going to be the
last
same
stretch of
results.
his presidential campaign.
Yep.
A bitter animosity with Bernie Sanders, the Democratic socialist from Vermont, whom, by the way, the last Democratic nominee had defeated, Hillary Clinton. But she could not bring him
No,
into
he
the
did.
fold
No, he
in her
pulled out.
presidential
She
race
didn't beat him.
once she received the Democratic nomination. Joe Biden, on the other hand,
it's a
has
good choice of
welcomed
words,
Bernie
I guess.
Sanders in without really compromising his principles as what he really
Men
is a
usually do pull
centrist
out.
Democrat. He is an
Ah.
old school liberal. Really
Well,
a
the states
moderate
pulled out of
Democrat,
Vietnam,
not
so there
the
you go.
democratic socialism of the new progressive
Well,
left in the United
true.
States. Yet somehow he's been able to bridge that divide and bring the progressive left squarely into his corner. Now, we'll see how strongly they've turned out for him at the polls, but none of the contention and none of the dissent that you saw in 2016 about would the Bernie people show up for Hillary, that has just not been part of the factor in 2020.
And just a
Well,
quick
why would it
thought,
be?
we
Because
nearly
there's
out of time.
there's only
Quick
one
thought on
Democratic
your
person that's
great
running.
Grandfather, do we need a stimulus package, the likes of which he started, to deal with the economic fallout? Just 15 seconds, I'm sorry.
Everybody says yes. Wall Street says yes. Republicans say yes. Democrats say yes. Frankly, everyone except Donald Trump says yes. And I think that you'll get that even if Donald Trump is elected. There will be a stimulus next.
Great talking to you, Margaret Hoover. Thank you very much indeed. That's
Thank you.
got us ended there because the next set of polls are about to close in just a few moments' time. This time in Ohio and most of North Carolina, both key bellwether states, alongside West Virginia.
Oh, it's an advert.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
Or is it? Maybe it's just doing a whole dramatic countdown.
I think it was
It's doing a dramatic countdown.
And there it is. The polls have now closed in 3 more states. And the one we're most interested in, well, perhaps not just one here, Cordelia. North Carolina, that's seen as competitive, but some of the polling stations still staying open there because of a few difficulties they reported there. Ohio as well. Well, let me start with you, Omarosa, because you think Frank Luntz thinks, well, Ohio's going to stay with the Republicans. You're from
Omarosa, really?
Ohio, but
Yes.
you think it could turn.
What?
Well, I talked to folks on the
Omarosa.
ground, particularly
Who?
in the key
Her?
counties
Yeah.
and key districts that will decide.
Should I know her?
And they tend to believe that yes.
She
Trump
was
will
on
prevail in Ohio.
The
I'm
Apprentice with
hopeful
Donald Trump.
That as the results
Oh, was she?
come in,
She was
Oh, my
hired
goodness.
as one of his
maybe my fellow
advisors in his
Buckeyes
first year.
Oh.
you know, find their way. But, you know, I'm hearing on the ground that, in fact, Donald Trump did put a lot of money, a lot of advertisement there, and he put a lot of boots on the ground. That makes the difference.
Yeah, just tell me what a Buckeye is.
A Buckeye. We
Sorry.
are the heart of America. The Buckeye comes from the Buckeye tree, which is our state motto. It's a little Have you ever seen an Ohio State game? There's
Not
a big
as such.
Buckeye running around the game and saying, Ohio.
Okay, well, listen, when this coronavirus
You got
is
issues,
all over,
lady.
you must take me. I must go and see the legendary Buckeye at the game. North Carolina, Cordelia.
Okay.
North Carolina, very interesting. For once, it is a toss-up
Democrats believe within their reach. Just to give you a kind of historical sense of how unusual that was. A Democrat hasn't won it since, well, Barack Obama, but before that, it was back to Jimmy Carter's day. So there's been some shifts. The reason behind it, well, we look to places like Charlotte, that's known as kind of part of the research triangle, where you're seeing more educated voters coming in with college degrees. You're seeing a lot more African American voters as well. They believe that their kind of push to the polls has really helped them. And if they're able to flip somewhere like North Carolina, it's a signifier of something they might be able to replicate across the country. He doesn't need to get North Carolina to win Joe Biden, but it would be symbolic potentially of something wider. I think it's very interesting to hear Omarosa's take on Ohio, because that,
I sure do hope that
a
the
place
Senate
that Donald
swings
Trump
to the
won
blue
by
side.
8 points in 2016. It seems to
Even if
steer
Trump's still in
more
office, that would make me
white,
happy.
more right than
They gotta make
your
everyone
Michigans, your Pennsylvanias.
Well, it's so
most
interesting
people, at
because I was there with him when he did his last rally before I left the White House, and he made promises about bringing back the
Trump in
steel
office?
mills, opening up factories.
Or the Senate turning
I
blue?
can report to you that that has not happened. Unemployment before pandemic was at an all-time
Depends on your preference,
high
I
there.
guess.
And as a result, I thought that
Well, I
Ohioans
mean, that'll
would
help
say,
counter
I'm not
Trump's
better off than I was
craziness.
before, and I'm going to turn, but they have stuck
You
with
don't get
Donald Trump.
part of the
Ashley
craziness. You
Koenig,
get all of it.
On that, did things change then in the likes of Ohio? Has it economically remained much the same? And then, of course, coronavirus came along, if there had been any improvement.
That's a naughty
Very much
word.
so, and we know with North Carolina that,
Naughty.
coronavirus cases are up, especially there, like many states across the country right now. With Ohio, we see about a 50-50 chance. It's a razor thin margin in the polls for Biden. But again, as we've been talking about, this state likely will go red, has been going red. My dad is from Ohio, so I also very much know what a Buckeye is. This is steel country. We're talking about part of the Rust Belt. We're talking about particular demographics. So North Carolina may be more of a shot than Ohio.
Okay, you've got to get me a Buckeye T-shirt then. Kim Darroch, we've mentioned here the extraordinary amount of money that both campaigns have raised and spent. That's usual in American elections, but the Democrats far outspent the Republicans.
Yes, that's what I read. And it's a real turnaround, Dermot, because right back at the start of the campaign, 12 months or so ago, the story was that Donald Trump had a much, much bigger war chest than, for example, Joe Biden did. But that's all turned around in the last few months. A lot of money come in behind Biden. Some of it, by the way, I think from Mike Bloomberg, who was one of the defeated Democrat candidates, and they have been way outspending Trump in some of these key battleground states. And if money counts, and it does in American politics, the amount of advertising you do counts, that's going to give Biden a real advantage.
Okay, well, let's talk about some of those key battleground states.
It kind of counts.
Florida, Pennsylvania, and
Counts
Arizona.
more than it
We've got correspondents in all of them, and polls closing fairly shortly in Florida and Pennsylvania. Siobhan Robbins is there for us in Florida, so let's start there. And Siobhan, as I say, polls closing pretty shortly in Florida, but counting well underway already.
Yeah, that's right. You join me now at a Republican
Where's that weird background
party.
music?
Let me show
It's
you
them.
around. So you can see people posing here.
It's Florida.
Getting a shot with the president.
Enough said.
People getting ready to have some dinner. They're watching the results here on the big screen, watching them come in.
This is the most Florida thing ever.
Exit polls leaning in Georgia, but people feeling confident.
Who's got blue hair?
They've got all of their masks ready. Quite a fun atmosphere here. There are around 400 people here, and we can have a
You tell
quick
me
word
you're not
with
going
one
to
of
dye your
them.
hair blue.
So,
No, definitely not.
let me interrupt you. Apologies. So you're the president of this club.
She must be
How
British.
are you feeling about Florida?
Really good. You see early on, you see the vote by mail returns because they're already tabulated.
You know how I know?
Today, the Democrats
She apologized first thing.
had a turnout advantage of 115,000. We completely flipped the script on that today, and Republicans turned out by 340,000 more than Democrats. So we have a 225,000 now turnout lead. more Republicans voted in the state of Florida than Democrats. So I'm feeling very comfortable about that.
Quick word on Georgia. The initial exit polls seem to be leaning towards Joe Biden. How would you feel if he flipped Georgia?
Well, I don't think that's going to be much different. A lot of the votes in Georgia that are coming out early have been a lot of the early votes, vote by mail ballots and things. Democrats tend to embrace vote by mail ballots more than Republicans do. So these early results really aren't necessarily going to be truly reflective of the final results. I do expect Georgia to be close, though.
Do you think Donald Trump is going to win?
Yes, I do.
By a lot?
I think he's going to win by probably 2 or 3 percentage points. I think close to a similar win that he had 4 years ago.
Joe, thank you very much. We'll be watching.
By the skin of his chinny
Just to
chin
let you
chin.
know, we're here with the Republicans at the moment, but it's tense here because just across the road
Who?
are the Democrats. We're going to be bouncing between
I
the
don't
two
know.
and bringing you updates from them both throughout the night.
Hey, good luck. Siobhan, thank you very much indeed. Siobhan Robbins there in Florida. Well, let's go to Pennsylvania there, and we have Sally Lockwood there. And Sally, a contrast then between the speed of the count in Florida and that in Pennsylvania.
Florida's always been slow, though. Remember the Bush and Gore episode?
Half an hour, but counting has been underway since around 7 o'clock this morning, but it could be by Friday before we actually know the results.
Sorry,
here.
what did you say?
Both candidates have been blitzing this state.
They were talking about Florida voting slow, and I said, do you remember the Bush and Gore episode?
Oh, yeah.
What happened there?
The voting was very close, and it had to go to the court, and apparently a lot of voting ballots went missing during the counting process, and whatever court threw it out basically couldn't count them, because apparently they found them, but as soon as they found them, they couldn't legally count them.
Yeah.
And because of that,
was a mess.
Bush won Florida.
Yeah.
Well, let me introduce you to two
I was, of course, a
Americans
little
who've got
guy
James
then.
and Brittany.
I didn't watch it live. I just know of it.
Now, you're both
Yeah.
voting for Donald Trump.
Was that 2000 or 2004?
Tell me
2000.
why Donald Trump gets your vote.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily Donald Trump gets my vote.
Right.
It's conservative values. It's being a constitutionalist. And
No, it's
you know,
Trump.
I don't think one man in a White House in Washington, D.C. has the answers for my life, my day-to-day. But that's just me. That's kind of my basis on my vote.
And what about you, Brittany? Are you happy with Donald Trump's performance in the last 4 years?
I mean, I would definitely agree with that. I think economically the most, the party that makes the most sense is more conservative views and more Republican. Now, if you get into the social views, I personally tend to be a little bit more liberal, but I think as an economy, what we need the most is someone who's more conservative, and Donald Trump has fit that picture.
And how much does Donald Trump's language concern you when it comes to even the election itself, wanting a winner to be called on the night, for example, questioning mail-in ballots? What are your views on that?
I mean, I think Donald Trump's character has come into question a little bit. I don't think he has necessarily the finesse with terminology that we would ideally like in a presidential candidate and then as a president, but I mean, I think ultimately it comes down to what's best for the country and how he can come through with that. And I think, obviously, we know there's a trend of his words not matching his actions. So.
And quick answers now. Do you think he can do it?
I'm sorry?
Do you think he can do it, Donald Trump?
I think we'll see. I think we might be surprised.
And if we are surprised that he does do it, do you think he can unite the country? It feels
No.
very divided at the moment.
I mean, I hope so. I think he's learned a lot over the past 4 years, and I think he's learned what has worked and what hasn't worked. And I think, ironically, this pandemic has maybe separated initially, but I think ultimately he'll be able to draw us back together.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. So there we have it, 2 young voters supporting Donald Trump, the owner of this bar. He is a Republican through and through, he told me. He's lending his vote tonight to Joe Biden. It still feels very unpredictable here at the moment, and it could be days before we know the result.
Oh dear.
What the young guy
Sally,
said?
Thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Helen Ann Smith.
Yeah.
in
Perfectly
Phoenix,
fine.
Arizona, and,
Because that was
Helen,
illogical.
and what is it,
His
about,
political view is this.
80 minutes
Yeah.
until post.
That's why I
close
voted.
there.
That I can't go against at all. But her thing on it was a bit
and
like,
voters absolutely still coming thick and fast.
I don't
It's been
know.
a really
I don't
great
really
atmosphere
get
actually
what-
at this conversation
what she
here
was
today.
saying.
There's been music Lots of laughter, people pretty pleased to be here. As you can see,
she's
there's
like,
still
well,
long queues,
Trump can win because of the conservative thing, but we just don't like the way he talks so much.
Half an hour wait.
She's the type of voter who's being told to vote for someone rather than actually make their own mind up.
Yep, by him, by her boyfriend there.
Many of them have
Probably.
cast early ballot, and the turnout's been amazing. The total number of ballots cast in Arizona already exceeds the total number of votes in 2016. Now, whether this
Either that or
ruby-red
she does
Republican
actually have an
state
opinion,
will
but she
flip
doesn't
will
want to go
depend
against
largely
his or
on whether
boyfriend.
certain groups of voters turn out. One of them
Or fiancé,
is
or whatever he
younger
is.
voters. Just think about
Or
this.
whatever he
Donald
is.
Trump won this state by fewer than 100,000 votes
Seriously?
last time.
Yeah.
Since 2016, 600,000 young people have turned 18. And we want to talk to a couple of them over here
I will
now.
be
Thanks,
right
guys,
back.
for joining us. I know you guys are part of an organisation persuading students and young people to come to the polls. Young people could hold the balance of power in this state this election. How are your generation feeling about this vote?
Our generation is very excited across the board. I think one of the best things about being young in this era is that we have access to all the information. I mean, kids today, they see everything. They see the stories, they see what's going on, and they care. They want to make a difference and they want to make a change. So it's great to see.
I know you're a first-time voter yourself. How do you feel about that? Are you feeling good?
It feels amazing. I've been politically active for around 4 years now, since 2016, and God, all I've been dreaming about is the day that I'm able to vote and have my voice heard. So it's a great feeling, yeah.
What do you think the issues are that young people are voting on this
To make a
time?
smart
What
choice.
are the issues they care about? What really matters
Make a
to them
smart
in this
choice.
election?
I would say that a lot of the issues that students are most caring about this election are like healthcare, affordable higher education, what else?
Climate change.
Climate change.
Climate
yeah,
change
of
is a
course.
big one for us. I mean, at least people I've talked to, it's like, it's our world, you know, and we're the youngest generation that's going to be living in it. So I think that's one of the decisions that we really want to have control over.
Is there a sense from your friends and your colleagues at school and university, is there a sense of which direction the group may be leaning?
There is definitely, I would feel, in my personal groups, a lot of progressive sentiment. There's a lot of talk about what we can do for the future, what we can do for even the generation that comes after us. So yeah, looking into the future and looking to make things a little more progressive would be ideal.
But crucially, are young people actually engaged this time? Because historically, they don't always turn up to the polls in large enough numbers. Do you think they will turn out this time?
Yeah, of course. I feel like now more than ever, students are showing up. And with ASA, what we have been doing is electioneering and going door to door and getting as many people out to vote, especially young people, because this election is really going to matter.
What are your plans tonight? Are you staying up all night to see in the results?
We're definitely going to keep track of everything that happens, and I mean, it's going to be a great night either way. I mean, we're going to have work to do, or we're going to have a lot of fun, so it's going to be awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, guys. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
As I said, there's
Who you
loads to
voting
play
for,
for in Arizona.
Patch?
This is a traditionally ruby-red Republican state. Democrats feel very strongly that they could flip this state for the first time in many decades. Thank you guys so much.
Very soothing, that musical interlude. Thank you very much indeed, Helen Ann there in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, as we say, it takes 270 Electoral College votes to win the White House. 2 states we've made projections for so far, which means we can show you the columns of the White House. 11 there for Donald Trump is the projection from Indiana, and 3, we're not showing you the White House, but Ed Conway will, I'm sure. Ed Conway, there we are. There, yes, 11
That's the White
in
House.
Donald Trump.
It looks convincing, I know, not
3
the
for
real
Joe
White
Biden.
House, but it is our virtual White House. And what you can probably see there is 11 Electoral College votes for Donald Trump and 3 for Joe Biden. And we're starting, now that polls are closed in a number of states, we're starting to get more information. Let me bring it to you. A lot of people thought that this was going to go Joe Biden's way and that he could be contending in places like Florida and indeed Georgia. Let me come over here so you can see. So Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, these are all states where we're just getting close to getting the numbers through. Actually, I can show you Georgia in a moment there. North Carolina as well, we're just waiting on. And no surprises, Indiana going red again. Ohio looking actually quite good for Donald Trump, and the early exit poll data there. It should be said that is seen as the ultimate bellwether state. Ohio, pretty much every election going back, I think, until 1960 has gone the way that Ohio has gone. So if that goes Republican, people might see that as a good sign. It's worth saying, though, it's been trending Republican. There's been demographic changes in Ohio for a while that might mean that's becoming a safer Republican seat, whatever's happening elsewhere. But I want to just show you Georgia. Let's just zoom into Georgia. Actually, come over here and have a look. We've got some data that I can show you. This, of course, is the states as a whole. And what you can see is different counties starting to be populated with different colours. So red for Republican, blue for Democrat. And if you have a look over here, what you can see is that Donald Trump is leading against Joe Biden, 52.4 to 46.6. But a big dose of caution on that, given down there, look, you can see only 5% of the votes are counted so far. So there is still a long way to go before we know definitively what's happening in Georgia. But what we can do, as I was showing earlier, is drill down beneath the surface to county-level data. So I want to take you to Glynn County here. It's just on the coast. You can see the swampy area of the coast in Georgia. Brunswick is the main city there in Glynn County. And last time, 2016, Donald Trump won there by 63%. So remember that, 63% for Donald Trump, 35 or so for Hillary Clinton. 63, and now let's look what's happening now in Glynn County. 66. It looks, actually, we've got 56% of the vote in, OK? So it's still relatively early, but that's, you know, as early counting goes, that's quite a big amount. And Donald Trump actually increasing his lead there in Georgia. So a lot of people thought that the Democrats could be in contention in this state. It's, as I say, still very early, but Donald Trump, at least in some counties, including in Glynn, where we have a decent amount of the votes, the majority, compared with last time, Donald Trump increasing his lead. That is interesting, isn't it? We're also getting more data from that exit poll. Do you remember the exit poll I showed you just before? Not just about who's voting for who, but who's actually doing the voting. What's the composition of the electorate? And we have a bit more updated numbers on that, including, you know, who is turning out. So over 65s, you can see that it's gone up. The proportion of over 65s has gone up from 20 to 23%. That favoured Donald Trump last time around. He got a good elderly vote, but this time there have been some question marks whether COVID-19 might change that and people might turn out for Joe Biden instead. Non-white up. A question mark as to whether that helps. Typically, traditionally, that would help the Democrats. But Donald Trump has been doing better in the polling with Hispanic voters in particular and also black voters compared with last time around. So will that be good for Donald Trump or indeed Joe Biden? And then you've got college graduates. That should be a positive thing for the Democrats. They tend to go Democrat. And then white non-college graduates down. Again, that is Donald Trump's those are the people who, a lot of people voted for him. White non-college graduates voted for Donald Trump last time, particularly around here in this Midwest area, in the kind of Rust Belt states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Now, very soon, we're going to learn what's happening in Florida. Very quick counters. And in the next few minutes, we'll have some detail from what's going on there. The verdict has always been, if Joe Biden's doing well in Florida, it might mean we have an early result in this election. But if Donald Trump is doing well there, well, it might have to come back to our old friends, these Rust Belt states and Pennsylvania all over again. And as I said earlier, they take a long time to count. So we'll get a sense pretty soon as to whether this is going to be an early result, whether Joe Biden has done well in Florida, or indeed whether there's going to be a long road of counting and working out whether those crucial Rust Belt states are going for Donald Trump or for Joe Biden.
A lot of this early
thank you
stuff
very much
right
indeed.
now.
Well, I want to get a reaction from my panellists. And Ashley Koenig, first of all, as Ed Conway's saying there's a huge slew of states where the polls are about to close, including Florida amongst them. What are you going to be looking for?
Definitely Florida. As Ed had mentioned, Florida is going to count their votes quickly. So this is going to be a big key indicator of the night. We know it really comes down to Biden clinching Pennsylvania, which we know is going to take much longer to count, versus Biden clinching Florida and potentially some other states. So Florida is going to be the big one coming up here, but Georgia still possibly has a chance for Biden as well. So I think we need to watch for turnout in things like Atlanta and the suburbs around Atlanta, and if Biden can really propel support in Georgia to pull out a win.
And Kim Darroch, on Florida, as we mentioned already this evening, the nation, and particularly the Democrats, haunted by their experience there in 2000 with Al Gore. And in particular, this issue, which may become, along the lines of what we were already discussing in terms of a disputed election, about a concession. It's I suppose, a custom that the losing candidate makes a dignified phone call to the candidate that appears to have won. But back in 2000, Al Gore did that and then had to retract it.
Yep. Exactly. And that is one of the lessons that I'm sure the Democrats will remember. And I would be astonished if we got any early concessions from either side, however compelling the trends are over the next few hours. I just don't see this as the kind of election where anyone is going to concede until it is mathematically certain that they have lost.
Exactly.
Yeah, and indeed because it's incredibly tight, as we were saying. Certainly, exactly. And Cordelia, you've got some more details on some of these exit poll findings from the individual states.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio particularly interesting in that Trump is leading Joe Biden amongst the 65s and over. Now, we're looking at this through the prism of a pandemic that disproportionately affected that age group. And I think it's intriguing. We can't necessarily draw big kind of national take-home pictures from this. What's happening in Ohio might not be replicated in Florida, where we know the elderly votes can be really critical to assessing which candidate is doing better. But I think what we've seen in Ohio is a really kind of robust performance by Donald Trump at the moment. I would say, and Ed touched on it a little bit there is a demographic shift. You know, when I go to Ohio, you notice it's trending older, it is whiter, it is righter than the rest in the Rust Belt, the kind of Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So it's not that if Donald Trump wins Ohio, then he's going to get the whole gamut of those states, but it does show resilience, and it shows as well that he's building, because the big kind of challenge for Donald Trump is, yes, to hold on to all the states that he got. He doesn't absolutely have to do that. He can pick up states from Democrats. Quite hard for an incumbent to do that. But if he's able to kind of stretch out some of his margins and to keep Joe Biden at bay, it could be enough for him to win.
Well, that's the point, Omarosa, isn't it? Back to your beloved Ohio. I mean, it always tends to pick the winner of the presidency. I think it was JFK they missed out on, but back to 1944, they've always gone with who becomes president.
We also are very proud because we have produced more presidents than any other state, including Hayes and Rand and other presidents. So yes, Ohio is a key state. It represents so many demographics that actually contribute.
Woo, Omarosa,
to how
I'm bored of
we
you.
as
Let's
Americans
change.
Look at what's
Yeah, that was
happening
kind of
at this
boring.
moment. So now let's break down what's
Change.
happening in Ohio.
NBC
Coronavirus
again?
Up. Spikes incredible. Hospitals.
What?
Spark Podcast. Kamala,
No,
next
no,
in
it's what I
line.
not
New
heard.
episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you
Whatever.
get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as
corona.
we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Zach, as you can see, we are less than 5 minutes away from a whole host of poll closings in the East. 16 states plus D.C., including some of the big ones. Florida will also get Pennsylvania's poll closing. But Florida has already dumped a lot of vote tonight. We've already seen a lot of the results, but what we know is it's tight. Go figure. Florida.
And one of the important Sunbelt states that Chuck and others have been talking about that are going to be
They're all
really
tight
key
at the
to
minute. They're
Biden's
just
back.
predictions.
Florida's going to Florida.
Yeah.
Florida's going to Florida.
All right. We want to give you a quick update of your local races now. We'll be right back. Top of the hour with those all-important 8 o'clock poll closings. You're watching Decision 2020 on NBC. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever
Please give us a
introduced
different
in
effort.
Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If
I think I'm going to
now
move
is
away
the
from
time the
NBC. It's just too
protesters
many adverts.
finally win.
Just too many adverts.
Again, those numbers are up 10 points over Hillary Clinton. Elaine?
All right, Lana, Zach, thank you. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night. Exit polls are about to close in more states across the country. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it's a CBS News special report, America Decides. Stay with us. You're streaming election night coverage on CBSN.
Different adverts. May as well watch them.
You're looking live at Times Square in New York City, and as America Decides, welcome again to our CBS News election night headquarters here at the crossroads of the country. I'm Nora O'Donnell, and it's almost 8 o'clock in the east, 5 o'clock in the west, and this is a big hour. The polls are about to be closed in half of the states across America, and that includes 2 that we are laser focused on this hour, Florida and Pennsylvania. They are part of what we're calling our notable 9 tonight, those states that could decide the election and determine who becomes president of the United States. All roads to the White House go through Florida, especially for President Trump. It is his newly adopted home state. Florida, you remember, infamous for that 2000 election, but it could offer an early look tonight about who occupies the White House in 2021. And we have some projections at this hour. CBS News can characterize that Florida is a toss-up. Pennsylvania also a toss-up at this hour. Let's get to the rest of the states that have closed at this hour.
I love the way they got different words.
CBS News can project that President Trump has won the state of Oklahoma. Joe Biden is the winner in the District of Columbia, his home state of Delaware, and Massachusetts. CBS News can now categorize these races as well. Alabama, Mississippi,
Wait, some have already posted?
and Tennessee, all
Yep.
leaning toward Trump. Maryland, New Jersey, Connecticut, Illinois, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Maine.
For anyone watching who may be confused by what they're doing here, this is just the results being posted. So it's literally just the starting percentage of the votes has been counted, and it's swinging one way.
In the night. Let's talk about these two states.
So it's predictions. None of it's actually set in stone.
Pennsylvania and Florida each.
But they've been using this model for
Absolutely.
decades
The
now,
Biden
and it
team
usually
calls Pennsylvania the
comes out right.
cornerstone of their path to 270, one that solidifies their ability to win this contest. They have other ways
It is
to
a
do
weird way of
around
doing it,
Pennsylvania,
though.
but believe that is the best shot. Florida, if Biden is
It's
able
not
to pull it
definitively
off, and that
telling
is
you.
questionable as we see
No.
data continuing to come in, would be the capstone, the one that completely makes it impossible for the president to win. So that's why you've seen so much attention by the former vice president focused on Pennsylvania, especially since the weekend.
And as we've seen both of the candidates in Pennsylvania so often, but just a reminder, Pennsylvania is one of those states, including those in the upper Midwest, that said, wait, we're not going to count those absentee ballots until today. And so it could be a state, according to their own Secretary of State.
Well, no, I
may
think
not
they
have
had
the full
a lot
results
of
until later
they had
this
a lot
week.
of
That's
ballots.
right.
That was
So
a problem.
Pennsylvania has the slow counting system
They
for
didn't
what
have the
comes in
personnel
early,
to
but
do it
unlike
earlier on.
Georgia, Florida, and North Carolina, which have a lot of early votes, they don't
You
have
know,
a lot
I'm
of
sure
early
they
votes.
just
It's a
didn't
lot
come
of
up and say,
in-day
"Oh, you know what? We're not
voting
doing
in
it."
Pennsylvania,
What?
so it's
No,
going to be
that's
a
not how it
long
works.
time in Pennsylvania. But just because we're all
They had a reason for
obsessed
doing
with
it that
Florida
way.
because
Yeah.
Plus, they had a problem with the
the
mailing
president has to win
in,
Florida.
so
We're
they
gonna
actually
be getting
didn't
votes
collect
that
a lot of
Reince
them
Priebus was talking about in that
before it was
western
late. So
panhandle
it was
part
just
of
like, well,
Florida
let's
the
make this
president's
decision
race.
now to make it
Speaking
easier
about
for everyone.
Florida, that state that you point out that President Trump has to win. Major Garrett has some new information from
I didn't
the
know it was
exit
called
polls.
Florida,
Major?
Florida, Florida. I thought it was just called
The
Florida.
reason we do exit polls this way is we
No,
don't
it's called
report
Florida,
state-specific
Florida,
exit polls until the
Florida,
polls have closed. That's why
Florida.
we've been holding back. I know you've been energetic over there. Where's the Florida data, Major?
So
I've
like
got it
New
for you now.
York?
Two demographic
Yeah.
groups to come. Seniors and Latinos. Let's start with seniors, meaning voters over the age 65. Here's what it was in 2016. Donald Trump carried that, as you can see, by 17 points. What is going on in this election with voters over age 65? Trump 52, Biden 47. That is a 17-point margin in 2016.
It's a heavenly vote for
shrinking
over
to a
65s.
5-point margin in
Well, a lot of over
2020 among
65s
those
are rich,
voters. Now let's look at Latinos. Again, I'll reset the
white
clock
men.
to 2016. Latino voters, Hillary Clinton 62.
Why does
Donald
everyone
Trump
else
35.
but rich white
What
men
does a Latino
under the
vote
age of
look like
65
now?
die before they get there?
Yeah.
Joe Biden 53, Donald Trump 45. So, Donald Trump.
No, they're in a
is
different category, that's all.
Latino voters, the composition of the
well.
electorate in this election 2020 for Latino voters about the same as it was in 2016, but it is larger among those age 65 and older. How much larger? Good question. 31% this time, 26% in 2016.
And so that means what about those older Latinos?
No, so older voters and Latinos.
Sorry.
So Latinos about the same size composition, 18% in both years, 18, 19%, 2016, 2020. But the senior vote is larger, 31% this time versus 26% in 2016. And Joe Biden is doing better than Hillary Clinton did with that particular demographic.
And the economy, one of the messages resonating with seniors in Florida.
God, that really is a thing there this time, isn't it?
What?
What's the most important thing to the area?
How safe are the people
Didn't do that last time.
maybe that don't live in Florida but are somewhere else?
Harping on about it. We all know what the three most important things are in America right now.
That's a dynamic to
Money,
keep an eye on in Florida.
If Joe Biden wants
Coronavirus,
to win the White House, he's got to pull off
race,
some of the
and
racial
the
inequality.
economy.
We have been talking
The
about
economy.
the
And the
Latino
economy.
vote is strong.
And
We
then
want to bring
fourth
CBS
would
News
probably be
contributor
healthcare.
Maria Elena Salinas. She's widely
Healthcare should be
recognized
number
as
2.
The voice of Hispanic America, and we're lucky to have
Probably,
her
but I
analysis.
feel like
Maria?
coronavirus and healthcare kind of go hand in hand. Same with healthcare and economy, and the same with.
I don't know. I disagree on that one. I think healthcare is a whole different ballgame.
The president's law and order and anti-socialism messages appear to be resonating with Cuban voters and also from voters from countries like Venezuela, Nicaragua, among others. Now, Biden is doing better with Puerto
Lindsey
Ricans.
Graham's losing
That
at the
is
minute.
the second largest Latino voting bloc in the state.
That's good.
CBS News exit polls show that they're supporting Biden by nearly 40 percentage points. Tens of thousands of Puerto Ricans, as we know,
find Lindsey
moved to
Graham a
Florida
really
after
weird
Hurricane
politician.
Maria, and many of them were just unhappy with
He flip-flops
the
too
federal
much.
government's response. What
Yeah,
we have to watch
he
in
really
Florida
does.
is the
And also,
I-4 corridor
who
that
names a man
includes Tampa
Lindsay?
and Orlando. There's a large number of Boricuas there.
I don't know.
But, we also need to watch the Latino vote all over the country tonight. This year, 32 million Latinos are eligible to vote. We'll be watching the Latino vote, the Latino youth vote in particular. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. A Latino turns voting age every 30 seconds in this country. That means that about 800,000 to 1 million Latinos are added to the voter pool each year, while 2 million baby boomers die. So we're going to keep a close eye to these battleground states that may be tipped
that not funny?
by this demographic, by Latinos. One is Florida,
What do you think,
of course,
Patch?
the
Is
other
that
one
pretty
is
funny?
Texas,
That was a little
Arizona,
bit
and
just
Nevada,
on the
where
nose,
Latinos
really.
make up more than 20%
What?
of the electorate. Let's see if Joe Biden was successful in getting them out to vote.
Maria, stand by. I think Ed has a question for you.
Maria Elena, great to be with you tonight. You know, we've heard the president for almost 4 years talk about how Joe Biden and Democrats would enact socialist policies in this country. To a lot of Americans, that kind of goes over their head. But remind us why that resonates so much in South Florida and why it could be affecting Biden's chances tonight.
Well, you know, that has been a message throughout with Cuban Americans. It has resonated with Cuban Americans. But this time the message was much stronger. There was a lot of disinformation in radio stations in Miami, in Spanish language media there, and they really scared people into socialism, and especially now Venezuelans. Venezuelans are only 2% of the vote, the Latino vote. However, they are coming out in larger numbers. So it really is the turnout that is being affected. You also have Central Americans, you also have Colombians. So that's why it's resonating so much. Another reason, besides the anti-socialism message, is the violence. A lot of people fear the violence. So law and order is also a huge issue for them.
All right, Maria Elena, as we continue to track the Latino vote, thank you. CBS News can project that President Trump has won the state of Kentucky. Another call as he puts some more electoral votes on the board. Not a surprise there. And we'll check in with what's going on in that Senate race in Kentucky. A big one in a moment because, of course, the Senate Majority Leader also on the ballot. All right, coming up, we'll check in with Manuel Bojorquez. He's in Florida. Latest on the vote there. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you
No.
want answered.
Well,
Did the
yes,
CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the
I
decision.
mean, he does have
When
the
was it
authority, but I
made?
mean, it's a
Who
weird
made
question
it?
to
What
ask.
is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean
does with
for
the
the
Senate's
risk of reinfection
approval.
here in the United
Depends on where they're
States?
sending him to.
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
I mean,
Face the
it's a
news.
War
complicated
zone?
one.
Margaret Brennan.
Well, not really, because
CBS.
I mean, Bush did it, but like after Congress and the Senate's like, no.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
He used one of his
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
executive orders.
What's the idea of being a human being?
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You okay with it?
I'm a little worried when you speak, you're coming.
They hear me?
No, they can hear you, but I think that there might faintly get an echo. It's
Oh.
fine, I can't be bothered.
Boo.
Black screen of death. Ooh.
What'd you do?
CBS went down, it looks of it. Okay, let's go back to NBC, I guess.
This Sunday, the final day.
No, that's not right. Where's the live stuff? There we go.
Those are likely the ones who are going to make the decision, not only here in Pinellas
Boom.
County, but across the state. 27% of Florida voters have no party affiliation. And drilling down, as the campaigns have done, is they were trying to woo those voters 65 and plus in age, those non-party affiliated voters. Those are the ones in 2016 who significantly lent and went towards Trump, giving him the election. And the belief is that that is the same group that will have an impact again in Florida with this election for president. One of the things to note that you all have been talking about with Miami-Dade and the Cuban-American population, just consider for a moment as we look at this, we have 930,000 Cuban-Americans of voting age, primarily in South Florida, but up along the I-4 corridor, sort of Orange County, Osceola, we're talking about in the Orlando area, we have 875,000 Puerto Ricans. They tend to be Democrats. We have the Republicans who are the Cuban Americans who are primarily Republicans. So as the night progresses, it will be interesting to see whether that Puerto Rican vote winds up in some way canceling out some of that Cuban American vote. All eyes on Florida, though, as you guys have been saying here.
Yeah, Kerry, and I'm sitting here looking, 87% in statewide already there.
Well, look, I mean, look, here's the thing. We have 1.5 million votes remaining, but I'll be honest, as Kerry was talking, Trump's lead went from 0.6%, and I've just been watching it go. As you can see here, it's now jumped to more than a percentage point. And again, this is because all of this red is coming in. And I'll tell you, the more I look at this, the more it doesn't. Things are not getting things are getting better for Donald Trump. Let me just take you to one county that was a Trump-Obama county that we cared about a lot here, and it was St. Lucie County. This is St. Lucie, I believe, is Vero Beach, right around there, up the Gold Coast. This is the county that Obama carried. So when you win Florida, Obama carried it. Trump narrowly carried it, and he won Florida. As you can see here,
they're doing well to get Florida in this quick.
On this one, Biden's improved. It's another one of these 2-point improvements.
But then again, this percentage is based on the expected
It's not looking to me as if the
numbers there's only
in this margins that
so many to be counted left. But if more people voted what was expected, this number's going to be different.
The margin is right now. You look at 117,000. I could probably find the vote right here in Miami-Dade. If you just look 2 years ago, she won Miami-Dade by almost 300,000 votes. Right now, Biden's only winning Miami-Dade by 28 and 60, 88,000 votes. All right, think about that. 300,000, 88,000. So he's got, and she lost the state. So he's got to find more than 220. He's got to find some 300,000 extra votes in all these margins, if not 500,000 extra votes. I'm just saying, Florida looks like an uphill climb for Joe Biden.
Let's not forget Barack Obama spent a lot of time in Florida here in the last couple of weeks.
Yes, he did. I think a lot of questions are going to be asked, though, to go back to did they hear the calls of Miami-Dade enough? Look, the Biden campaign will get criticized if they're not carrying Georgia or North Carolina. The criticism about their Florida strategy will either amp up or down depending on how well they do in neighboring Georgia and up the coast in North Carolina.
All right, and we just projected Tennessee going to the president. No surprise there. Donald Trump, the winner of the 11 electoral votes there.
Kristen Welker, let's bring you into this Florida conversation. If we go back to the beginning of the evening and Chuck and his path to victory, it didn't seem to loom as large or as important to Joe Biden. Had they already kind of figured they had other paths around Florida?
They absolutely have, Lester, and I think that's really the key. Look, I just heard from a Democrat in Florida who's very close to the Biden campaign who acknowledges that this is really an uphill battle at this point, watching these numbers come in. But I've also heard from Biden campaign officials who say they still feel good about the night because they have several paths that do not include Florida, that do rely on Midwestern states. That blue wall that Hillary Clinton was not able to hold back in 2016. That vice president campaigned so aggressively in Michigan, Wisconsin. So those are the states that they're really turning to and focused on. And they say they feel good about. They feel good about the turnout, in the suburban areas that they will need in order to carry that state. And so that's really where their focus has shifted at this point. And look, I've been talking to the Biden campaign and top Democrats about Florida for quite some time. He visited 4 times. So he did make a real push for the state. They, of course, want to win Florida, but again, they have multiple other paths that do not include it, that in addition to those Midwestern states that I just mentioned would include North Carolina and Georgia, and so that is where their focus is going to be at this hour. Lester.
Kristen Welker, thank you. We're back after a short break with more election results. Stay with us.
Hey.
I mean, part of the reason that they have to do this is there's not enough for them to tell you stuff.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on
Fox
Today.
News. See if it's working now. Be interesting to see what Fox are saying. Let's see, Fox News Live. It's still muted. That's actually pretty funny that Fox News is just muted.
Why is that?
I don't know. Their stream's muted on their end, not this end.
Yeah.
Years now, people say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
With Mucinex All-in-One, you've got unbeatable relief from your worst cold and flu symptoms. So when
Okay.
you need to show your cold who's boss, grab Mucinex All-in-One and get back to your rhythm.
Okay.
Feel the power. Beat the symptoms fast.
It is the question that matters the most.
¿Dónde está?
That takes you behind the story.
Robert.
It drives everything we do. It is the foundation of trust.
Who did all of this?
And the truth that propels us forward.
What did you make of that?
It is the question. One word, 3 letters long. And without it, our purpose
That's news.
and our freedom fade. This is why.
Da da da.
Take a look at this. Pennsylvania could be the battleground of battlegrounds in this election. An enormous turnout. Lines in the states today, even people taking a chair while they wait. You can see right now we are characterizing the Keystone State as a toss-up. CBS's Jerika Duncan is in Philadelphia tonight. And Jerika, I know you were talking to voters all day long.
Yes, we were. A lot of varying opinions out there, but an exciting day nonetheless. We are just getting word of a fraction of some of those mail-in ballots that have just come in and have been counted. But you've got more than 150 election officials, city workers on special assignment behind me right here at the Pennsylvania Convention Center, inside counting those ballots as we speak, committed to being there 24/7 tonight. We're going to go to some video to show you of what's happening inside. You can see that picture right there of people, again, hard at work counting those ballots. Now, this is the first time here in Pennsylvania that voters have been able to vote early through that mail-in process, leading to that historic early voter turnout. The city of Philadelphia has more than 400,000 mail-in votes. Of course, the largest city here in the state of Pennsylvania. About 65% of those mail-in ballots that have come in from Democrats. Of course, President Trump hoping that his supporters really came out today in the polls. The Secretary of the state, Kathy Boockvar, telling me that, again, a historic 2.5 million people with those mail-in ballots. First time that that's happened here for a presidential election in Pennsylvania. We'll, of course, continue to stay on top of the results as they start to come in here in Pennsylvania.
Incredible reporting and turnout there. Jerika Duncan, thank you so much. We want to check in with CBS News election law expert David Becker. And David, thanks so much for joining us. You heard, of course, the number of mail-in ballots there to count in Pennsylvania. Based on what you know, are we going to know in the next couple of days the final tally?
I think we will know in the next couple of days. I think it's remarkable, actually. They couldn't start processing those ballots until this morning, and we've already got 75,000 in from Philadelphia and about 80,000 in from Allegheny County. So they're doing just great work to get these things processed as quickly as possible. We'll see Election Day results as well. It might take a couple of days, but they're working hard. I think we're going to see a lot of them in the next 24 to 36 hours coming in.
And so to map out for everyone, what are the states that only were able to begin counting those absentee or mail-in ballots today? Pennsylvania, right, and then some in the upper Midwest?
Yes, Wisconsin also is just started processing today, and many places in Michigan just started today, and those places that could start earlier only started yesterday in Michigan. That being said, I think we might see some Michigan results getting pretty complete by well into the evening, but we should be seeing results. Election officials are doing an amazing job right now to process as many ballots as they can.
David Becker, we will continue to touch base with you, as the president had indicated he would be sending his lawyers in. That's why we've got this great lawyer, David Becker, with us to break it down throughout the evening. Thank you, David. Want to now update you on the other big storyline of the night, and that is for control of the United States Senate. Our chief congressional correspondent, Nancy Cordes, has an update on those key Senate races. Nancy?
And we do have some big news at this hour, Nora. One of the big hopes for Democrats every 6 years is that they can pick off the Senate's Republican leader, Mitch McConnell. Well, no such luck. Once again, in Kentucky, CBS News is projecting that Mitch McConnell has won re-election handily, dashing some Democratic hopes once again. I was just talking to a top McConnell aide, who was, of course, delighted by the news, but said he's not super optimistic about maintaining control of the Senate itself. And we're starting to see some indications of why that might be. Take a look at Maine. This is a state that Susan Collins, a veteran Republican, won by 37 points in her last election. And yet, it's a toss-up right now. She is running neck and neck with Sarah Gideon, the Democrat. This is a race that Democrats targeted a couple of years ago because they just felt that Collins had strayed from that moderate image she was siding too much with President Trump. And then North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, I want to hear about that.
North Carolina. He's one of the most vulnerable Republicans tonight. Another seat that Democrats are targeting, Thom Tillis, a first-term Republican senator. And this is a state where you had a rare double October surprise. Thom Tillis contracting coronavirus at that White House Rose Garden super spreader event. The same day, Cal Cunningham, his Democratic challenger, acknowledging that he had a
kerfluffle with a sexting
slight
scandal.
kerfluffle.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah. He had been sending amorous texts to an individual who
You'd
was
not want
not
to be
his.
in that state,
That's a very diplomatic way to characterize it. Amorous text.
So go over. So North Carolina, Maine,
This
one of the
one?
other big targets for the Democrats?
North Carolina, Maine, South Carolina, Georgia, all toss-ups at this hour, all Republican-held seats. That's one of the pathways to a Democratic majority if they can win those seats. But I've got to point out one thing that could make things a little more difficult for Democrats. Not a big surprise, heartbreaking nonetheless. Take a look at Alabama. At this hour, that race is leaning Republican. This is the seat that is held by Doug Jones. He won sort of in a fluke a couple of years ago in a state that is so red that President Trump won it by 28 points. He was up against a very flawed Republican opponent back then, Roy Moore. But tonight, he appears to be trailing the very popular, well-known former Auburn football coach, Tommy Tuberville.
All right.
I know we got to go to break.
More to come.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And we have projection President Trump has won Tennessee. And we're going to take a quick break so your CBS station can get you up to speed on your
That's
local
no
races.
surprise.
We'll be right back. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
It's looking like Trump's won Florida.
Yeah, but Florida's not as much of a swing that it is in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely not, but we're not getting Pennsylvania for a while. Does CBS just not show ads? Is that what's happening here? Fair enough, I guess.
Been an American way of death
across
centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill
Back on
ever
CBS again?
introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
to NBC News 2020 election coverage.
That's
We
not
have got another
surprised.
call. This in the state of Connecticut, and when NBC News projects Joe Biden as the winner in Connecticut, not a big surprise there.
The votes are rolling in. We're looking at Ohio now. It was a battleground for years and years, but it wasn't in 2016. Trump took it by 8, I believe.
Trump took it by 8 points.
Exit polls that are interesting in terms of
We are.
demographics.
I mean, look, I know people are watching the raw returns come in, and I had the governor, Mike DeWine, said, hey, the Democratic numbers will be high early, Republican numbers come in, but he thought it was going to be close. The exit polls indicate that. And look at the suburban and urban and rural splits here. You know, Trump's vote in 2016, he did, you know, it was sort of 38% of it was from the urban area. What we've seen, while he's increased his margin, he's increased his vote share in rural counties in Ohio. He's decreased his share in suburban and in urban. So the question is, again, everything is a margin game here. Now, if you're Joe Biden, you'd rather trade suburban votes for rural votes, suburban counties for rural counties. There's just more raw vote there. The question is if it's enough. We've seen some suburban white vote has dipped 7 points from 4 years ago, and Hillary Clinton lost it by 8. Ohio's going to be close.
All right, Andrew told us to watch those suburban women, and so we will. But we got to take a brief pause in the action now. More election night results to come. You're watching Decision 2020.
Okay, seriously now.
NBC's ridiculous with their adverts.
They're not even adverts, they're just like the same little slogan thing.
Let's go to Sky News.
A lot of people don't realise just how competitive it is there up in New England, there on the eastern seaboard. New Hampshire, just 10%, 90% to go. 45.3 for Donald Trump, 53.6 for Joe Biden. North Carolina, very interesting. This one, the Democrats exerting a lot of campaigning energy there, and 60% of the votes counted, and a lead, well, approaching a 10-point lead for Joe Biden, 54% to Donald Trump's 45%.
That'll be a good win for Biden.
1.9 million for Joe Biden, 1.59, nearly 1.6 for Donald Trump. But so much more distance to go in terms of all those counts. There's lots of umming and ahhing coming from you, Omarosa, which I'm going to interrogate in a moment or two. You're getting so excited. Was it the situation in Ohio, or was it in North Carolina, or all of them?
It's going to be all of them. But can I tell you that I've been watching closely this battle in the Senate in North Carolina. We can't just focus at the top of the ticket. The down ballot races are of particular interest in the control of power in this city. So if North Carolina is leaning towards Biden, you have to look at the down ballots. Jamie, for instance, is battling Lindsey Graham right now. He's in the fight of his life. And if those numbers hold, he could possibly win and change the balance of power in the Senate.
Better explain that.
I don't know.
I don't know. Being voted on it.
That's quite funny, though.
I'd be fine watching Sky News, but I just can't stand there.
Cordelia,
no, I don't.
Far away from us.
She's not my favorite, put it that way.
It's as Omarosa mentions there. It's all important. If a president wants to get their program through, they can't really afford to have a Senate that's in the hands of the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, if Joe Biden were to win, for instance, and he can't get the Senate, well, it's 4 years of total political paralysis. I mean, ultimately, a lame-duck president, because you just can't push legislation through. And that's in part because of how polarized Congress has become. You would get Republicans very early on saying, we ain't going to work with you. We're going to block whatever we can. But I, too, fascinated with North Carolina in particular. We've just had a bit of exit poll data coming in that shows some real progress by Joe Biden compared to Hillary Clinton. In kind of key, large population centers, Joe Biden way outpacing Hillary Clinton. Places like Wake County, for instance.
Have you got any numbers?
These will be crucial. So, biggest electorate in the state is Wake County. Biden getting 81%, 81% counted rather. Biden getting 66% compared to Trump's 33%. Now, Clinton won Wake with just 57%. So Joe Biden really improving on things there. Mecklenburg County as well, a really key area, 84% of the vote counted there. Biden leading 69% to 30% for Donald Trump. Now, Clinton won with just 60%
2%. So you're talking about these key margins. That's what Joe Biden needs to do in a place like North Carolina to flip it. Donald Trump can't afford to have too many losses in these early states.
Yeah, seems to be something going on. We'll interrogate that a bit more in North Carolina, Georgia area, not necessarily in Florida. Just want to alert everyone to one more poll has closed on the half hour and mentioned Hillary Clinton. Well, Arkansas, those of a certain age may remember that that's where the political story started for both the Clintons. Hope, Arkansas, then on to Little Rock for Bill Clinton as governor, and then all the way to the White House. Polls closed. Ending my riff on Arkansas. West Virginia, just reminding you there of the projected winner there, the most Republican state in the Union, Donald Trump there. Let's take you through some of the key developments so far then, and here they are. The first polls have closed now in more than half the states in the United States, including these key battlegrounds such as Florida, Pennsylvania and North Carolina. More than 100 million Americans cast their votes before Election Day, putting the country on track for its highest ever turnout in a presidential election. It was only something over 130 million altogether last time round. Now, Donald Trump visited his campaign headquarters today. He predicted he would win.
Why is he not wearing a mask?
He could lose.
Because it's Trump. He's not afraid of coronavirus. He beat coronavirus. Remember?
Why is he not? Oh my God.
Which will decide this election are still too early and too close to call. But
Are you kidding
Trump
me?
is doing better in some Florida
No, there's a guy
counties,
behind him.
including urban areas of Miami-Dade, the county, than he did 4 years ago.
What a good example to set, President.
And what about the Democrats? Well, Joe Biden told reporters outside a community
You've
center
gone blurry.
in Delaware, his home state, that
I'm
he's
blurry?
superstitious
Yeah.
about making predictions. But is
Can you
hopeful.
make me
The
unblurry?
Democrats are optimistic
I
that
don't
the
know.
high
It's
turnout
in your
bodes
camera's
well for his
autofocused.
campaign. Mr.
I see.
Biden
Oh.
is projected. We projected that to win Vermont, the first Democrat state of the night. So we projected quite a few others as well for Joe Biden. Well, let's get the latest from the two campaigns. Very important mood check then at the moment. Greg Marlin's with the Democrats. And
Yay.
James Matthews is at the White House keeping a check on the Republicans. So, Greg first, and anything leaking out, any nuances, any indications?
Well, they're watching closely, as we all are. We know that Joe Biden is at his home here in Wilmington in Delaware, watching on television those results coming in before he comes here to address the nation, according to his campaign. But they're watching very closely. He tweeted actually not that long ago, telling people to stay in line, which is, of course, if you are at a polling station waiting to vote and haven't got in, even when the polls have closed, excuse me, you are allowed to carry on and cast your vote. So tweeting that people should stay in line, it's clear from what his campaign was saying, even in the last hour,
you know what Trump's going to
they
say.
were desperate to get voters
It's
to
closed.
the polls because they believe turnout is
Get
so
out.
significant.
Get out.
They'll be watching Florida. Remember, he sent Barack Obama down to Miami twice, his former boss, in recent weeks, because they believed that turnout, particularly amongst the Latino community and the black community, would be significant. It doesn't appear to be working in Miami from the results that are coming in so far, but they're also watching perhaps with more hope what's happening in North Carolina and Georgia, because the exit polls suggest that the people they were targeting in the suburbs, those who were disaffected, didn't vote last time, are turning out this time, and that's why they have some hope there, because a win in one of those states would be really significant. As I say, he'll come here later tonight, they say, to address the nation, to talk about calm and unity, because they know there is still a long way to go in what could be a very messy election result.
Indeed. Okay, let's go to the White House. James Matthews is there, and what are you gleaning from there, James?
Growing confidence, I would say, amongst Republicans. Certainly, if you listen to what the Republican advisors, insiders are saying off and on the record. Earlier on, there seemed to be some concern about how they had played Pennsylvania and
somewhere
a relatively
in
low turnout. There was
Well, no,
concern
I figured
there.
that.
Subsequently, they have gone on the record saying that the turnout in Pennsylvania has turned in to, in their words, Trump rally-esque.
Maybe Scottish?
So they're clearly happy with the way things are going in that particular state. In terms of Florida, what they are saying is that the turnout for Donald Trump in that state is down to what they call historical voter participation, a dividend from what they think has been an effective ground game, outreaching to the voters at large, but in particular minority voters. Republican have Republicans played it differently from the Democrats, who, because of COVID, did their outreach largely virtually. But the Republicans continued, despite a brief break, continued to reach out to voters in person, knocking on doors and so on. They think that has paid a dividend in trying to pin down the voters that they need to balance the voters they have lost, suburban women and so on. So Donald Trump seems to be confident. He tweeted a couple of hours ago to say, looking good across the country. Thank you, he said. He's watching the results coming in the East Wing of the White House with senior allies and family members. There is a party later on, so the heart sinks, Dermot, at the prospect of the dad dancing we might see at that particular gathering. 250 people expected, but all eyes will be on the president himself when he steps forward to the mic. Confirmation in the past hour that we will hear from him. No confirmation of the time of that, but that's clearly key. And if things are looking good for him in Florida and elsewhere, then one wonders, will he follow through with this threat indication that he will prematurely declare the result? All sorts of consequences, of course, to flow from that.
All right, James, thank you very much indeed. Well, mentioning Florida, let's check in on the latest situation there with Ed Conway. I'm also fascinated, and it's also crucial to Donald Trump, but what's going on in Ohio, Ed?
Yeah, the Buckeye State, as you know. I actually saw them play, the college football team there, a few years back. They're crazy fans, I will tell you that. But this state, it's been going kind of more and more Republican over the course of the last few years, but typically seen as a bellwether for the rest of the election. In fact, every election since, I think, 1960, it's gone to whoever has won that election. So, you know, a lot of focus on this state, and it's worth us just looking at what's going on there. Come here and we'll have a look at Ohio. I'm going to bring up the data for Ohio. Now, this is last time around, 2016. Donald Trump won it, 51.8%. And this time around, well, come and have a look. So 51.8 last time around. This time around, Joe Biden's in the lead, but we need to be cautious with this. And why do we need to be cautious? Because remember what we were talking about earlier on with early voting and the fact that a lot of those early votes tend to be probably more Democrat than Republican, and a lot of those votes are being kind of counted earlier. So it might be that we have something of a blue mirage and things changed later on, and that Ohio starts to look very much more like Donald Trump's territory a little bit later on. 18 electoral college votes. And here's the reason why it's worth just being cautious with those numbers there. This is from the exit poll in Ohio, and what you've got here is what happened in 2016, and this is specifically over 65. So a key constituent here for both men, both of them trying to target pensioners over 65s. And last time around, look at Donald Trump's bar in particular, 56% support amongst over 65s for Donald Trump. Look what's happened this time around. So older voters have gone up, 63% of over 65s going for Donald Trump. This is according to the exit poll in Ohio, suggesting actually that Donald Trump not only has consolidated his support, he's actually gained more support there. And it's a not dissimilar story that we're seeing in Florida as well. A big elderly vote in Florida, but also a big Hispanic vote there. And if you consider, this is the state as a whole, we've now got 91% in, and I mentioned not long ago, the panhandle, these bits here were likely to be Republican. And as those votes got counted, we were likely to see Trump's number go up. And look, it does look, he's very much in the lead in Florida now. So that is going to be something that Republicans will be absolutely delighted about, as will they with what's happening in Palm Beach. So another down towards the south, close to Miami, Palm Beach here, a resort area, of course. And typically, you know, although Donald Trump rather likes it down there, it has been Democrat, OK? But look at the numbers there, 56.6% for Hillary Clinton. And part of the problem for her last time around is she didn't get enough votes. So Joe Biden really wanted to raise this number, 56.6. Well, what's happened? We've got 92% of the votes in, and you can see actually it's slightly lower for Joe Biden, 56.1 rather than 56.6. So he is actually losing some of the votes, and the speculation is that that might be the fact that the Hispanic vote hasn't necessarily come out for him. That's the story so far in Florida, looking good for Donald Trump, and also bear in mind that shift I was talking about. So North Carolina does look promising for Joe Biden, but it might be that as those Republican votes come in and are counted, that lead starts to narrow. All of this, well, let's show you the virtual White House, because we're starting now to get onto that pathway towards the White House, and you can see what's going to happen. Have a look at this. Here we are, a virtual White House. It's quite dark now, but what you can see is look at the numbers there. Joe Biden, 51 Electoral College votes, and Donald Trump along there, 42. Still a very long way indeed, and it's going to be a long night, particularly given that Pennsylvania might again prove to be the central state here, the pivotal state, and they take a long time to count, don't they?
Indeed,
Yes, they
Ed,
do.
thank you very much indeed. Plenty to chew over then. Ashley Koenig, first of all, and what we're seeing in Ohio, Ed Conway was making very clear there that still a lot of counting to do. What are you reading into it?
You know, I think that number of seeing over 65s now even more so in support of Donald Trump, that's a pretty telling number. We were talking about, you know, perhaps counties like in Florida, talking about Sumter County, and if we would see any type of grave revolt, and the numbers of the night that we've seen so far for those in the over 65 category have not necessarily fit that description, Ohio being one of them right now. There are a lot of urban areas that that Biden could do well in. Looking at the vote with African-American voters, he really absolutely needs to turn out these urban areas around around cities like Cleveland and Columbus. And he needs to turn out the key voting blocks to the Democratic base if he has any chance in Ohio. And frankly, with, you know, if Florida does go for Trump, that narrows a lot of paths for Biden going forward.
And let me ask you, Kim Darroch, at this point in the evening, what are the international community making of it all? So the key states counting away there, Florida, as always, very tight. I suppose they've got their reactions in place. Do they kind of start gyrating, looking one way and the other, or do they just stay a bit zen and say, whatever will be, and we'll deal with the result when it happens?
I think, Dermot, they will try to stay zen. But I do think they will look at what's happening in Florida and what's happening in Ohio, and those who are around in 2016 will start to think, you know, as Yogi Berra said, is this deja vu all over again? I mean, the last half hour, and still very early in the evening, but the last half hour does feel as if there have been some indicators pointing towards Donald Trump, and people will be looking at that and thinking, well, have the polls been off beam again? You know, is this going to be another huge surprise?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a huge surprise is perhaps in many of the states. So I want to discuss the situation in Pennsylvania. We've been highlighting that for you in particular because of how tight it is, but also in terms of how long it might take to count that.
It's so fucking boring.
Postal votes still being the mail-in ballots.
So boring. Like
right up to this Friday, and counting of those.
Him and Omarosa is making me not want to watch Sky.
If it is tight,
We'll change it then.
I'll change it when they go.
I'm sure our viewers say the same thing.
Absolutely nothing.
They probably already changed it on 10 times already.
They can tell me if they want me to change it.
Counted and
they could tell you.
Exactly. Joe Biden. I can confidently
What do you guys want? Different?
Stay that way.
Or stay on this channel. Let us know.
No, because then they'll tell us to go on something completely different.
Donald Trump, a huge amount of counting still to go, and as I say,
what do you guys think? Biden, Trump, come on.
For several days.
Let's be real.
Into next week. It may not. It
Kanye West.
Indeed, on the
Kanye West.
Yeah.
Close in on the entire
Isn't that real enough for you?
On that note, I want to talk now to John Fetterman, a senior Democrat and Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania. Very good to talk to you, Lieutenant Governor. What is your feeling then as a Democrat about how it's going to go in your state?
Sure. Well, I mean, obviously, as you pointed out, it's way too early to call. But in terms of Democratic chances, I'm very encouraged by reports of turnout in southeastern Pennsylvania, which has been trending more and more Republican, more and more Democrat in recent years. So there have been reports of turnout in the 80s, approaching 90% in critical counties like Montgomery and Chester. And turnout in Philadelphia is very high as well, too. So, so far, things are promising. The really good news is definitively there was no major drama or, voter issues or things like that. I mean, there were small things, but on balance, we had what I'm sure will be the highest turnout in Pennsylvania history. And our, issues on the ground were minimal to non-existent. So that's good.
But there have been issues even before the polls closed, the issues about the counting, about the mail-in ballots, about the acceptability of them and how long that count may go on. If it is tight and you have to get down to those late mail-in ballots, do you see more legal challenges taking place?
Well, of course there'll be a legal challenge if it gets down to that. But like I said, once we know where some of those big counties come in and the turnouts look out, then that focus will come more into it's right now it's difficult to tell whether or not it's going to come to get that close. But nevertheless, the turnouts that we're seeing in these critical counties are absolutely they vote well for Democrats.
No, I'm good.
That's for sure.
All right.
Very
Kitchen
interesting.
break, folks.
I'd be really interested as well to get your take on
Patch,
the issues.
patch,
Let's
patch.
start top of the tree. How did coronavirus play?
Well, I mean, in Pennsylvania, it's just
Easy, you get it, and then you get sick. I mean, what?
If you like the last 4 years,
I guess. Yeah, we do. I love the way some of the sound just doesn't work. I'll just do it away anyway. There we go.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from the pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
Yes.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. Top of the hour, we're going to have a lot more poll closings, but let's talk about Pennsylvania. Something tells me Andrea Mitchell will be talking about it all night long and then some.
And then for several days. One of the really important things about Pennsylvania is that Hillary Clinton only won the suburban counties, the 4 big suburban counties outside of Philadelphia by 180,000 votes. That was not nearly enough to offset Donald Trump's big strength out west, where Casey Hunt was talking about, Kate Snow was talking about, and you know, the rural vote, the steel workers, the energy industry. In any case, what they now think is that the suburban collar counties around Philadelphia will produce a 300,000 vote edge. That's what they really need to do for Joe Biden, and that's what they're looking at. The other thing was that it was 70-30 in those rural western Pennsylvania areas.
70-30 for Trump
over
yes.
Clinton.
Yes.
They think that Joe Biden, coming from Scranton, being a working-class union guy, can shave that to 64-36, something of that nature. The other surprising thing is that, contrary to what the Biden people had expected, we're seeing in the exit polls that nationally, seniors are going marginally for Trump over Biden. People had thought that that would be a strong Biden vote. Seniors worried about health care, worried about COVID. But so far, it's 51-48, something like that.
So seniors did not abandon Trump over the coronavirus, but we'll see what happens in the suburbs, as you say.
Let's take a look at North Carolina. A fair amount of the
votes
in there, Chuck.
No, a lot of the votes in. Biden's holding a lead here. As you can see, he's got a 219,000 vote lead. I want to show you something here just so you can see how much vote is left. So he's got about a 200,000 vote lead. We think there's about 1.8 million vote still left to come in. And you see gray counties, for what, in case you're wondering when you see this, it means we have no vote in them yet. If it's gray. So it's stuff like this. Let me just quickly show you something here, just to show you already Joe Biden's vote total here, 2.149, okay, with 70% in. Let me just show you Hillary Clinton. When all the votes were counted, it was 2.189. First of all, you could see turnout is way up, but you could see Democratic turnout in particular. And the story is right now in these suburban counties. I showed you Mecklenburg here. Right now, he's got a nearly 200,000 vote lead out of there. Hillary Clinton didn't get but 140,000 out of it. And you can see here, he's even outperforming. Let me go to 08 Obama, because 08 Obama carried North Carolina. And as you can see, he got 100,000 out of Mecklenburg. He could get 200,000. That's how you win the state of North Carolina, guys.
All right. Thank you, Chuck. Joining us now, Jose Diaz-Balart. He's in Florida. He's the anchor of Weekend Nightly News and Noticias Telemundo. And Jose, the Florida story really focuses on the Latino vote and a massive get out the vote and persuasion operation dedicated to South Florida, a place you know well.
I do indeed. Good evening, and it's going to be the story if indeed Donald Trump ends up winning the state of Florida. It could have a lot to do with specifically South Florida and the Latino
Vermont
vote
with
in South
65.8%.
Specifically Cuban American voters, Venezuelan American voters, Nicaraguan American voters, and some Colombian American voters that for the last 3 years, Donald Trump has been working very consistently, insistently, and also there's been a very strong push for the last months that Democrats are socialist, and that attack went unanswered for a long time. Maybe that will have some impact on how Florida ends up.
The bread stale, by the way.
Wait and see.
All right, Jose, my friend, thank you, sir.
We're having toast.
Much more to come on this election night.
I know.
We'll be right back.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe
So we've
Biden's choice
gotten
to be next in line. But who is
5
Kamala
dislikes
Harris?
and 7
Join
likes.
me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who
Maybe
is
dislikes her
Kamala
for the
Harris?
adverts,
Join
I
me,
guess.
Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death
across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Well, we're pushing on toward the 9 o'clock Eastern hour, and there will be a lot of closings coming up at 9 o'clock. Let's walk you through them. Battlegrounds, including Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, Texas, and Wisconsin.
And the fact that we're calling Texas something of a battleground this year shows you what an extraordinary year it is. In just a few moments, we will have those poll closings. We are starting to fill out our map already. Some surprises. And one thing that is not surprising, Florida was tight, but so far it is trending in the president's direction. A must-win for him tonight.
And as we await that next big round of poll closings at the top of the hour, we'll pause here briefly. You are watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Really?
What's up?
They were literally just back for like a second and they went straight to the adverts.
Ballot this election. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. So in a very literal sense, abortion is on the ballot in 2 different states, Louisiana and Colorado. In Louisiana, they're anticipating that post-Roe world. They asked voters to consider a constitutional amendment that would make it such that you could that no one would be able to find a right to abortion in the Louisiana Constitution. Now, when I was talking to one strategist, they said it's very unlikely that anyone would find a right to abortion in the Louisiana Constitution. But the idea is that in the event that Roe v. Wade is overturned, there would be no time in which that abortion rights groups could come in and try to make it such that the state would ban it. In Colorado, a much more simple, straightforward measure, a ballot measure that would ban abortion after 22 weeks of pregnancy. Important to note, Colorado is one of only 7 states that doesn't have a gestational limit. Why that's important is Colorado has become something of an abortion haven in the American West for patients who are seeking the procedure later in their pregnancy. And, you know, we've spoken about this several times, but there are very, very limited legal circumstances in which a patient could do that. And those are, for severe fetal abnormalities, for women's health. So if, in fact, that ballot measure is successful, it would dramatically transform the way in which patients are able to access abortion, not just in Colorado, but really beyond the state borders.
All right, Kate Smith. Kate, thank you very much.
That's simple. Just cross the state. Abortion.
Up next, it's a CBS News special report, America Decides. You're streaming CBSN. Welcome back to Times Square in New York and our CBS News election headquarters. I'm Norah O'Donnell, along with our powerhouse political team. It's almost 9 o'clock in the East, 6 o'clock in the West, and polls are closing in several battleground states, including Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. Polls are also closing in Minnesota, a state that the Trump campaign is hoping to turn red, but that found itself at the center of the debate about racial injustice when George Floyd was killed there this summer. Texas is also closing. It's a state the Democrats are dreaming of turning blue again, even as the Republican leaders of that state repeatedly challenged attempts to expand voting there ahead of the pandemic. Counting is underway in more than 40 states, and results pouring in here at our election center, and we're just starting to get that picture. Just how tight the race is, all the battleground states closing at this hour have faced stunning increases in coronavirus infections and are all struggling with job losses. So also we'll see how those issues are affecting the vote tonight. At this hour, CBS News is able to project that Minnesota is leaning toward Joe Biden.
Ooh.
That is significant.
That was a state that the Trump campaign had hoped to flip.
And Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Texas, all toss-ups at this hour.
So I messed up the graphics there.
9 states where polls have just closed, CBS News is able to project that Joe Biden has won New York State. And CBS News is prepared to categorize New Mexico as likely for Biden. And President Trump is likely to win Kansas, Louisiana, Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming.
I mean,
New York, a winner there for Joe Biden. There is a look at the whole map. Let's check
someone's
in
messing up these
with our
graphics.
Elections Director Anthony Salvanto. Anthony.
Hey there, let me show you a couple of states.
They have one job.
Here,
Come on.
the toss-ups that everybody is.
They are
trying to
dealing with a
figure
lot
out.
of
Here are the
information,
decision
to be
desk.
fair.
First, North
Come on now, go lay down.
Still a toss-up. Joe
No,
Biden
I don't wanna.
up in the counted vote, and if I turn on what we're running for our decision
Hey, good
models,
boy.
that is where the
Never.
trend lines are headed, that stays at a Joe Biden lead. Now, one of the things that would keep you from projecting this is if I show you the remaining vote, President Trump only needs, in our computations, 55% of what's outstanding to catch up and tie Joe Biden. So that's not enough. That's not a wide enough lead yet for Joe Biden. And 74% of the vote is in, so you've got about a quarter still left. So a lot more to come there in North Carolina. The other thing I want to show you is Texas. Now they're starting to count. They've been counting for a while. Right now, it is very, very close, 49-9 to 48-8 for Joe Biden. Democrats really ran up a lead in the early vote, but we see Republicans catching up in the Election Day vote. It's the same story that's been going on. I'll do the same thing. I'm going to show you our decision desk models. The president actually takes an edge when we add in what we expect to get from all of the rural counties around Texas, which are reliably, heavily Republican. That bodes well for the president.
But Anthony, put it right back to what is the current vote tally at this hour, not the sort of projection. It's incredible, Ed, to see how close the Lone Star is. I grew up in Texas.
And the Texas you grew up in is not the Texas of today, and that is why it is a toss-up now. And when was the last time Texas was a toss-up? 1976, I believe, was the last time a Democrat won it, and Jimmy Carter did it. And here we are tonight having a serious, potentially, conversation about a Democrat winning the state, or at least keeping it close. Remember, Democrats will say, even if they don't win the state of Texas tonight, they're going to win congressional seats, and they're going to win a lot of local races, and they're going to turn that state purple, meaning that come 2024 at least, we may be talking
But the fact that it's so close says something, doesn't it, John? I mean, who would think that Texas would even be in this conversation?
Well, and the turnout has been astronomical in Texas. More people voted early than voted the entire time in 2016. And looking at some of these counties, Collin County, there's 130,000 more voters in just that one county than there were last time. So there's something going on in Texas for sure. And also we should mention that the State House in Texas, that hangs in the balance as well.
I mean, this is a state that Trump won by almost 10 points.
Yeah, they got hit by a really bad
in
hurricane
2016. The
they
fact that we
needed a
see
lot
it
of
so
help
close
from the
tonight,
government for
but Joe
flooding and
Biden never
stuff.
visited the state. This is
Not sure.
largely,
I can't recall.
Beto O'Rourke and what he tried to do in 2018. This is the changing demographics of the state, right?
The executive director of the state party tells me that when you add up all the money spent by local and statewide candidates in that state, Democrats have collectively spent about $100 million to turn out the vote in the state of Texas tonight.
Wow.
The Biden campaign only threw in $6.5 million worth of television advertising, which is nothing in a state that big. But that is how they believe they could potentially at least make it competitive and remind the country that the state's one that's going to have to be looked at more seriously.
I don't think, Nora, you guys should underestimate the power of Beyonce, Queen Bee. we have to at least.
But that's a lesson for every day of the week, right?
Now, she's from Houston.
And she just endorsed him the other day, you know, very, very subtly.
Endorsed Joe Biden?
Yes, Joe Biden, yeah. It wasn't Donald Trump. She definitely endorsed Joe Biden. I know what you were saying. Biden and Harris, and she did a very subtle hat tip. I mean, you know, everybody goes, yeah, sure. But I wonder when you have somebody like that who very rarely gets involved in politics, if that makes a difference.
Well, there's a big mix of things going on there. You have celebrity endorsements like that.
Yeah.
You have the dynamics.
There's two
of
attitudes with that.
Democrats,
One is the
congressional
people who
seats across
feel
the
like
country,
celebrities
the
shouldn't get
suburbs of big cities
involved with
across the
anything
country.
like
Happened in
that
Texas 2
and
years
get
ago. They're
annoyed,
building on that.
so
You have
they actually vote
Latino
the other
support
way
for Biden
to
because of
spite
their
them.
opposition to the
And
president.
then you get the
you
other
have an
person
influx of
that is
millions over the last
loyal
several
to a
years
fault
from
to
across
that
the country
celebrity who will
moved to the
literally do
state
what they're
for
told and
its
what they
medical
say.
industry, the technology industry,
Both is wrong.
transforming it. And that's, again, we're seeing this happen
You make
in
your own
Georgia,
mind up. You
North
vote for your own.
Carolina, Arizona, Texas tonight. The country is changing, and it's presidential politics.
It also has the highest total number of COVID cases in the United States right now, particularly along that border area, El Paso. You were talking about Beto O'Rourke, his home territory there. It is just really getting devastated by infections right now. I mean, if, and it's a big if Biden were to flip Texas and he took the 2016 states that Clinton won back then, I mean, that's it. That's a game.
Right. I had spoken with some Biden advisors early in the night who didn't want to characterize this state. They still believe this is a dream. They really don't think that at the end of the night that they would be able to flip Texas. It's just such a Republican state. But the turnout is quite remarkable, given that, in fact, the Republican governor, Abbott, made it difficult, very difficult for people to vote in that state. Let's bring in CBS's Omar Villafranca. He joins us now from Richardson, Texas. That is a suburb of Dallas. And Omar, I know you were out with the voters today. Long lines as well today.
They were, but they were moving along. And keep in mind, you had more than 9 million people vote early. Just under 17 million registered voters here in Texas. 9 million of them voted early. 5.6 million Latino voters. An interesting note, since 2016, 1.8 million new voters in the state of Texas. Now, I heard you guys talking about Harris County. Harris, Dallas, Travis, Bexar. Those traditionally go blue. But keep in mind, 254 counties here in Texas. El Paso over there is in the mountain time zone, so they're just closing the polls right now. But people are watching the suburbs. I hear you guys talking about suburban women. Suburbs, what are they doing out there? Well, I'm here in Collin County. Now, keep in mind, Mitt Romney won Collin County by 32 points. When the president ran in 2016, he won by 16 points. But in the midterm election, heated race between Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke, Cruz only won by 6 points. That raised a few eyebrows. So now people are watching to see what's going to happen and if Texas will become a battleground state. Maybe in 2024, if that's the case, Ed, get ready for a barbecue.
It is every political reporter's dream come true to have to cover politics in Lone Star.
And of course, we know that Texas is really the mother lode of electoral votes, 38 electoral votes.
And just to update you on Collin County,
big
which is
state.
in my head, President Trump won it. Candidate Trump won it by 17 points. He's
It
only
is, but
winning
that's
by
why I
2
find it
points
so
right now, with
surprising
95%
how
of
many
the vote in
points
Collin County.
California
Those are
have.
those shrinking margins as Biden has been able to cut into the lead with those independents, with those college-educated white women. That is the shrinking of the margin that Trump had in the previous election.
And Nora, just to pick up on a point you made about how tough it has been made to vote in Texas, it's one of the few states where you need an excuse to vote absentee. Being afraid of getting COVID was not enough.
Yes, that's right. And he limited the number of ballot boxes per county to one ballot box per county. Harris County covers all of the Houston area. So for 5 million people, there was one drop-off ballot box. We did, as Janet Shamlian did an incredible story on the CBS Evening News about that people were driving 30 and 40 miles. That Harris County is bigger than the state of Rhode Island. So people were driving that far just to drop off their ballot. It's a reminder, though, this election, we talked about how much matters. We've seen people say, my vote is one of the most important things I can do. I can control that, and I want my voice to be heard.
And that's one of the messages of tonight. Whatever happens, the people have turned out and have worked very hard to vote in a way they haven't maybe in any of our lifetimes.
One of the things we should point out at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 in the West, the fact that so many states remain white right now, that is not, normal year, non-pandemic year, you'd see a few more of those states
Meaning
up on the board.
Meaning
They're toss-ups, that's
Yes.
right. They haven't been called. That's partly because we're looking at a more competitive horse race between the president and the former vice president, but also because the pandemic is making it harder to count ballots in a lot of these states, or at least it's slowing the process a bit. But the fact that several of those states along the East Coast and now in the Midwest, the fact that they can't be called yet is a reminder of that.
Yeah, we talk about the changing America. We want to bring in CBS News contributor Maria Elena Salinas because Maria Elena, Texas, it's got a huge Latino population.
That's right, Nora. Almost 1 in 3 voters in Texas is Latino, 5.6 million in all. But turnout in this group has usually been very low. Only 40% of Latinos voted in Texas in 2016. But that's not the case this year. There's 2 million Latinos that voted early in Texas, driven mostly by young and first-time voters. That's a 25% increase from 2016. And that's just the early voting. 60% of them are supporting Biden. So, what's bringing them out? Well, President Trump is a lightning rod for many in Texas. They're particularly turned off by the president's anti-immigrant rhetoric and his policies like family separations and limits on legal immigration. There's also that mass shooting targeted Mexicans at the Walmart in El Paso where 23 people were killed. And then there's the coronavirus, like Margaret mentioned, which is decimating border cities like El Paso and Rio Grande Valley. El Paso is in a state of emergency right now with morgues running out of space. So as far as Texas, Latinos who support the president, the biggest issues for them are law and order and the economy. So if Texas does turn blue, if it does, let's see if the Latino vote has something to do with that.
All right, Maria Elena Salinas, thank you. And CBS News projects at this hour that President Trump has won the state of Arkansas. Also, CBS News projects Joe Biden has won the state of New Jersey. Coming up, Major Garrett has new details on those independent voters and a big change from 2016. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
The one thing I'm noticing is they're able to call certain blue states a lot earlier for Biden compared to Hillary last time round. That's a bit of a good sign, but I don't know.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
What happened?
Go to the
My
ends of
chair
the
squeaked.
earth right now. We got something crazy. Boom. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Thank you for joining us on Election Day 2020. It is about 9:15 here on the East Coast, and polls have now closed in more than half the country. Polls closed this hour in 14 states, including the battleground states of Arizona, Texas, Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. We have learned per a senior Trump campaign official that President Trump will speak tonight from the East Room. Quote, even if it's not to declare victory, he needs to set the narrative, end quote. The 9 o'clock hour is a critical one for both President Trump and Joe Biden. 156 electoral votes are up for grabs this year and could start to give one of the candidates a glimpse at victory. CBS News projects President Trump will win Arkansas, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and West Virginia. Joe Biden is projected to win New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Delaware, Connecticut, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. But regardless of the winner, the 2020 election is already one for the history books. More than 101 million people voted early this election. That's more than 73% of the total turnout for 2016. But we may still not know a winner tonight. That's because some states like Wisconsin did not start counting their mail-in ballots until today. Let's bring in our election night panel. Caitlin Huey-Burns, Leslie Sanchez, and Joel Payne. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter and joins us from Philadelphia. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst, and Joel is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. Leslie and Joel are both joining us from Washington. It is good to see you all. Remember when we all used to crowd around this table? That feels like 25 million years ago. But it's so good to see you guys.
It's so funny.
All right, Caitlin, let me start with you because you are in Pennsylvania.
What's funny? What are you on about?
All eyes are on that state. It is a critical state for both candidates. Their polls closed at 8, but election officials there say it could take several days to get through all of those early ballots. So when might we know who won? And could that essentially vote counting process, I don't want to use the word delay because that gives the impression perhaps to some that there might be something wrong, but could the time that it takes to actually count all of those votes in Pennsylvania leave the entire election potentially in limbo?
Elaine, I miss being at that table with you as well, but Pennsylvania, I guess, is the next best thing because this is a key.
Wait, was that
battleground
68.9% in Pennsylvania with
votes, not only because
how many
it was determined
percentage
by such
votes
a slim
already
margin
in?
2016,
14.
but because of exactly
14%.
what you just described, whether we will actually get results on election night. Officials on the ground here have been telling us for weeks not to expect results from Pennsylvania. Why? Well, they couldn't start opening up ballots to be counted until today, until Election Day. That's different from states like Florida and elsewhere, which have been able to start processing, opening up ballots and processing them before Election Day. So they have been sending those warning signs ahead of time, saying that they're prioritizing accuracy over speed. So it's not a bad thing. The integrity of the election is still very strong. It just might take a few days, perhaps, to get results. The state Supreme Court also ruled here that any ballot received within 3 days after Election Day, so by Friday, as long as it was postmarked by Election Day, will still be counted. I am standing in front of the Philadelphia Convention Center. Why am I here? Well, this is where all of the ballots for Philadelphia are, right behind me in this building. So it's a very busy scene in there with lots of workers counting and tabulating those ballots. And this is why there is such a focus on Pennsylvania. If it all comes down to Pennsylvania, this could be really key. And we know that both campaigns have been focused on this state, barnstorming it over the past couple of days, having lots and lots of events here. They know that this is such a critical state for their respective paths to victory.
And Caitlin, more broadly beyond just Pennsylvania, how big of a deciding factor could these early ballots be in general?
They're such a big factor. Remember, in this pandemic, we're voting in ways that we may not have before. So a lot of states have ramped up their absentee ballot programs. Several other states have extended the number of days to be able to vote early. We've seen that Democrats have had an advantage in the early vote totals. And today on Election Day is where the Trump campaign hopes to make up those margins. They're hoping that in these key states, especially where I am here in Pennsylvania, that turnout will help them on Election Day. So that's kind of why we've all been watching these ballots. It's a way that a lot of states haven't done that before. Here in Pennsylvania, I should note that even before the pandemic, the bipartisan state legislature passed a measure allowing people to vote absentee without an excuse. Over 3 million absentee ballots have gone out here.
All right. Well, Leslie, you know, our CBS News Battleground Tracker did have President Trump trailing Joe Biden coming into Election Day, but his campaign was expecting a big turnout today. So when you look at the map, what states are you looking at to give the president his best chance at victory?
Let's start from the beginning, Elaine, and at the bottom part of the southern area and Florida. And by Florida, I'm talking about the very bottom, Miami-Dade County. That's an area, particularly
where this guy was
that
born.
had to turn out for the president. We've spent a lot of time understanding that I-4 corridor, Broward County, that's moving up toward the central part of the state. But Miami-Dade has turned out to
Jackson
be
Memorial Hospital.
interesting.
I thought you were talking about Trump then. I was going to be like, no, he had.
No, this guy right here.
Tremendously
He ignored the joke.
overpowering in terms of support than
On
it
purpose.
did in 2016.
Boo.
And
Boo.
that may be a single outlier in terms of how it that the Latino effect could ripple across the country. It's going to be different in Texas and Arizona, but it's certainly going to have an impact. And we're just starting to see and understand that now.
Yeah, I mean, it is really just neck and neck when you look at those numbers out of Florida. All right, so Joel, what does it look like now for Joe Biden? I mean, what do the paths actually look like? We saw on that map a moment ago, those areas in white, those are toss-ups at this moment. We see, for instance, Texas, a place where Democrats have been saying for a long time they could flip it blue. It has been a reliably red state. But what are your thoughts now as you look at that map? Still a lot there in Texas, that race, just absolutely neck and neck, something that perhaps even just as recently as a few years ago would not have necessarily been something people would have predicted in the 2020 race.
Yeah, Elaine, there's so much to dig into. Any Democrat that was counting on Texas tonight, and really even Florida, I tell you, most of the people who I talk to within the Democratic establishment viewed those as nice to haves, but they weren't a part of the Biden win equation, right? Joe Biden can have plenty of paths to the presidency that don't involve Florida, Texas, even Georgia. There are a number of other states, North Carolina, which Joe Biden is looking really strong in right now. Even Ohio, where Joe Biden is surprisingly showing some strength. I saw Major talking about some of the exit poll numbers that look really, really strong for Biden coming out. So, and then of course there's that upper Rust Belt wall of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, where we know Biden has shown some enduring strength in the polls leading up to Election Day. So there's a lot of paths for Joe Biden. That's the value of having a lot of different ways that you can get to 270. Biden certainly has that, and there's nothing that we've seen tonight that changes that. I think Florida, for a lot of Democrats like me, Florida has been doing this to Democrats for probably my entire political lifetime. So there's really no surprise there. Even if you just go back to 2018, right? We were I remember we were sitting around a desk and Andrew Gillum was the candidate for governor, right?
That's right.
And a lot of people thought he was going to win, and we had a similar reaction. So nothing's really changed that would preclude Joe Biden from winning the presidency tonight.
All right, well, Caitlin, in terms of campaign events, we have seen President Trump hit that campaign trail really with such an accelerated pace here in the final days before Election Day. We saw Joe Biden hit the campaign trail as well. What do the places where these candidates visited, what does that actually tell us about how each side is feeling and where it is that they are prioritizing their efforts?
Well, it certainly signals where they think the best path to victory is, or where they could potentially cut into their opponent's margins. It's been really striking to be on the ground here in Pennsylvania because this is well-trodden terrain by both of these candidates. Over the past couple of days, Pennsylvania voters have likely seen or heard about or seen in their local news a visit by these candidates. Several states made by several stops made by President Trump over the past couple of days. Several stops made by Joe Biden, who returned back to Pennsylvania today, his hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania. He visited. I think that really shows you where this campaign feels they could potentially put this race away. If they can block off the president's path to victory here in Pennsylvania, they believe that they could block off his victory to the White House, the president's victory. But they also have been saying, the Biden campaign has been telling us that they don't need to have Pennsylvania if they can win some of these other states. That's why, because we may not have results here on election night in Pennsylvania, that's why we're looking at states like Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona. Keep an eye on those, and that will tell us kind of where this race is headed.
So, Leslie, we're not sure if the president is going to actually address the American people tonight. What is it you think is factoring into that decision, even though we obviously still don't have anywhere near any final results? Leslie, can you hear me?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some technical
All right, I think we've lost our audio connection with Leslie. So, Caitlin, very quickly in our final minute here. So, there are legal challenges that are expected here on both sides, right? Both of these campaigns have been preparing for that.
Absolutely. Both teams have a team of lawyers, and that's not out of the ordinary. But again, if it comes down to a state like where I am, where they're going to be potentially scrutinizing every ballot, that's where these legal challenges could come. The state Supreme Court here said that ballots can be accepted up to 3 days after Election Day, as long as they're postmarked by Election Day. Remember, that went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court kicked it back, but did not rule out potentially ruling on it after Election Day. So both campaigns teamed up to fight for every single vote if it comes down to it.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, Leslie Sanchez, and
that
Joel
decision from the
Payne, thank
Supreme
you all for
Court
joining
is just a
us tonight.
cop-out.
We are going to take
Let's
a short
see
break, but
if
now's a
someone
good time
wins
to
it by a
remind
big
you you
margin,
can
so
stay
we
up
don't
to
have to
date
actually
by
make a decision on
downloading our
it.
CBS News app. Stay with us. You're
It's
streaming
like,
CBSN. CBS News
I see what you're
always
doing
on.
there. I see. I mean, it's a fair enough decision, but it really does leave it in limbo, doesn't it?
Yep, it sure does.
All right, let's see what NBC's doing.
And that's why Trump wanted his person in, so that they can sway the
Last
vote.
Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSN.
Yeah, true.
Well, you don't think so?
I mean,
that's another Trump supporter in the Supreme Court.
I don't know. It might backfire on him.
I don't know.
He put Brett Kavanaugh in for him to do certain things, and even he's not went completely on Trump's side with certain things.
Something. I find myself unable now really to calculate at all how this is going to come out, because there is so much.
So in those
so
terms,
many different things going on across that electoral map. And then you have Frank Lutz's prediction in his interview with you earlier that Democrats in the Rust Belt in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania will come home having voted for Donald Trump in 2016, will now come back to the Democrat Party. So what's my conclusion? Who knows what's going to happen? It's going to be a long night. The other point I would
just depends on the integrity of the Supreme Court justice.
Of
if they're doing it with their beliefs and with the thing like this one is more about the written word.
That's within the margin
on the law.
litigation.
So she's a very what's the word? Is it constitutionalist or something like that?
Point of puzzlement you have there, Kim
Or
Barrett,
something like
with,
that. So
Ashley Koenig, and it's all that,
she
you know,
does like she has her
Florida,
views on
particularly
obviously a
amongst,
couple of things that
Hispanics,
aren't
Latinos, Donald
great,
Trump
but
seems to be doing quite well early in
they're
the
her
case of
ideals.
Texas,
I mean,
that he isn't, but it's part of the clue
she's
there
allowed
that,
to have an opinion. It
you
does
can't
stack
really
the court
say that
towards
all the
that
Latino
way of
vote is the
thinking,
same.
but
There
it might be
there are
okay.
Cubans, there are Puerto Ricans, there are Mexicans,
Still don't
of
think
course, and they're differently distributed,
they should have done
around
it.
the
I mean,
United
it was
States.
Trump's call at the end of the day to do it. There was no reason why he couldn't have done it, but it was more of a shouldn't.
He shouldn't have done it, I think.
But that's the issue. It becomes more of an honor issue there.
Yeah.
More of a,
none of these groups are a
you're up for an election, you perhaps shouldn't have, like Obama did it, which every Democrat told him he shouldn't have done it, but he said it was an honor thing, and it's biting the Democrats in the ass, really.
And not necessarily an overarching pattern throughout the country so far.
Okay, Ashley, thank you very much indeed for that. To be continued, I want to concentrate on the situation in Arizona in a moment or two. But first of all, I want to talk to Jamal Bowman, Democratic candidate for Congress in New York State. Very good to talk to you, Jamal Bowman. Thank you very much indeed. Well, how do you think your race is going to go? You're going to be in Congress pretty soon.
It looks like it. The polls just closed at 9 p.m. We're a heavily Democratic district, and early numbers show us, having about 93% of the vote. So we're looking good so far.
Okay. Now, the key question, though, is do you think you're going to have a Democratic president then to serve under?
It remains to be seen. I hope, the early numbers are what they are. It's pretty consistent between what's happening now and what happened in 2016. So we'll see. The night is long, and we're not gonna have results in many states for a number of hours. So we'll see how it goes. But either way, there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot to fight for. I've been sent to Washington with a mandate, and I plan to do everything I can to meet that mandate for the people here in this district.
Yeah, well, it's interesting what you say, because one thing's for sure is it's not going to be easy for either candidate. And on the Democratic side, I've been hearing some people saying, well, look, Joe Biden's got an 8, 9, 10% lead nationally. He's home and hosed. It's not going to be like that.
No, not at all. I mean, in 2016, all of the polling told us that Hillary Clinton was going to win the election, and that did not happen. So, we've been telling people to ignore the polls, continue to organize, and make sure you get out there and vote early, vote using mail-in ballots. This is going to be a fight, because it looks like tonight is going to be a close race, and then we have the mail-in ballots to count, and Trump has already declared that he would claim victory and challenge those mail-in ballots in the courts. So, we have a long fight ahead of us, but I believe we're prepared for that fight.
I know you're able to be nonpartisan as well, Jamal Bowman. So you must be heartened then just by the turnout. More than 100 million Americans voted before voting day, before November the 3rd. We haven't got the final tallies yet, but it could well be, something like 150 million. And that's got to be good for democracy.
Heartened is the perfect word. It's excellent for democracy. What the very thin silver lining that Trump has provided has been a wake-up call to the American people. We saw what happened in 2016. We've watched how he's governed over the last 3.5 years. It's been deplorable. It's been unacceptable. And democracy is on the ballot this time around. And as we deal and fight against
democracy is always on the ballot.
Fight for housing and healthcare as a human right. As we fight for human rights of all people, regardless
it's just a shame that
of
democracy is just really
we're getting
dead.
More people engaged, more people involved, especially the younger generation. I mean, groups like the Sunrise Movement and the Justice Democrats, Working Families Parties getting younger. There's a lot of organizing happening, which is why the numbers are so much higher than they were in 2016.
Now, Jamal Bowman, you can call me cynical if you like, but I heard Joe Biden, you'll have heard Joe Biden saying, well, I'm standing as a Democrat, but if I'm elected, I'm going to represent the red and the blue. I'm going to govern for all Americans. All presidents, well, say bar Donald Trump, but all presidents say that, don't they? He's going to be a Democrat. If it's a Democrat Congress, if it's a Democrat Senate, it's going to be a Democrat government. You're going to look after your own.
Well, yes, right. But there are Democrats who are more progressive, and there are some who are more moderate, and there are some who are more conservative. So it depends on what ideological line you fall under. So I believe Joe Biden, when he says he's going to govern for the entire country, what my wing of the Democratic Party would like him to be is more progressive, and make sure we implement government policy and use the weight of the government to respond to this coronavirus pandemic that has killed well over 230,000 people, and to respond to a nation where racism and inequality continues to persist. We hope that he has a progressive response and he responds to the progressive wing of the party to make sure that we save lives and give people access to opportunity and the opportunity to thrive within their communities. And that hasn't happened for at least 50 years in this country.
Okay, Jamal Bowman, it's always good to talk to you. Maybe talk to you if you get into Congress. I'm not counting any chickens there. Thank you very much indeed. Now, I just want to alert you to another state that we are going to project for you. It's one of the Carolinas.
Well, hello there.
Oh, it's a friendly neighborhood.
That's to the north. It's South
Wild
Carolina,
Joe.
Solidly Republican
How's it
state.
going?
9 electoral college
Yeah,
votes
fine.
there for the Republicans.
How's the election?
With 31% of the libraries.
Interesting.
It's interesting in the sense of it really is close. It's closer to Trump at the minute.
2%.
But it really does depend on some swing states that haven't declared yet.
I don't know.
Do you think he'll win?
Right now, I would say yes, based on what's happening. But it really does depend on how Ohio swings.
Well, definitely, it's
although
building here in Phoenix.
in the last couple of years, they usually are the main state who votes for the winner. So whoever they vote for is usually the winner of the whole thing.
Very, very shortly indeed. We'll just show you around a little
It's a
bit.
very
There's,
weird state.
Predominantly Democrat-leaning voters here for sure. There's been
Everyone likes to be a
whoops and
winner.
cheers every time the networks
very
that have been
true.
streaming on the walls have been calling
So you think he's going to
races
win?
for Joe Biden.
Right now, I do. Yeah, I think Trump might
Pretty
win it.
enthusiastic to be here.
I don't
What
want
about
them
you,
I'm
to,
just going to
but
bring you over and have a chat to some people who have.
I'd rather
come
have
down
the,
to watch race.
like I
Sorry
said
to
earlier,
interrupt you,
the
gentlemen. I mind if we have a quick chat.
the House
How
and
are you
Senate
guys
turn
feeling
blue.
about this race?
the
It's
Senate's
gonna be
looking
close here in
more
Arizona,
likely to turn
possibly close
blue
nationally.
with the
How are
way
you
things are
feeling?
going. So that's more likely to
feeling
happen.
nervous.
But
Yeah.
I think
nothing's
Arizona is
truly
going
in yet to
to
make
flip.
that determination.
Like if even if Trump won, which is
I don't
okay,
have
fine.
confidence that Arizona's
As long as that Senate
Why are you
changes
feeling
color,
so nervous?
I'll be
What
happy.
makes you so anxious? Is it last time memories of being disappointed at the last minute?
Then we can start blocking Trump's
Absolutely. I was certain
dumb ideas.
that Hillary Clinton was going to win last
For some
time.
good
and
ideas.
I really felt she deserved to win, and I was
Like,
shocked
you know,
and disappointed.
make it so he's got to
and
rethink
devastated when she did.
things a little bit.
Why is it that you think that Arizona particularly is going to flip blue this time? What is the feeling that you're getting around Phoenix with your friends and colleagues? Why do you think
If it's a Democrat thing, then
I think
definitely
Arizona
will.
is waking up.
That's what they did with
in terms
Obama.
of converting from an
The Congress was and Senate were red the whole 8 years.
Western type of state to a much more cosmopolitan state.
Yeah, but that's sure not good for the country
And I
either.
think
way.
Arizona
No, it's
it's
horrible for
not.
the
It would
country.
be
starting to realize the value of its diversity.
nothing done, but it can
And I
be
think that's a reason
dependent on
why
what
it's gonna
Trump
flip.
wants to get done, I
Can I
guess.
ask you as well, sir, how are you feeling? Are you a
guess.
Democrat voter
But
as
it'd be
well?
harder for us to change what Trump's done.
So I've had high
Yeah.
anxiety all day today.
Yeah, but would you not rather have
A working
both getting
government.
along and at least making progress in whatever their opinion and plan is, rather than the whole we're going to block you?
Just easier. Would you rather have a working government that can actually do something to make the country at least run, or would you like to have just a stalemate that does nothing
Then I
for
guess
4 years?
yes, your opinion out if you consider what he's done good or not.
And that's what you think.
Depends if you've got money.
How much of your vote
blocking.
tonight
No, it depends.
is
If
for
if you
Biden,
have
how much
money
of it is
and
against
you
Trump?
don't need healthcare, then yeah.
That's a
Doing
very
great.
good question. So I would say about 60%.
Well, I hope Biden wins
is
only
against
because
Trump,
I like to
and
vote quite a
40%
bit.
is for Biden.
I think he did a pretty.
You think there's a chance
Good
that this
job.
country can come together after this? Because there really is a
you
sense
compare it
isn't
to
there, that there's
other
a lot of
presidents
division. A
that
lot of
we've
people
had
we've spoken to have
in our
said
lifetime.
they're really worried about
Yeah.
the next few days, the next few weeks,
And he
and
supports
what it's going to do
Biden,
to this
obviously,
country
so-
one way or the other. How do you feel
Yeah.
about that?
I gotta go
Who's
with
this?
Yes, I do have
Obama.
concerns about that
Obama.
because there are some radical
Obama.
people in this country
Of course he would.
that have been brainwashed through the
That's his boy.
algorithms that they get through their
Yeah, that's what I
social
mean.
media
That's
feeds.
why I'd vote for Biden.
they're-
I not really know
They
anything
don't
about
research.
the
They don't
candidate
look at
this
the
year, to be
facts.
honest.
They don't believe in science.
Other than the fact
And
he was
that's just
Obama's
concerning to me.
vice,
The
whatever.
issues you voted on this election, what matters to you? Is it the
That's fair.
coronavirus? Is
But
it
then
the
that's
economy?
mainly
what matters
because
here in Arizona?
Trump dominates the headlines of
First,
American
we could have had a
politics.
cap
You
on
only really
this
know about Trump.
Back in March. And,
Well, I found
because
even
of
though
the
I've had
mismanagement of this
only
administration,
a very,
it's
very
just gone
mild
wild. That's why
kind of
we're number
interest,
one in the
like
world
forever.
for cases.
Now, whenever I
and
go
deaths.
to look, I just end up
So,
laughing and thinking, oh my god.
That's really
So,
the most
not really
pressing
blocked.
issue, in my opinion.
How are you going to feel in a
few hours' time.
I'm sure the
if in a
comedians
few
will be
hours'
very
time it's a
disappointed
big
if he's out.
we hear that Donald Trump is president again.
Kinda.
How are
Well,
you gonna
South Park said that they had a very
I'll be
tough year.
crushed. I'll go through a mourning
They
process.
said they couldn't
and
satire
start contingency
the
planning.
president because how do you satire
Contingency
Trump?
planning for what?
How do you satire what's
To maybe
already
relocate
that
to
ridiculous?
a healthier,
Exactly. No, they genuinely said that.
democracy.
So it's not great for every
I
comedian.
absolutely do feel that seriously about it.
They can't do over the top, versions, impersonations.
I will also go into a period of mourning, and I think that I will try to become more political.
Yeah, I
to
got
try
pop
to
one on
thwart
question.
the efforts of this Republican Party
your question.
and the
What was that?
unfairness.
Just
and
said
the
I did get pop
division
one on question.
And the sadness that I feel that they create in our lives.
Probably do the
day-to-day.
same at some point.
Do you think this country can come together again
It's alright.
after this, whichever way
I don't
it
think you're
goes?
gonna fall in love with it. It's just pretty cool in VR to have that kind of game.
It just might be a good game for us to play in multiplayer as well.
Yeah.
An empathetic president.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Really. It's quite cool. What you put your arms out to jump off the buildings and glide down.
Prejudging.
It's quite fun.
And are more
Don't lean on
open-minded
a
and are
fence
more caring toward
railing.
each other, and I think it's going to take a long time.
Well, thank you both for your time very, very much indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, this race is setting up
That
at the
only
moment.
happened at one time.
Really
Yeah.
looking like it's
It'll
gonna
happen
be
again.
close here in
4
Arizona,
years.
which is traditionally a Republican state.
Yeah, did you tell Ray that?
I just said it just now, so no.
What's that?
Basically, today in VR, little Phasmophobia, I actually wanted to lean on the fence that was in the game in real life. And I was surprised when I mean, I didn't follow anything, but I was surprised when I touched the fence.
I mean, we are
And that's just the
in a
first time that experience actually happened to me with VR. So.
Not only the scale of the vote,
Guess that was
but
funny.
the nature of
Easily
the vote,
done,
how
though.
so much early voting,
Yeah, I felt kind of
mail-in
silly.
voting has taken place, and then counting that. And
Right, so a
So what
question.
time?
I suppose the
Oh god,
parties that
there you go.
tend to have
Question from the
early
audience,
voting, what I'm talking about is you may
my
see
mother. Do you
some
really
states
think with a Democrat
originally
Senate and a
going
House
quite
that Trump
blue,
will
quite
not
Democrat,
be
and
as
then
destructive
beyond the
as
day,
he
vote
has
the
been for the
Republicans
last
come
4
back?
years?
Yeah, that's why it's very hard to draw any big
If
conclusions.
they
not
control
only
the
within
House like
counties,
the
within
Republicans
states, but what
control the
they
House when
tell you
Obama
about
was in
the
office.
rest of the
No,
country
I
as
think
well.
it'll
For
kind of
instance,
just
in Florida, it
it'll-
looks like Cuban Americans
they'll
have
stop.
helped
It'll steal
Donald
me.
Trump there, but
Yeah, they'll
will
steal
that
me
be
in it.
replicated
So
with Latino
no, it's not going to
voters
help.
in
It's not going to help at
Arizona?
all. But
Not
It
necessarily.
won't be
At
as
least-
destructive as if Trump
right, it won't be
had,
as
Then
destructive.
we've got Joe Biden now.
Like the
Yeah.
impeachment
Across the
thing,
board in
that would
some
have gone over
key
without a
voting groups,
hitch.
he seems to be improving in some areas
Like
quite
it, you know what I'm saying? It went over like a hitch. There was
on
no
Hillary
issues.
Clinton's
The Republicans
record.
completely
And that's manifesting in the likes
threw
of
out the whole
North
impeachment idea.
Carolina, Ohio, even ruby red Texas.
Because they owned it.
But, and it's a big but.
No, the
we're
only
now
one that
seeing
actually
some of
spoke
those
out,
margins
if I'm
against
correct,
Donald Trump
was
close, and that's because some of them are starting to get the in-person
guy
votes
from
counted. So it's this kind
Colorado,
of red, blue mirage that
Mitt
we
Romney.
kept being warned
Yep,
about.
he's the only one that
I think
spoke
we're
out
gonna
about
see
it,
the
and
figures
he was a
going up and
Republican.
down throughout the
Wasn't
night,
he the
and
guy?
it's just
Did he
too
run for
early.
office?
Yeah, he did against
But
Obama.
that's the point, isn't it? on the road
in
to-
his second
as I
term.
say, uncharted
Yeah.
territory, because so many people
The only Republican to
have
speak out, and it
voted
still
in
went
a
through anyway.
different manner as well, and we just
So
don't
she
have
said
any kind of
executive
map from
orders
the
will
past to
abound.
guide us.
And you know what complicates it even more?
Oh yeah,
There are
he's gonna
20
have to.
states
He's gonna
in
have
this
to, just
country
like
that allow
Bush
same-day
did
registration.
when
So you
when
can wake up and decide
when he was in
who's gonna go
office when
vote
it came to the
today.
Iraq
Those folks have not been
conflict.
factored in the polling. They were not factored in a lot of these models.
Well, he could,
and so in
yeah, he
20
could do what he wants
states,
really with.
X factor will be those people who showed up.
If he wants something
Yeah.
done, he
registered on
I,
the
th- I,
day
don't,
of,
I mean, I think
and
if I
voted,
recall,
and you have no idea who they may have voted
Obama
for.
had put
We've
in
also
a
got
bunch of
this
executive
in
orders
so many
because of the
different
fact he couldn't get
situations
things
with
through as
the
well.
voting,
Yep.
how you do it, and the other ways of
I think
doing
at one
So-
point the
it.
Republicans
If
were
you-
moaning that
if
he
you
had
have a
signed the
mail-in ballot,
most.
you don't use it, you
Yeah, well, he had to because he had no
Executive
choice
orders
really.
in
I mean,
his
what are
first
you
100
supposed
put
to
the
do?
vote aside and maybe count it later.
That's why I kind of hate the whole
Yeah, I
blocking
mean, there's all
system. It's
kinds
good,
of voting
but with most
scenarios that we
candidates,
could
I'm
be
like, all right,
looking
we'll
at.
just
I think it
let's
was
just
intriguing
let them
to see the
progress
Trump
in the right days.
campaign,
But when it
really
does come to
optimistic
Trump,
about
I do
turning
think
as
it
many
probably will be good
people
to
at the 11th hour
block some
as they
stuff.
could. Donald
Yeah.
Trump putting all his eggs in the
But
election
in general,
day basket,
I'd
if you
rather,
like, making sure
you know,
that
the same
people
house.
turn out on the day rather
Yeah.
than banking all
I
those
don't know.
mail
It's the same in this
ballots.
country with the whole, you know,
on the ground.
once it changes hands,
was
you kind of
because
once
of
you
the
start
pandemic,
reversing on each
to put
other.
boots on the
Yeah,
ground.
it
People
gets
knocking on the door
yeah
and going
weird.
out. So
To be
they
fair, though,
went
it's
into the
harder
hour,
to
and
reverse
then they
things
dispatched
here
their team, but it may have been too late in places
because
like
of the Lords.
Florida, in
So if there was a
places
massive
like
law
South
change
Carolina.
from one or the
These
other, it
are
wouldn't be as
tactics
simple
that were
as
traditionally
Labour take
used.
over and go,
But
nope, that's no
Biden
longer a
decided,
thing. They
"I'd
would
rather
have
be
to really
safe
fight for it.
sorry on the health front."
It's possible though.
And it made
It just it
possible.
wouldn't be done overnight
Very
like you
interesting.
could
Well,
in
I wanna
America.
bring in Kim Darrow
Yeah.
on the- just on the turnout
Because
and
you
the
really can. If
motivating
you have
factors.
the Senate and the House
Seems
all for one
Kim Darrow,
party,
gonna
they can
check in
change
on the
everything
campaigns
and
in a
anything that
moment
they
or two, but
want.
It seems, Kim Darrow,
Quite
doesn't it?
quickly
I
as
mean,
well.
you describe what a divided nation this is.
Which
but that's
can be a
motive
good thing and a
for
bad thing, but it's like
both
it depends.
sides.
It depends what works for the country.
Yes, and
Well, there's been a big push to get rid of the House of Lords, various people, but I think it's good.
I wouldn't get rid of the House of Lords, but I would change how
voters
they get to the
didn't seem
position.
sufficiently
I would
motivated
prefer
to
it to
turn
be
out
that we can actually
for
decide upon the
Hillary
House of
Clinton.
Lords.
Isn't it hereditary?
About 2020.
It is
Like-
in some
like
cases,
family,
yes.
family
Because Trump
tree
has
kind of
been
thing.
Such a
Yes.
divisive president.
Yeah.
Or what
hasn't
you've done
really
for the
reached out
community
across
in
political
the terms
divide
of
and tried
Alan
to-
Sugar
to
and stuff like that.
persuade
But
moderate Democrats
it's
that-
not
that
democratic at all.
something he's
No,
got something
no.
for them that you might get Democrats
Redefine
more committed
democratic.
and more motivated to vote this time round.
Well, it's
Maybe
all
they are, maybe they
democratic.
aren't, but it's not a consistent picture,
fake.
across the country.
Democracy is
at all.
fake.
One thing that is consistent, though, is that if you're a Trump supporter, you seem to turn out to
well.
vote, whatever.
So what time
Such
will
are the levels
you,
of commitment
like,
and
we find
enthusiasm
out,
amongst
obviously, if it is
such
close?
as the regard
In the
of
next
the
hour and
law.
15,
about
So
most
that's the kind
most
of
areas will
real
post,
problem
so
with the
we will
Democrats. Their
know
voters might turn out,
at
might
roughly
not.
about half
Trump's
4
voters
what the
certainly will.
projection is, but
Yeah.
things are
Okay, I
being
wanna check in on the mood
counted
amongst
a
the
little slower in
campaigns. Now,
certain
Greg Mullins
states.
with the Democrats, James
So
Matthews
it's
is with
very
the
hard to tell right now.
Republicans at
Like
the White House.
they've only
So see if their
predicted at the
antennae
minute it's
are picking up
89 to
any
72 to
intelligence
Biden,
whatsoever.
and you need
That
270 to
looked quite
win.
bad. You just popped up on the screen there when I mentioned any intelligence whatsoever. Of course,
All
Bernie's
democracy
going
is a
for two
myth.
of you. Greg Milam, what are you
Sorry,
hearing from
she
the
just said American democracy is a myth.
As you can see, it's pretty quiet here at the place where Joe Biden will come
guess
to
it's a
give
wider
his address to the nation as
debate
his campaign
for you.
described it. And I can't tell you how peculiar it is, bearing in mind previous election nights, to be standing somewhere that is so deserted
So
at this stage of an election night. Of
like
course,
at the
COVID
moment,
being the reason,
Biden is winning,
and the
but there are
Biden
some
campaign,
predictions
putting
that they
all of
have
its,
called,
protections in place.
in my
That's why
opinion, a
it's like
little
this, that
too
the
early.
cones mark
Yeah.
out where there will be
Because
cars
of
later
the
when
amount
people are
of
allowed in to come
votes
and listen to
that
Joe
have been
Biden
done
give that
by
address.
posting.
He is at home at the moment watching what's going on around the
A
country.
lot of
it's been,
Democrats would have
We'll
done
get some
post-in
warning
votes.
when he comes here. His campaign
It's
has
been quite different this year,
saying all
hasn't
day
it?
all about
Yeah.
For
trying to
various
turn
reasons.
out today. He was on the road.
So
all
they're
those
basing
roads
their
are
decision on
long
I'm
old
just
model.
surprised
because
about
they
how
believe
Texas
turnout
is
will be so,
swinging.
significant.
That's like
There
insane.
is some disappointment
I
about
just
what's
I
happening
would just
in
laugh
Florida,
my head
bearing
off
in
if
mind,
Ted Cruz is
particularly
no
in
longer a
Miami,
senator.
where they sent his
Yeah.
former boss Barack
I mean,
Obama to
Texas
try to
hasn't
drive
been
out turnout amongst
blue
black
in
and
I don't know
female,
how many years.
voters. That doesn't appear
50 plus years.
to have happened. That is a disappointment for them. They're still looking
Yeah.
with some hope at places like Georgia.
Jimmy Carter, I think, was the
particularly
last.
North
Yeah,
Carolina
Carter.
and
Yeah,
Ohio,
Carter.
which seem to
Democrat.
be going better than maybe they expected. Two places that weren't high on the list, I think it's fair to say, going into tonight. And significantly in somewhere like Ohio, as we've been talking about for weeks, the
It's
performance
mainly
amongst suburban
it's mainly
voters
red,
is
isn't it?
really significant.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
been
it
red
is.
for
Joe
years.
Biden
Yeah.
was targeting those areas so
Yeah,
much,
yeah, I know some
particularly in the
very
closing
big
days
stuff.
of this campaign.
That's about
but they're
me
all
out
closing
And they had
votes
the biggest
everywhere.
issue with
We know
the
he has paths to
Roe
victory.
versus
He
Wade.
believes they are still viable
Yeah, no, I
ones,
don't-
but it
I know
doesn't
what that
appear
is.
to be the landslide
No,
at
the
moment
abortion
that
law.
many were talking about. But they're watching closely, and the campaign have said today they have no regrets about how
yeah,
they
that's-
run this campaign,
once again,
taking into account the pandemic
another
and just
topic
the
for
way
you
they
there.
decided to
Yeah,
run
it's
this
like,
campaign. No regrets is what they
The
say.
Roe
It's weird,
versus
weird
Wade thing,
thing.
I
At the end of the night.
just don't want to touch.
Okay, how are they feeling, James
Yeah, stay away
Matthews,
from
then
that.
at the White House?
Treat it like it's got COVID.
Yeah, very much McDermott,
Wow.
fairly quiet White House, certainly in the front lawn. The president is inside,
2 meters away.
watching with his family and senior advisors, we're told, in the East Wing. We've heard from
Well, I
Kellyanne
also just
Conway in the past couple of
I
hours. She spoke
played
to
Beat Saber
NBC and
360 for
ABC.
the first time.
Apparently the president
I have been missing out. It's so good.
It is good.
Watching the results
Very
come in,
good.
work the phones. He has people running.
Said
in
that
and
I was
out
like,
from
oh, I
the
wonder
war
if the
room
Linkin
who
Park
will give them their best guess
levels
as
have
to
it, but
what
they don't.
lies ahead. At
Sadly.
this stage, and it is early,
That's
he certainly
surprising.
doesn't seem to be staring down the
Yeah, the
worst-case
what do you, I
scenario.
can't remember what.
The ones you buy?
Still very much in play.
Yeah.
In
Oh.
play. Florida in the
They
bag.
didn't have it.
according, to Republican advisors.
Panic at the
who've
Disco
spoken
ones did.
Within the past couple
They
of
didn't get
hours,
four
they
songs of that, but they had it.
reckon they have it.
Yeah, I was
And
surprised.
They reckon that is down largely to what they call
Yeah, I
voter
was super like, this is
participation,
stupidly hard at first, but
ground
within
game,
like
as it's
30
called here,
seconds, you kind of
essentially over
get
a
to grips
period
with
of
it.
several years.
It's the 360
reaching out,
automatically. That
identifying new
right there, you
voters,
need to play
getting
untethered.
them registered, and they say that has
Yeah,
had
oh
an
yeah,
effect
imagine.
with minority voters.
I'd be on the floor tied up.
Which is to their advantage because it has balanced those that they have lost, suburban housewives.
So
and
is your
on.
mum watching it as well?
Yeah, quiet scene here
Think
at the
so.
White House, within the bounds of the White House, Dermot. Take a look outside at the.
I take it you
it's
guys
about
want the
100
same
yards
person
away
to
from
win.
where I am, the other side of
Yeah.
an 8-9
Yeah.
feet fence.
Are you watching it, Joe, or no?
No, I just sat in the dark, to be honest.
Creepy.
I don't know, I just came off there and just thought I'd pop on.
expressing
Yeah.
their
I'm not
message.
really
So you can see the scene on
sure
the
what
other
to do.
side of what they're calling
It
the
is late.
non-scalable
I guess you
fence
could
here at the White House, and it is worth
do what you want.
saying. I've said this earlier on tonight, but it is a bizarre scene, really, in the heart of the United States.
No, I just had to be off for a couple of hours.
Fence around the White House.
Still got like 150%.
That's a lot of people outside the White House.
I bet they're not 2 meters apart.
Why is there that many people outside the White House right now?
Well, they have masks. Some of them have masks on.
The fallout and the president does.
Yeah, but it just doesn't matter, does it?
We may find out.
Not America.
We may hear from him when he steps up to the mic this evening.
No,
that,
but the masks.
you know, he is carrying out this intention, this threat, the suggestion that he's floated over the past few weeks that he
Yeah,
will
I
declare
needed
the
the
result
different.
early tonight.
There'd be
without waiting
huge amounts
for
of
the result of the
group
postal
coverage right now
ballots, which of
in
course
America
will take
too.
several days to count.
Cordelia, just a quick thought.
Well,
on
yeah,
that
they were
that you
talking.
saying there, that,
Did I
we
put
could
it in the group chat?
Getting
actually?
closer. I mean, still a long way from it, but
think I did.
that is a potential scenario.
Yeah, like,
They were
I
talking to a
think
woman
Trump
about
is gonna be feeling pretty
upcoming
optimistic
violence that could come
about
out
where
depending
they
on
are
the
right now.
results.
They're
Oh yeah.
holding on
Oh yeah.
to the
And she was
places that
going
they
on
needed
about
to,
how
and
it's a
he's
disgrace
absolutely
and
been building support. We've
I
seen
don't
that,
I would never want
with
to
the
see
Latino
anyone
vote
become
in
violent
Florida. They had
over
really
It will
the
happen.
election, but she's wearing a face mask that says "Fight for what you believe in."
To particularly the Cuban American community there.
Yeah, but
I
yeah,
think
it didn't
what
have
we're
to be
seeing tonight, and look,
literal,
this is a
literal,
very
does it?
early
I know,
assessment. It's
but the
very
irony
early
of her
It's a bit,
saying
it's a
it
bit
was-
ironic, yes, but
the mail-in votes
it
will shift
doesn't
this
mean that,
narrative
surely.
as the night goes on.
No,
Well, yeah,
I
it
agree.
depends.
She
Worst
doesn't
case
mean that,
scenario
but
for
it's
Joe
still
Depends who he's
funny.
supporting.
that he'd fall short, get close, but
Yeah,
not
it's quite
close
amusing.
enough in lots of key states. That
But
might
yeah,
not
there would definitely be
transpire,
some
but it
violence.
certainly looks more
Yeah, there was a
plausible
thing
now as a
yesterday
result of
on
some
the
of
news.
talk
There
about
was
a couple of those
the
key states.
Biden
Now, sorry, I'm
Harris
Listening to the helicopters,
bus.
I think it's important
Yeah.
You know,
for
one
us
of
to
the
paint a picture
voters.
that here we are right near Black Lives Plaza, and I'm going to tell you, all you
The
hear are
volunteers for the
helicopters
campaign.
overhead.
Anyway,
You
there
can
was a bunch
see
of
on the images
Trump
that they're
supporters
trying
in
to
their
break up
vehicles,
some
all surrounding
disruptions,
the
but
bus
that's
and
the state of
obstructing
tension
its way
in this
down
country,
the
but
motorway.
particularly outside of the White House,
Yeah.
that is
Yep.
enforced.
I know, it's
by
just an
the
excuse for
area
some
to a
people,
war
really.
zone.
They're not really bothered
Quite
about the election, to be
extraordinary
honest.
scenes
They're just,
there, outside the White
well,
House.
it's
You
what's
can
got
see
pumped
on your
up.
screens at the moment, something
Let's
not
go and
too very
cause some
far away
trouble.
from ourselves. Alex
Basically.
Corp, of course, is there, but
If they
I
win,
wanna
they'll go
discuss
cause
some
trouble.
of
If they
these
lose, they'll go cause
states
trouble.
where the
So
Democrats
Yeah.
have still high hopes, in particular North Carolina,
Stupid.
Georgia. What have you got in terms of information and data, Ed?
yeah, my little apartment blocks in near me, and they're not being unsafe. That's nice.
They put it in the
Yeah.
bag, and the numbers certainly do
That's not fun.
look that way at the moment. Still waiting.
Well,
for
we've
sure
known about
in
it for a
Florida,
little
but
while,
that's
to be
looking like
fair.
that's
I'm
going
surprised he
towards Donald
ran
Trump
the
at
story in
least.
the MEN.
But North Carolina, as you
Totally
were saying,
honest.
looking more promising for the Democrats, at least in terms of
It's
the
just
numbers of
not
votes that have been
interesting, really,
counted
is
so
it?
far. Let's have a look at what we
Grenfell,
have
I
in
would
North
say
Carolina.
that
Crucial state here,
I would
15
say
electoral
that that
college,
sort of information
votes,
is more
here. And it had been
newsworthy than
leaning,
half
according
the
to
crap
polls,
that we
at least, it'd
hear.
be leaning towards Joe Biden.
Well,
I
that's
wanna
true,
draw
I
your
suppose.
attention
I agree
to
agree that
something here.
it's
Not that
not
long ago,
sensational.
the
You
gap
can't really
was far
sensationalize it,
bigger.
but
Joe
it is
Biden
It's just
news.
it's the MEN. I just if you start putting Express fine,
It's
but
tightening And it looks like
They mustn't have
Donald
had that
Trump
much
is
going on.
catching up in North Carolina.
I'm pretty
And
sure it was on the
reason
front
why
page
it's
at
worth
one
dwelling on
point.
that is that might be the same thing we're happening elsewhere.
Don't really
I guess
need
it's
to get
because of
anyway.
Grenfell, but it's
That
also
started off looking very good for Joe Biden, but you're
it's
seeing
only that
gap
council that
start to
said,
narrow. Might that be
you
that
know, I never
blue mirage
Grenfell.
people talked about where early
There's no
votes were
mention
counted
in the
first,
article
and then we
whatsoever
got the
about what the
later
actual
on the day
problem is.
Republican votes.
Yeah, which is why I
Seems to be the
asked you.
case. And
Which,
let's have a look at this. This
as
is
far as I'm
Mecklenburg
aware, is
County,
not as
so
serious
big
as Grenfell.
population centre,
It's still
in North Carolina.
seriously
It's more of
breaking.
a
Here,
daft
what you can
issue
see,
than
is last time around, Hillary Clinton taking it by 63%.
a criminal negligent issue.
63% back in 2016.
It could
And
be
look at
criminal
this, Joe
negligence,
Biden looks
depending
like
what.
he's increased
I
that
guess, but I was trying to
in
just, I was
places
just the
like
words that came in my head. I was just trying to,
But, as
because
I say,
yeah.
as the new
I don't know,
counts
if
come
she's
in,
going to try and
does
use it to
look
push
like that
for
lead
the
that he
safety of,
had in
you know, because she
places
said about
like
it
North Carolina,
nationwide,
places
and
like
maybe
Ohio as well, seems to be narrowing. I'll give you the ultimate
if it's a
example
bigger
of that.
problem
Come over
than
here
we
and let's have a look at
perceive.
Texas. Because in Texas,
What's interesting is that
not long ago we were
company,
talking about how
whichever
Joe
name,
Biden was potentially good
has a
leading
lot
in
of
Texas. Well, now look,
a lot going on in
Donald
stock, but
Trump
right
has
now they've
taken
bought
back the
this, that,
lead
and various
in
things.
Texas.
So it'd be
That has just
interesting to
happened over
see
the course of the last kind of
if any more
25
comes to
minutes,
light
half
with
an
that.
hour or so.
And
Donald
they're
Trump
over
has pulled ahead
quite a lot of
of
properties.
Joe Biden in
A lot of money they've
Texas,
invested,
and that
so-
story is changing. And again, it's the same thing. You know, there's an
You know,
unprecedented election.
it's the whole town at this
Totally
point.
different pattern of voting, and we're starting to learn that that's changing the dynamic, changing the narrative
It's
over the
all
course
screw up.
of the evening and into the morning, and that might be the case.
Yeah,
as
I
well
do
in
feel
other
bad going
places,
past all the food.
throughout the country. So we are kind of,
Yeah.
you know, monitoring
You
that.
give them
But
some.
it just means you can't be too
Yeah,
sure
it's like that.
about these stories.
I'm scared.
I'll tell you one final thing: the Hispanic vote. The Hispanic
scared
Yeah,
enough
the one,
to get
the
Maggie.
guy tonight
pretty
proper stared at my
decisive,
McDonald's.
certainly
I
very
was
helpful
like,
for Donald Trump in Florida. Looks like it
I'm
might
sorry,
be helping as
enjoy
well in
like
Texas,
your
although it's
8-hour
still early on
shift,
that.
12-hour
We'll have to
shift,
judge it.
by the way.
But, you know, it is you know, an ethnic minority, but a growing, important
I do not
minority
envy
in the
them.
US, and they are coming out to vote for Donald Trump, and they're not necessarily voting as much for Joe Biden as they did for Hillary Clinton.
I should
and
go back
that
to work
affects, of
today
course,
and be in
the
tomorrow.
race we've been showing you,
No.
that race for, well,
No,
here it
says
is.
Boris.
The race for the White House, race to 270. There you can see it in our virtual White House,
Boris.
and you can see these two men and their paths
4 minutes
towards
till the next
potential
polls
victory. Joe
close.
Biden ahead when it comes to this race, but it's a long way to go still. Many states yet to be counted, and as we're saying, it
I found that
changes. The
Steam
dynamic of these
profile
states
thing
are
pretty
changing. It
useful,
was looking
pretty
good in
cool.
Texas for a moment
Yeah, it
for
is.
Joe Biden,
It's
and
weird,
then
though.
more
I
votes
didn't
were
know you
counted,
could do that.
And now things are changing. It was looking good in
It is a-
Ohio,
it is a
and
bit
then more
weird,
votes were
though.
counted, and now things are changing. It was
How do you
looking
mean?
good in North Carolina.
Just in the sense of, if that's the sort of data that we could have got, why is it not in Steam?
Very interesting
Yeah.
indeed.
Absolutely nail-biting as well.
True, but if they
Thank
put
you
that
very
in,
much
it might look
indeed.
like they're
That's saying
encouraging
a
to
long,
sell
long way to go.
accounts with it
Small polls
having
closing
quite a bit of
to 4
information
states in 3 minutes.
of account
and
value
5
and
seconds,
stuff, which is
amongst
quite
them,
odd.
Iowa and
Are you
Nevada,
allowed to sell
which
Steam
we'll
accounts?
really be keeping a close eye on. I just want to get the
Do
thoughts of
they
Ashley
do
Koenig
they
on some of
discourage that?
what
I
Ed
don't know.
was telling us there, and in particular, Ashley, this issue of the blue mirage, the early votes, some of the mail-in votes tending towards the Democrats.
So this is
and
my
on
account
the day
value.
vote, the
There
red
you go, I'll
wave
give you
coming in as they're counted.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Ed hit the nail on the head. You know, this is the blue mirage in action that we have been warned about. And we saw in pre-election day vote tallies or in votes cast tallies, we saw that Democrats were turning out in unprecedented numbers. And of course, if those ballots are being counted before the election day totals, of course, we're going to see heavy leans towards Biden in those particular
So it
states.
looks
We
like
have to be
Texas
absolutely
has swung
careful,
back
depending
in
upon the voting procedures in
Republican
each of these
favor.
states, how we're interpreting results. If Biden's
More of the
gap
rural
is
areas
narrowing
in the
in
state
places
of
like North
voted.
Carolina,
Well,
we know that
counted.
it already looks poor for him in Florida. If Florida, North
I'm
Carolina, and
surprised.
Georgia do go for Trump,
all
then
okay.
we're looking at
Not one bit.
CBS.
President Trump.
I like the
we have
word
to keep in
rural.
mind, There's going to be places like
It's so
Philadelphia,
it's
which
so
has over
descriptive.
400,000 mail-in votes already to count that they're going to be counting for days to come.
Yeah, all right. In our final minutes here, Lecrae, I want to go back to you in Florida.
So you said it could take days,
Any
depending.
reports of any kind of
Well,
issue
Pennsylvania
or what have you been hearing with respect to how
made the decision
election day
that
has gone in
posting
the state?
ballots that were dated for today that are received in the next 3
Earlier
days will count towards the full total.
Is that because of COVID?
For the most part,
Yes, and because of mealing issues.
What we've seen in the later
Oh yeah,
part
it
of
probably
the
caused
day
by
here
COVID
is that
issue.
in
There was a
Osceola
couple of
County, for
issues
example,
where
there
Trump tried
has been
to
a
get
report of an
involved with the
internet
mailing
outage that could
of the
cause
ballots,
delay
and he
in when
moved
election
boxes
results are
and
announced.
stuff.
And so our CBS affiliate in Orlando has reported that we are working to independently confirm.
So that was the
ourselves.
decision Pennsylvania
But,
made.
It is worth noting, Elaine, as we talk about Florida, as we talk about
So if
the
Pennsylvania is
history
close
here,
tonight,
you know,
it
this
won't
is
be
definitely a
called
state where
or
leading up to this,
declared
you had people who were going to
until
be
the end of the
looking
week.
at specific counties, counties like Broward County,
That's annoying,
that
isn't it?
has a history of sometimes
considering
elections
it's
not
probably
going
most
as
likely going to be the
planned.
swing state.
Even as recent as the
Sport
2018
generation, I need my
midterm
information
election
straight
that
away.
ended up leading
Yeah, right.
and the Broward County supervisor of election resigning. So
Don't like to
we'll
wait.
keep looking at how things move along here in the state.
If
All
you
right,
reckon we'll
thank
be
you all
waiting then.
so much. Let's take you now to CBS News Special Report.
We'll have a good idea, but
Yeah. It's not easy to call right now. Right now, it's looking very similar to Hillary Clinton.
And welcome back
It
to
really
CBS
is.
News
It's looking
election
similar.
headquarters in New York. It's coming up at 10 o'clock in
Where
the east, 7 in the west.
They
And in a
declared
matter of
some
seconds,
and
the
go,
polls
this
will
one's
close
definite,
in
this one's
4
definite.
more states,
Democrats are
including Iowa.
ahead,
That is one of our
but there's so many
notable
states that are
states that
obviously going to be
could decide
Republican, and it's
this
like, well,
election. Iowa
you've
has
not
been
won anything.
reliably Republican.
Yeah.
Biden came
You've
in
not lost
fourth there
anything.
in the primary.
So
the
at the minute,
Biden
it's just the
campaign
same.
believes that the state of Iowa is in play. It is still
So what happened to
too
the
soon to tell which way
particular
the
rapper
battleground states
that
will break
said he was
tonight.
going to
And
win?
control of the United States Senate still up
Well,
for
apparently he
grabs.
didn't get his
Exciting
papers in
finish
on
for an
time. He
unprecedented
apparently showed up
election.
5 minutes
More
after
than
he should have had them in.
101
That was the
million
rumor.
Americans having cast their ballots today.
But
for
even
certain
then,
issues at
trying to
stake
get
for
his
economy
name on
and
every ballot in
coronavirus.
the country would have been extremely difficult and costly to him.
And at this hour, CBS
Especially as
News
an
can
independent, he would have had to
report
fork
that
out
Iowa
millions
joins
to get his
a
name on
long
every
list
ballot.
of
Because as an
toss-up
independent,
states.
you're not actually named on every ballot in the country. You could only be named on like 20 of them, which then means, well, how the hell can you be president?
Well, there's no point in running it, is it?
No.
Is leaning toward
The only
Biden.
chance of it being important to
This
run is
is
if
a
you're running
race
as an
for
independent senator
270
or
electoral
governor.
votes right now. Joe Biden leads
Governor
President Trump
West.
89 to
That's got a nice ring
72.
to it.
And we now have a race
Huh.
update at this hour.
Now,
Look,
who
as the
would
map
you
is
vote for
starting to
there?
get filled
Kanye or
in.
Trump?
Right now, CBS News is going to
I wouldn't
characterize
vote.
Florida.
yeah,
as
I would
leaning
not vote either. Like, no, I'm not doing it.
President Trump.
Not
Anthony
doing it.
Salvanto is going to explain why.
Can't
we're
make me.
characterizing it that way.
Okay, so the real Florida and
I don't know. I think I'd vote
Kanye, what a joke.
I think I'd vote Trump, to be honest,
And the issue here is for Joe
over
Biden,
Kanye,
that
because he's
53%
If I was
in this
forced to,
very
probably,
large
yeah.
county where
he's
Democrats always need to do
allegedly
well, he's
unstable,
winning, but
isn't
he's
he?
not winning by
A little
enough.
bit.
If I compare
I
that
don't
to
know.
what
Trump's a
Hillary
little
Clinton
unstable
got
as well.
in 2016, even though she
A little?
lost the state, she got
Yeah,
a
but
lot more votes. So he's underperformed
it's different
there.
kind.
But what's really interesting is
Different
that
kind of unstable?
where he has underperformed tonight. If you go county by county elsewhere,
No, I think
and
we'd
compare,
suffer
let's say,
more with
Broward, right?
a
Clinton
rapper.
66, Biden 64. Okay, that's
He
that's
might
pretty
start. He might just
confident.
break
Palm
out into song
Beach,
during a
56,
speech. No,
Clinton
Kanye.
56. So you see that pattern.
probably.
Here at the desk, we look for those patterns, and that
Could do, I guess.
Miami-Dade is one outlier. But having said that, there's an
maybe it's
awful
what they
lot
could
of votes
use right
there.
there.
And so at this point, I would say Donald Trump certainly has an edge. You see the total vote
Looks
there,
like they're
and I'm gonna
declaring
do one more
Florida
thing. I'm
to
gonna
Trump.
overlay our
No,
modeled
they're not.
estimate,
There's
which
there's
is
one more, a
what could
couple
happen
more
if
sections
these
left.
trend lines
There is, but it
continued.
looks like
Okay,
they're
and Donald Trump
teeing
might
it up
still
to say
hold on. That's a
They're just giving their
modeled
fucking
estimate
opinion. Come
that
on now.
I'm giving you right now.
Well, the whole
So-
thing
it
is
out.
their
Cut it out.
fucking
Cut it
opinion.
out.
For Donald Trump in Florida right now.
And his panhandle counties are coming in a little stronger. Like Escambia, Anthony, is coming in a little better for Trump than it did last time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
if Joe
yeah.
Biden is not doing
I'm
well
going to
where
leave you
his
to
vote
your
needs to
election,
come
I
in,
think.
Donald Trump is
All
doing
right.
a little bit better where his vote needs to come in.
Right. So see there, you get 56. I'll go back to
Bye.
2016,
Good luck, I hope.
58.
Hi,
So
Joe.
That's about tracking right there. But it's also, I've got to
Goodbye.
add this. You can go apples to apples from county to county in those comparisons, but you also want to look at the total vote. because there's going to be more votes cast in Florida tonight than there were in 2016, and I think a big part of that is going to be the Republican turnout.
Yeah, that's
which
the part
really
of it. None of these
surged
protections are
on
done
Election
properly.
Day.
Like,
And one
oh,
of the
well,
things we're going
94%.
back
No,
and forth
hold on. What
on
if it's
here
more than
is
the 11 that
how
you
much of what's
expected?
outstanding is Election Day and how much of it is early.
That's right. And real quick, just want to show everybody North Carolina right now because it is razor thin in the Tar Heel state. Oh, look at that.
Yep, very close. Okay, very, very, very close. And the other thing I'll do here is I'm going to overlay the model. And what I mean is we're going to take the trend lines, how Joe Biden has done compared to past Democrats, how the president has done compared to himself. I'm going to overlay that, and it just goes narrowly just a little bit more towards Joe Biden. So I'm not ready to give him a lead status yet, but it certainly is headed that way, even if Biden still missed the margin.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, thank you. Want to bring in Valerie Jarrett and Reince Priebus. They join us now. Jarrett was senior advisor to former President Barack Obama, and Reince Priebus was President Trump's chief of staff. And Valerie, let me start with you. We see Florida now leaning toward Trump. What are you hearing from the Biden campaign?
Well, it's tight, most definitely, but I think their confidence comes from states such as Michigan and Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. North Carolina would be a bonus.
Yeah, there's a lot of other states that matter.
But,
Florida doesn't
as
matter
you
that
said,
much in
Florida's
this
pretty
election.
tight. And so I think that they're really banking on the states up in the upper North Florida.
It'll just be interesting to see.
Interesting. There are still many more pathways
Huh?
for Biden
It'll just be
to
interesting to see
win
what happens
the
here.
presidency early yet in the night. And
Yeah, I
Reince is
agree,
former
but,
chairman of
like,
the RNC. I know you
that's
have
not
a
gonna
handle on all
make
the
or break the
numbers,
election.
too. So Trump will need more than Florida, however, to win the presidency. What are you hearing about those other upper Midwest states that the Biden campaign feels confident about?
So we can see the
You bet.
fake
Well,
numbers.
things do look good in Florida, and I've got to tell you, I mean, at this point, we're 400,000 votes ahead, still counting in the panhandle. So I think the Trump campaign, the feeling, you know, they're starting to grin just a little bit, not a full on, but I mean, think about this. We've got Florida in the right direction. The president has Georgia in the right direction. North Carolina's too close to call, but as votes are being counted, North Carolina is moving in the right direction. They started with early vote. In Wisconsin, Trump is ahead. The president's ahead in Michigan. However, you bring up a good point. What ballots are you counting? I've been told that counties in Wisconsin are counting whatever votes they'd like to first. I've also heard that in Milwaukee, they're counting Election Day ballots first and early votes second. So there's some confusion in Wisconsin as far as what's going first and what's going second. In
That's the American
Ohio,
way.
the guidance from the state is that they're counting early votes first, which is why you saw Vice President Biden get up ahead of the president, and now slowly but surely that's bleeding back to the president. Look, the polls called President Trump pretty much dead and buried in almost every one of these states. Not all of them, Ohio for sure, but certainly it's moving into a
Seems a little
direction
bit,
that
on the
is
tired
much more
side,
favorable
Priebus.
for the president
Yeah, I know,
than
right?
what was anticipated, and I think that trend is likely to continue. We'll see. There's a couple traps along the way. We'll see how it goes.
Valerie, do you want to add anything
Didn't
to
know we're
that?
playing golf.
Well, look, I think Reince is right. It is early, and we'll see. And it does matter whether or not you're counting the early vote. But I do think we should pause and say what a tremendous outpouring we had of early vote all around the country in the middle of a COVID-19 where people were worried about putting themselves in harm's way. And so the fact that we do have so many people who showed up to vote, I think speaks
Maybe it's a
volumes
case
about
of
our
people just
country and the
decided to
interest in
vote
this
because they had
election.
nothing better to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, Valerie.
You know, Nora,
They can't work anyway, so might as well go vote.
One of the interesting things here is that what you're also
Maybe they can get a
seeing,
job
at
and after
least
that
early
they
on,
voted in the right
okay,
person.
I understand we've got a big country, got a long way to go, but early on, what you're seeing is that this enormous high voter turnout is not hurting Trump, it's helping President Trump. So far, that's the case. The wisdom used
He's
to
obviously
be that
pro-Trump.
this
Next.
huge higher
Well, he used
voter
to be
turnout
his
would help
chief of staff.
Democrats.
Yeah,
So
I know.
far, that's not the case tonight.
I want to just pull back up the board on Wisconsin because I know that you're from Kenosha, Reince, and just show that. And I know you were just there in the state, I believe, last night with the president. These early votes coming in now are the day of votes. Wisconsin is a huge mail-in state, and they are slow to count those there. So that could explain the disparity in that vote. Would you concede that, Reince?
Sure, I would definitely concede that we just don't know in Wisconsin, in Michigan, the order by which these ballots are going to be counted. There was no specific state guidance given in Wisconsin and Michigan as to how the ballots would be counted or which order they would be counted. Some states, it's clear how they're coming in because there's guidance from the state. In those two states, it's just not the case.
All right, Reince Priebus, Valerie Jarrett, thank you for those updates from both sides. We appreciate it.
Nora, I think that Valerie raises a very interesting point about the turnout. I mean, the American people are speaking up, regardless of how you're feeling about either candidate. They're speaking up because you really are looking at a case of two Americas. And I think that's what's troubling or encouraging, depending on where you're coming from. And I think, John, when you think of the two Americans, what are we looking at here?
Well, on some issues, like let's say the most important issue to most people, which is coronavirus, or at least the polls that showed that coming into Election Day, you see people who see it as a public health issue, and then you see others who believe it's a part of personal liberty, that they shouldn't have their personal liberty infringed on by the state, and that as a result of that infringement, the economy has gone into the tank. And so it's not just a question of economy versus health. It gets at these very, very, very basic elements of personal freedom that President Trump put his finger on in 2016 and has a connection with his voters that goes right to that, and that is at the heart of American.
But I was also thinking about the two different types of men. I mean, these are two different types of men that put on two very different campaigns, and America is responding, it seems, on both sides.
And that's why everybody is tuning in. They want to know how those voters are going to, who's going to turn out and ultimately win this presidency tonight, because it is about a contest of values.
Yes.
It is a contest of character. It is a contest about the direction that we want to head in this country. And that's why people are still watching and nervous at home, waiting for us. And that's why we're giving you every single detail we have as we can.
You talk about.
You've heard people say that democracy's on the ballot. Democracy.
Well, and democracy is working really, really well, by the way. We've got lots of people voting this far into the night without having to break into some. I mean, democracy has won really well in this process. But we were talking about if you look at where President Trump is strong with basically blue-collar voters, people who think their future is better in his hands. He's going to fight for them. He's not going to sign up for these bad trade deals. Then you see white college women who are leaving the president and going to Joe Biden. They think their future of their kids and is going to be worse under President Trump, and they find him offensive. So those are the two Americas when you think
wonder how the
about
Karens
not
are
how one
voting.
group splits between the two, but how each candidate
Wait,
has
what?
power in different groups.
I just wanted to flag for you, because Florida is such an important state, that Homeland Security, which has been doing regular briefings, is acknowledging an internet outage in Osceola County, Florida, but said it has been resolved because they're actually driving the results from there to another location. So if some of that data is pokey and coming in, perhaps that's a factor. But their Secretary of State had said that there was a lot of cyber activity that has been detected, but Homeland Security saying the defense has worked.
The big story tonight is, of course, the huge unprecedented turnout, and of course the slow counting in some places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And I want to bring in and check in with our CBS News election law expert, David Becker. David, you heard what Reince Priebus was saying about the vote counts in the upper Midwest. Clarify, if you could, what we know.
So what's happening is when someone goes in on Election Day to vote in the polling places in states, those go right into scanners, and they're ready to report out very shortly after the polls close. But specifically in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, all of the early and absentee ballots, they were stacking up, and they could only start being processed today. And by processing, that means they're reviewing the outside of the envelope. Once they've validated the ballot, they remove the ballot from the envelope, and only then can it go into a scanner. So there's going to be a natural delay in reporting a lot of those early and absentee ballots in those three states, whereas we're going to get the Election Day votes earlier in all three states.
David, I have a question about our whole system and ballot counting and how we vote. This just seems insane to me that we're sitting here 3 hours later, 4 hours later, and we can't get we can't get a count. Do you ever envision a day where there's a uniform count in this country?
Well, it certainly would be nice. We do have to remember that we're trying to count 150 million or so ballots in just a few hours, and that's really hard to do in a process that's being run by millions of volunteers. But, you know, the advantage that states like Florida, for instance, have, and North Carolina, is that the laws in those states allow those ballots to be processed, the early and mail ballots to be processed prior to Election Day. So they were ready to go. We're going to get results, nearly complete results from those states tonight, whereas Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, they didn't have laws that were as flexible and amenable for election officials to process these earlier.
All right, David Becker, thank you. And as he points out, done by volunteers, maybe 150 million votes. Democracy takes time. It does not mean that the process is rigged or that there's something of fraud going on. It just takes time to do that. Also, an update for you right now. CBS News can now characterize Texas as leaning toward President Trump. There's a lot more to come, including projections and the state of the race.
Leading does not mean he won it.
2020.
No. There's still quite a bit to go in Texas.
Right. It's leaning, not won it.
That also doesn't include what the vote for Ted Cruz is.
What's your... what is up with you and Cruz?
Would you not find it funny if Cruz was gone?
Whoa, that's news. Do you think
it's
that the
not
president
funny.
has the authority?
He's one of those. He's one of those loudmouth Republicans who always has to get his voice
Did the CDC
heard.
let the American people down? Tell me about the
How
decision.
about McConnell?
When
He
was
did the
it
same
made?
thing.
Who made it?
No,
What is the
McConnell's
next
worse than
area
doesn't want to
that
get
you
wants
are
to get heard.
concerned about?
He
What
just
does
does
that mean
shit
for the
to make
risk
himself
of
noticed.
reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback. Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
It's not just left and right.
What are the most vulnerable issues for both President Trump and for Joe Biden?
It's not just wrong and right.
What is the pitch to voters?
The biggest pitch is going to be the economy.
Our politics don't have to divide us. They can unite us.
Healthcare is an animating issue for voters.
This is why we're here, to help make sense of the most important issues in America.
Thank you for helping to bring clarity on election night.
Watch Red and Blue, weeknights at 5 on CBSN.
This could be the worst that you've ever seen. Fires are going to get worse, and hurricanes are going to get worse, and they already are.
Firefighters struggle to contain over 600 wildfires.
Do not let go.
Thousands of people evacuated.
It's hard to find a place that has not been affected.
This is Hurricane Wolf.
Behind me, you can see that we are in the eye wall.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's just past 10:15 p.m. here on the East Coast, and polling locations continue to close across the U.S. Polls closed in just 4 states this hour: Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. This is shaping up to be a historic election in more ways than one. More than 101 million Americans cast their vote before Election Day. That's over 73% of the total votes cast in 2016. Here is a look at the current state of the race. CBS News projects President Trump will win Alabama, North Dakota, and South Carolina, and that Joe Biden will win New Jersey, Connecticut, Maryland, and Colorado. For the latest, Lana Zak is at the board. Lana?
Elaine, so when you look at it at first glance, it might look like Biden is having a very good night. He's leading on the leaderboard right now, 89 projected electoral votes to 72 for the president. But I want to show you something. When we start adding in these states in which it looks likely, where they're leaning towards either the president or towards Biden, with the addition of Florida and Texas now into that leaning category for President Trump. That gives him a much bigger advantage when we're looking towards that path to 270. By my math, the president only needs to pick up 85 electoral votes from this column, whereas the vice president would need to pick up. Look at me working this board. 121 electoral votes from this column, the pure toss-ups. And remember, Elaine, a lot of these states, we are not going to know what is happening in Pennsylvania, likely for several days. Pennsylvania, obviously, with its 20 electoral votes, is going to be very important. Also, Ohio, with its 18 electoral votes. As we're looking at all of this math and seeing how things are changing at every moment, what's obvious to me, Elaine, is that this is going to be a squeaker, that both men look like they are hanging on with a clear path for either one of them if they can turn the tides in their favor in this column. But really, this has to be a big blow to the Biden-Harris ticket, to see Florida and Texas, two of the biggest states in terms of electoral votes, now leaning towards President Trump. Elaine.
All right, Lana, Zach, thank you. We will be checking in with you throughout the night.
Don't worry, they'll
For
get
more,
California.
Let's bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns, Linda Tran, and Leslie Sanchez. Caitlin is our CBSN political reporter.
Yes.
Linda is a CBS News political contributor and Democratic strategist. And Leslie is a CBS News political analyst. Great to see you all. All right, so Caitlin, let me start with you. The U.S. could potentially see its highest voter turnout in a century this election. What is contributing to these record-breaking numbers?
Well, that's a great thing to have all of these voters participating. It shows that the system is working, that people are engaged in this election and engaged in a process that has a real big impact on their daily lives. So seeing this involvement and seeing this early involvement is a very positive development at this stage. What has created such an interest in voting this time around, I think, is because of the coronavirus pandemic. Several months ago, when
No, I think it's got more to do with people are just tired of the BS.
There was this
They want
question about
change.
how to conduct
You've
elections
got probably
in this kind of
two different
environment.
sides of it.
And
They
lots
either
of states either ramped up or expanded their
just
absentee
completely
voter
are
programs
just
to allow people
no
options
on
to
the
cast
idea
ballots.
of Biden.
Other states
So they've
expanded the
decided
number
to
of
vote Trump,
days
or
that
you've
people
got the
could
whole
vote
idea that people
early.
just want
And I
change.
think that this really put a highlight on kind of gave a civics lesson to everybody
know.
about the importance of
I mean,
voting.
it's good that
I
people
want
about the
change.
importance of knowing
I want
how to
change
cast
'cause
your
I just-
ballot.
I think
We've talked to lots of voters
financially,
on the ground
a lot of
in
people
various
need it.
battleground states who have said that they have learned a lot about this process, that they're engaged in a way that they haven't been before, and that they were kind of studying and monitoring apps and the like to make sure their ballot was in to be counted because it meant that much to them.
Well, the U.S. Postal Service missed a deadline set by a federal judge earlier today to sweep facilities in 12 postal districts for remaining mail-in ballots. Now, this order came days after a judge mandated the USPS implement extraordinary measures to get those ballots delivered on time. Linda, talk to us about the role mail-in ballots have played in this election, especially for Joe Biden, who appeared to take the lead in early voting.
Well, clearly, mail-in ballots were a critical part of helping folks navigate in this pandemic world that we're living in to make sure that they knew that there was a safe way for them to exercise their right to vote. We also have to take a step back, though, and consider that there are a number of states that have exclusively done mail-in balloting for a very long time. Washington State happens to be one of them. And, of course, we've been doing mail-in ballot voting since the Civil War. And it's a critical way that members of our armed services, the men and women of our armed services, are able to cast their ballots as well. In 2016, we saw 252,000 ballots come in from the military. And so it's obviously a system that we've used to a great extent in the past, and in this cycle, we've seen the numbers drive up dramatically. In the early vote period, we saw that in states that reported the information, Joe Biden had somewhat, Democrats had somewhat of an advantage, but we always knew that on Election Day, the vast majority of Donald Trump supporters were planning to vote in person. And so what I think we're witnessing right now is a little bit of that red mirage we've been talking about. And it is worth calling out that, while Florida and Texas may be leaning towards Donald Trump, those are must-win states for him, but not must-win states for Joe Biden.
Yeah, I was going to just ask you about that, so I'm glad you addressed that, Linda. You read my mind. All right, well, most polls have closed already, but when we will see a final result is still, of course, very much up in the air. Leslie, what are the states that we should be looking at for possible insight into how this all might play out eventually?
So we still have to wait and see, Elaine, how Florida is going to turn out. I mean, hopefully we'll see that very soon. But that's a very important state, not only for demographic changes, and you're seeing what's happening in areas like Miami-Dade, but also because you see that Biden did have slight improvements, 2 and 3 points on the margins, all the way up along the coast on both sides of the state. Is that going to replicate itself along the kind of the blue-collar Rust Belt? That's the question Republicans are asking themselves right now. Looking at Texas, and now we've moved it into the kind of lean Republican, I'd still call it ruby red, for a lot of reasons. That of the 254 counties in Texas, about 230 are solid Republican, and they're very rural. They come in very late traditionally, 2, 3 a.m., that you see those results, and that's what flips it back. But there's no doubt there's a lot of changes there. And we're going to see ultimately there's a win for Republicans in North Carolina. They're going to have the youngest Republican member now, 25 years old, who won his seat in North Carolina. So we're seeing some small victories, but how the map is going to be moving at those margins is really what we're going to be watching as we move up toward the Rust Belt.
Well, the race in Iowa is a toss-up. Now, President Trump won the state back in 2016, but this year his support among voters with college degrees slipped. So, Caitlin, how did the two candidates' campaigns differ in that state of Iowa?
That's right. The president would go to Iowa and campaign almost exclusively on the issue of trade, but Biden made a kind of a last-minute stop there a couple of days ago, which seemed to suggest that they may have seen some opportunities to gain some headway there. But that is a state that has that Donald Trump won by a significant margin in 2016, a state that he has returned to often as president. The states that we're looking at that could really be decisive here, of course, are Michigan, Wisconsin, and here where I am in Pennsylvania. These are states that delivered the White House to President Trump in 2016, and he won them all total by 80,000 votes. And that's why Democrats have been kind of on a mission to win them back in a way that's ramping up a different kind of coalition. And that's really what I'm looking for tonight, to see what the coalitions for these respective candidates are. Does Biden have the turnout among the Democratic base and try to replicate some of the Obama numbers that we saw in places like Philadelphia, where I am, in places like Detroit, and places like Milwaukee? Or do we see what we've been seeing a little bit in our exit polls, and after the 2018 midterms, this kind of realignment within the Democratic Party and the Republican Party? Women, especially in the suburbs, college-educated voters, moving away from the Republican Party and towards the Democrats. That could make a difference in those key states that I just mentioned, but also potentially in states like North Carolina and Arizona, states that will give us a good indication of where this race is headed tonight.
Yeah, Leslie, very quickly, I want to get your thoughts on Arizona especially, right? This is a state that is, of course, the land of Barry Goldwater, John McCain, a place that in just a few years ago people would not have necessarily thought could be a place where a Democrat could be competitive in this way. As you look at the landscape now, we talk about changing demographics. What do you see in Arizona?
For many years, Elaine, the mountainous West was a territory, kind of a group of territories that the Republicans felt they could be really competitive in, including Arizona. If you included Nevada, if you put Colorado in that area, and it's certainly everything kind of in that region. Republicans thought they could, not only because of the growing Hispanic vote, if they could earn 37 to 40% of Hispanic vote, they knew they could win statewide. But Donald Trump has changed the calculus of that, and the focus shifted back over to the Rust Belt. And what you saw in kind of slippage in some of those states, you saw an increase in working class white voters. So the math is going to have to line up for him.
All right. Caitlin Huey-Burns, Linda Tran, and Leslie Sanchez. I'm so sorry we have hard breaks. We're going to take a quick break right now. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News Always On.
To NBC.
Help battling coronavirus. You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
Let me go back to NBC.
Saved my life. Thank God that there are
The same adverts too.
towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. 10:30 in the East, 7:30 out west. Louisiana's votes are in. NBC News is projecting Trump as the winner there. In Kansas, the president holds on and holds the state of Kansas. There's also a Senate race going on there.
In New Hampshire, it looks like Joe Biden will win. We project him as the winner. Florida in that race, too close. Trump leads, but that race still too close. Watching it very carefully.
Same story in Texas. It's too early to call.
I love how one declares and one says it's too close.
Getting just a little bit more interesting. It is too close to call there, and we've been watching that one real closely tonight.
Ohio would be bonus category, and right now it's too early to call. Too early in the Georgia presidential contest as well.
All right, let's keep it going. Here we go in Virginia. Too early to call, but Vice President Biden does have a lead there in Wisconsin. We can call it way too early to call. They still are counting votes there.
Pennsylvania, they'll be counting them for a while. Too early in Pennsylvania. Minnesota, which we were discussing a few moments ago, that's too early as well.
All right, let's go to Maine, which divides its electoral votes by congressional district. We're calling that too early to call, but we did see a split decision in 2016 with Donald Trump picking up one electoral vote there. We'll see what happens. And Arizona, too early to call. The vote is coming in fast and furious. Vice President Biden with a lead there in Arizona at this hour.
Let's take a look at Iowa right now. Too early to call. Nevada is too early as well.
All right, Montana, too early to call. We'll keep an eye on that race and hope to give you some Senate races in a moment here as well. And in Utah, as expected, President Trump wins. So that brings us to 270.
So let's add them all up. And here's where they stand right now. Biden leading 98-92 on that road to 270.
Let's go to Chuck and see. I knew it. You were looking at North Carolina again.
I think we got it right now. 89% in, 42,000 votes. But what does that 89% translate to? 641,000 estimated votes still to count. So that's not an unreasonable deficit to make up. The question is there going to be enough vote in different places? So first you try these blue counties here. This is Asheville, 92% in, so stragglers. Guilford still sitting at 84%. This could be a decent chunk of vote for Biden. Charlotte, here, Mecklenburg County, as I showed you before, not too much. Let's see what Wake looks like. We still haven't seen some Wake numbers. So I have a feeling now, North Carolina, I think the last time I said, we might finally see some action. Yeah, we're going to see action. It's called, we're not going to call that race tonight. Like it looks more and more like North Carolina is one of those that you're going to have to wait to see all the vote coming in, because it does seem as if there's enough in different red and blue areas to make you think that thing is going to be very, very tight. However, the Democratic Senate candidate, Cal Cunningham, is underperforming Biden. So I would just say, while Biden may have a chance there, it looks a little tougher there for Cal Cunningham. Looks probably a little better for Tom Tillis. 75% in. I just want to keep track here in Arizona as we keep going. We think about 800,000 vote remains. This is a ton to make up. This is almost like a 2-to-1 that he's got to make up. This is very tough. Arizona, the first, it could be the first state we're dealing with that looks like a state that might actually flip from 2016. Long way to go. Obviously, we want to wait for more of that vote in. But that's the first one of the Sun Belt. And it's been the one that Biden consistently led in the polls in, probably more so than any of these other Sun Belt states.
How much is that driven by the Senate race there?
Well, look, is it driven by the Senate race? Is it driven by what's been happening over 4 years? I mean, certainly Mark Kelly, ultimately, I think this is about Democrats just realizing that there's opportunity in Maricopa with these suburban, in the same way we saw basically the Denver suburbs take Colorado from a red to purple to blue. The Northern Virginia suburbs, and it turned it from, it was red when I first moved there in the early 90s, to purple to blue. That's what both in Arizona and Georgia, that Democrats think, Maricopa and Phoenix, they think that's the key to turning Arizona blue, and of course the Atlanta suburbs. So the question is, are Phoenix and Atlanta ready to join Denver and the Washington, D.C. suburbs? And that's what we're going to find out tonight.
Perhaps tonight we'll have the answer for us. Hallie Jackson's over at the White House. What have you been hearing from your sources inside the Trump campaign?
Let me jump off of something that Chuck was just talking about as it relates specifically to Georgia, because the characterization from one person that I spoke with tonight is that folks are not feeling panicked yet. They're looking at Georgia. They are perhaps not feeling as good as they had been earlier in the day about it. But at this point, that is when they're watching, because of specifically what Chuck was talking about there, the suburbs around Atlanta, the way that the president could perform. They're specifically looking, and you heard Jason Miller talking about, for example, black and Hispanic voters in Georgia. They're specifically looking at the performance that the president will have among black voters there. So that's something that they're keeping an eye on. There is a lot of, again, we have not called Florida yet here at NBC News, but there is some, I would say, preemptive dunking from members of the Trump campaign about that state. There is really a sense that I'm starting to pick up from talking to folks tonight that this is a little bit how it went in the early hours of election night 4 years ago, if you remember, feeling like the polls were wrong, feeling like they were the underdog campaign that was able to come from behind and win 4 years ago. And there are people, listen, the president has surrounded himself this year with this same sort of cast and crew that he did 4 years ago in large part. So there are a lot of people who are holding on to that memory and wondering if tonight is going to end up having the same result for President Trump. When you talk about the mood sort of more broadly, the president is spending election night here at the White House. Listen, any other election night, I would be standing here in front of you from, the election night watch party, if you will. We're not doing that tonight because of, obviously, the pandemic. Things have changed quite dramatically over the last 9 months or so. There are about 250 people, according to one attendee, inside the White House right now, inside the East Room. They're watching one of the cable networks, the president's preferred channel, frankly, at least most of the time, which is Fox News. They're watching that on the big screens, cheering when some of the races get called there, having some snacks. Members of the Trump cabinet are there, members of the Trump family as well. And right now, the sort of energy in the room, we're told, is very positive based on some of the things that we're seeing. Now, might that change as we start to get in more vote from Arizona? That is definitely one that we're drilling down on with sources tonight. That was one of the states that the folks that I've been talking to in the Trump orbit hadn't been feeling very, very confident about. They were feeling what I would say hopeful, optimistic, but not extremely confident. And there now seems to be perhaps some reason for that we're seeing in the numbers that have come in, at least so far tonight.
All right, Hallie, thanks. Let's go over to Kristen Welker at Biden headquarters. How are they interpreting all this?
Well, the focus right now is on the Midwest, Lester, and I can tell you that they are watching what's happening in Ohio very closely. They say, look, if Biden can't pull out a surprise win there, it could have implications for the other Midwestern blue wall states that Vice President Biden has fought so hard to try to win and to try to win back from the Republicans in 2016. So they are particularly encouraged by the fact that there's been a strong turnout in key parts of Ohio, suburban urban areas. One of those key areas that they're looking at, Cuyahoga County, of course, that's the area around Columbus. They're also looking at another area that Mitt Romney and Donald Trump won back in 2016. That's Delaware County. Biden has got that to within about 5 points. So they say, look, he's outperforming expectations. They are encouraged by that. But this underscores, again, the fact that they're saying even if he doesn't pull out a win in Ohio, it could have implications for a state like Pennsylvania, where, of course, Vice President Biden has spent so much time over the past several days. And it could have implications for other Midwestern states, Michigan, Wisconsin. Of course, Biden has made multiple trips to those key states in the closing week of this campaign. One important note about Pennsylvania that it might be worth reiterating. Remember, Pennsylvania does not start to count its mail-in vote until today. And so state officials there have been urging patience and essentially saying, look, we feel confident we can get all of the votes counted by Friday in the coming days. But they're not going to have all of those votes counted by the end of tonight. So you could have a scenario where, for example,
No Pablo
President Trump is
Languingue.
up and then
No
it
English,
starts to tighten. So that is what they are looking at. That blue wall they are hoping will hold for them.
Yeah, in fact, Pennsylvania can't start counting its mail-in votes until polls close, so not until tonight, and they can accept ballots as long as they're postmarked by Election Day up to Friday, so it could be a long one in Pennsylvania.
Be right back.
Let's go over to Kelly O'Donnell. She's in Columbus, Ohio for us. Kelly, there's a lot of back and forth. Biden seeing some sweet spots in Ohio, but the Trump campaign feeling very positive that they're going to hold on to Ohio.
Exactly, Savannah. And talking with senior elected Democrats, they do see some hopeful signs in a couple of the key counties that Chuck has been talking about.
Well, we both
that
can't go
have
at the same
gone
time,
for
so I'll
Republicans
stay.
That they believe are trending toward Joe Biden. And you're looking there at educated women voters, more affluent voters. One of the stories of Ohio is how the story of who the Ohio voter is changing for both parties. You have some of the more working class, traditionally Union or Democratic voters in times gone by that are now more in the Trump mold. And what the Trump campaign has tried to do in Ohio, as they have in other key battleground states, is to identify people who fit their type of voter profile, but who have not been casting ballots in years past, to squeeze out new votes among those types of voters in rural areas and in some of the exurbs. And that's where they see some confidence. In talking to a senior Republican in Ohio who's been looking county by county, and you know, when you speak to other elected officials, they know the math in ways from their own races that lay people certainly can't fully appreciate.
Let me interrupt you.
Looking at it.
Let me interrupt you here because I believe we've got some Missouri. Oh. Okay, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Missouri. That's brand new. Chuck?
Well, Missouri at one time used to be a swing state. It wasn't that long ago, but it's just not enough. This has become a very much more the rural numbers just start to produce. But I want to go back to Ohio and just button up Ohio here a little bit. It does look like Donald Trump is on his way to winning. And remember, I told you it's all about the lake here. I know that's black on the board, but I swear to God, the water is blue on there. And I told you about these Democratic counties from 2018. 2018, a pretty good Democratic year overall. So let's look at the Trump Dem counties. And as you can see, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties that Sherrod Brown, the Democratic senator who won re-election in Ohio in 2018, carried. And as you can see here, this was going to start with Biden needed to carry these, and they're just not happening. Erie County, I told you Erie to Erie. This was an important one. Sherrod Brown carried it. Joe Biden trying to be the same type of Democrat didn't happen. You look over here in Ottawa, it's close, and it still be. There's more time. There's a lot more vote out there that could end up making that. But you see, this generally is the problem. Look at Ashtabula County. This was one Trump won big. And he's winning it bigger this time. So there is some evidence, and it's something Jason Miller brought up, that in some of these Midwestern rural counties, they are bringing out some more vote. So we shall see.
Chuck,
one other thing.
Just quickly, I want to go back to the board here because I think we've got a call.
Another call
in Illinois here.
Okay.
Joe Biden is the projected winner in Illinois. That's 20 electoral votes in this
Not
college.
surprised.
But I wanted to go back. This, if I were to show the most, if you're
Obama's
the
boy's not gonna
Biden
lose
folks
that
and you're
one.
wondering, boy,
No.
why didn't they pull off Ohio? Delaware County was one of the swing counties we were watching. This was one he won big the last time, but this was one we were seeing. Is it going to go all the way blue? And it doesn't look like it's going to go all the way blue. But you see here, this is one of those suburban counties. So this is why David Plouffe is saying, hey, I'm liking what I see in Ohio. Yes, they're not going to flip Ohio, but he looks at expanding that they did better in the Columbus suburbs, and they're thinking, and I could tell you this, that's Kent County, that's Grand Rapids.
Can I give you a homework assignment for your next time visit to the well? Let's look at Nebraska and look at that congressional district because it's getting to be interesting to see what happens there. But let's
every electoral vote is going to count.
Every electoral vote
is what we're
potentially
telling
count.
people.
That's what I'm kind of getting at there. Let's go to Kate Snow in Ohio, and Kate, as we're seeing from the map there, it's trending in the president's direction.
So I'm not in Ohio, just to be clear. I'm in 30
you're Pennsylvania.
Rock. Oh, no, I'm in 30 Rock.
Oh, well, come on over. We've got snacks. Yeah, sorry.
But I was in Ohio really recently. What I want to pick up on, Savannah, is what Chuck was just showing. He was just showing the county map and the close counties in Ohio that he was looking at. One of those up in the corner is Trumbull County. Trumbull County is a county in Ohio where Lordstown is. And back in 2016, it went to Trump by 51%. Before that, it had been an Obama county, okay? So it was 60% for Obama, then it swung completely and flipped to 51% for Trump. And look where it is right now, 10-point lead at the moment for President Trump. So it has stuck with Trump. I just talked to the mayor of Lordstown a few minutes ago who said they're having a really good night out there. So that's evidence of what Chuck was just talking about, that some of these red counties in Ohio may actually be overperforming. He also mentioned Ashtabula County. Chuck pointed that out a minute ago. It is up even higher than it was in 2016. If you remember on Nightly News recently, I did a story with some farmers where we stood in a big barn and they were all talking about Donald Trump and how much they support the president. That's Ashtabula County. To go back to Lordstown for a minute, the big issue there has been jobs.
Scary.
You'll remember maybe the GM plant in Lordstown shut down in 2019. There was concern that some Trump supporters would blame the president for that shutdown, and some do. I talked to a woman who works with GM now, trying to help people transition. A lot of families have been separated where, dad has to move to another plant with GM now and commute back.
I think they were interviewing some
so one woman I talked to said
voters, and they were like, if Trump is back in the office, they're like, they're leaving, they're out, they're done.
But then a whole lot of other people, including the mayor
like
that
they're
I just
leaving the
mentioned
country.
in Lordstown, they feel like jobs are being produced because Lordstown Motors has moved in, which is building electric pickup trucks. There's a battery plant, and there's now a home goods distribution center going up. So more jobs are coming. So a lot of people crediting the president with bringing jobs.
Okay. All right, Kate, thank you. We got from 30 Rock, I might add. We have a lot more to come. Stay with us. Decision 2020 election night coverage rolls on after this break. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. And we have been talking about a lot. There has been a big emphasis from the Biden campaign at looking at white men in particular in this area here. Maybe we'll just look back over at the board and I'll show you, since that's not the graphic I wanted to show you. Let's take a look more at what's happening in these states, particularly when we're talking about white college women. Biden is getting 62% of the white college-educated women in the Rust Belt here, and 37% of the white college-aged women are going for President Trump. But as I was telling you just a moment ago, even
he went out a while back,
like
an hour ago.
Harris campaign would be white, non-college educated men, and in that category, Biden and Harris
non-educated men.
of
So
those voters,
people that
according
didn't
to
go to
our
college,
exit
I'm
polls,
assuming?
compared to 67% for President Trump. Remember, Elaine, when Biden was campaigning in these states, part of what he was trying to do was show that he had this working class background, this middle class background, that he believed in labor unions, and hoping that that message was going to resonate for white working class men in the Rust Belt here. Right now, those numbers in our exit polls aren't really bearing that out. So we're going to continue watching this, but it's not necessarily great news for Biden and Harris right now.
All right, Lana Zak. Well, Lana, I know this is new technology that we have all been getting accustomed to. Great job tonight. And we've been doing this in the midst of this pandemic. So,
right.
you know, a lot of us aren't even in the building right now. But thank you so much for everything. And it's great to see you.
It's great to see you, too.
All right. It is nearly 11 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls are about to close in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. There are 78 total electoral votes at stake in those states, but that doesn't mean the country will hear the results of the election anytime soon. More than 101 million people voted ahead of the election, and in many states, those votes will not be counted for several days. CBSN political reporter Caitlin Healy-Burns joins me now from Pennsylvania. Boy, Caitlin, I don't know how many times we've said Pennsylvania tonight, but first of all, just set the scene for us because I want viewers to understand why it is that you are positioned where you are tonight.
Yes, this is Pennsylvania. 20 electoral votes was determined by just 44,000 votes in 2016 for Donald Trump. The reason that we have been so focused on Pennsylvania, in addition to those facts that I just described, is because the ballots are the issue here in Pennsylvania. Remember, we've been talking about states ramping up their absentee ballot programs. They did that here in Pennsylvania. 3 million absentee ballots have gone out here. We saw a record number in the primary as well. But unlike some of these other states, Pennsylvania didn't start opening up those ballots. They weren't allowed to start opening up those ballots until 7 a.m. this morning. So I'm outside the Pennsylvania Convention Center here in Philadelphia. You can see it behind me. In that building right there is where all of those ballots of Philadelphia are going to be. So they're processing those ballots. It's going to take a while. As we're looking at this electoral map and all these battleground states and a race that looks pretty tight, at least at this point, it could possibly come down to Pennsylvania. And we have seen this effort by both candidates, Trump and Biden, spending lots and lots of time here in Pennsylvania in the final stretch. Kind of a precursor to how this night could go, that it could possibly come down to tonight. But remember, we may not have the results. We likely won't have the results in Pennsylvania because of how long it's going to take to count all of those ballots.
And Caitlin, let's talk about the Senate for a moment, because Democratic Senator Doug Jones lost his seat to Republican challenger Tommy Tuberville in Alabama. So remind us, even as we focus on the presidential contest, where does the race for control of the Senate stand now?
Not good.
That's right. That Alabama result is not surprising, really, because Doug Jones won that seat, the Democrat, a few years ago in very unusual circumstances. So it was pretty much expected that he would not win that race tonight, especially as the president takes Alabama. We also, however, have on the flip side, Cory Gardner, Republican senator from Colorado, has lost his race to John Hickenlooper, the former governor of Colorado. The Democrat has won there. So Democrats lost a seat in Alabama, gained one in Colorado.
It is going
We're
long.
still keeping an eye, however, on that. Those
Interesting
two
election
key
so far, though.
battlegrounds in the South, Georgia and North Carolina, not only for the presidential race, but they have competitive Senate races there as well. Those are races that we'll be watching for balance of power in the Senate, along with Iowa.
All right, we want to let our viewers know we have another CBS News projection to tell them about. CBS News is projecting that Joe Biden will be the winner in Illinois with its 20 electoral votes. So we continue to keep an eye on those results. Caitlin, I also want to turn to the question of Arizona, because this is a development that's just happened here in the last hour or so, where we have seen the characterization of Arizona go from a toss-up to a now lean Biden. This is a state, as we talked with Leslie Sanchez, our CBS News analyst, a moment ago, about the changing demographics that have been happening in that state. What more can you tell us? Obviously, leaning Biden could still change, so we want to make sure people are aware, you know, how fluid this is. But what can you tell us about that state in particular?
Well, this is emerging as a really interesting battleground. President Trump won it in 2016, but by just about 3 percentage points. And Democrats have seen potential advantages that they could make there. Remember, in 2018, they elected a Democrat to the Senate, Kyrsten Sinema, and there's also a competitive Senate race between incumbent Republican Martha McSally, who was appointed to that seat after the death of John McCain, and against Mark Kelly, who has raised a lot of money in Arizona. This is a state where the Biden team believes that if they can win, that allows them to have this clearer path to 270. So that's a big state and shows kind of the changing demographics. And as we're trying to assess what the coalitions for these parties look like after tonight, what the coalitions for a winning race looks like for the president, looking at places like Arizona, where you have these changing demographics, where you have this growth and changing among particularly people in the suburbs, that is clearly something to watch for the presidential and the Senate race. Would be a very big deal for the Biden team and for Democrats, because as you mentioned, this is the home of Barry Goldwater, it's the home of John McCain, a very traditional Republican state.
Well, Caitlin, let me also ask you about Florida, which is currently leaning toward President Trump. What does that mean with respect to his pathway here? Because, you know, we had Terry Sullivan on earlier, a Republican, talking about how it was a very narrow path to 270 for President Trump.
That's right. It absolutely keeps him in the running. And this is a state that the Trump campaign had been arguing that they could do well. And we're kind of seeing that. And it's really interesting also to look at what's happening in South Florida. This is a place that we've spent a lot of time reporting on the ground. A Democratic incumbent congresswoman lost her seat in South Florida,
I'm not
Donna
sure on the
Shalala.
Lindsey
She is someone who flipped a Republican seat in 2018. Now that has flipped back
Yeah, definitely hope so.
What state is he
Republicans.
senator for?
That's really interesting to watch.
I have to
And
look it up.
former Vice President Joe Biden's numbers among Latino voters in that state
Georgia?
is really critical. This keeps Donald Trump in the running. It's not entirely surprising given that he won it in 2016, but the Biden team was hoping that if they could win that state, that would cut off the president's path to victory, even if it was a long shot. So a big win potentially for the president, if that is ultimately called in his favor, keeps him in the running.
South Carolina.
And with Texas, too, there had been talk, as you well know, of a potential blue flipping of that ruby red state. But we see here leaning for the Republican, leaning for President Trump. Caitlin, what is it that Democrats have been looking to Texas?
No, it's swung back in Graham's favor.
Hopeful eyes. When I think about the suburbs, for instance, around some of those big cities, Democrats would
about 50% of the votes are being
counted
at the moment. It's 56%
as
to Graham.
Perhaps a positive sign that they could, in fact, flip that state.
But we're seeing
Absolutely.
big
and
swings.
This was always part of a longer
than ever before
for
that I'm used to. Like it can
shot,
literally swing
for Democrats, and they kind
by
of
a good
knew
3-4% because they open a box or
hoping to do in a
something.
place like Texas is kind of build
Or-
out the
or
party
the
there. And
batch
you've
of
seen that from people like Beto
mailed in
O'Rourke
ones
campaigning
was
around
done,
the state, trying
and
to
they've
put
added it
seats
to
in
it.
the state legislature, which could have a big impact on redistricting. But that looks like it's leaning in the
So it's
president's
really hard to
favor
tell.
tonight. But Democrats see this as kind of a longer game in turning that state. And going back to kind of what the messages from the candidates have been in the closing days, talking about a place like Texas, but also going back to Florida and explaining how
I mean,
the
if they're doing it in a
president would have,
logical way,
been successful
you don't know what
there,
they're
is
counting.
that when he goes to
But
a place like Florida, he
I'd be
casts
counting
this
the mail-in
race
ballots
as
first.
a race against socialism. That is something that we heard from supporters of the president when we were on the ground in Florida, when we're on the ground in some of these key battleground states. Supporters of President Trump tell us that they see this race not necessarily as a race between Joe Biden and President Trump. They see this as a race of President Trump versus a socialism or a world in which he is describing could take place and kind of casting a negative light. And they also see this as a race
dirty word
really
again.
between Donald
The
Trump
socialism
and
word.
Kamala Harris. And that's how a lot of Trump supporters
Yes.
have characterized this. So as we're looking to see some of these results, and looking
Yes.
to see where the president may have had advantages in terms of messaging in a place like Florida that could be the thing that helped tip in his favor.
All right, so Caitlin, we have said it repeatedly, but please, in our final minutes here, before we let you go, remind our viewers what is necessary to actually project a winner when it comes to the presidential contest.
Well, the votes have to be counted, and it's going to be very difficult
Yeah, that
at
was
this
funny.
stage, especially if it comes down to a place like
I mean, come on, lady.
Pennsylvania, because we are likely not going to have those
Yeah.
results. And remember, the Democratic campaigns had been focused on absentee voting and the early vote, and in places like Pennsylvania, that it will take a little while to be counted here. So still an early night, even though we're hitting the 11 o'clock hour, I think. Still long way to
Or
go.
the 4 o'clock
before
hour.
this
Come
is
on now.
over. We will be up for it. We've got lots of snacks and hand warmers, and we'll keep you keep you posted on what happens.
And Caitlin, just one more last point. So this does not indicate that anything is wrong, per se. We've said this many, many times over the course of these past few weeks. It is simply that counting those votes just takes a while.
Exactly, and that's going on in the building behind me, and it's done by people and machines, and it does take a while to tabulate those votes. And that's why we've been reporting for the past
People are
several months,
machines.
really, that we may not have results on election night, that doesn't say anything about the integrity of the election. It's not a delay, it's just the processing, the counting of votes takes a while.
All right, the indefatigable Caitlin Huey Burns for us. Caitlin, thanks to you and your team for everything. It's been spectacular coverage all campaign season long. Thank you so much. Up next, it's the CBS News special report, America Decides. You're streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on.
CBS News, always on. Let's have a look at Sky News.
And yet that's not quite happening yet. Not without, it's not out of Democrats' reach, the Senate yet.
OK, look, I've just noticed it's coming up to 4 a.m. in the UK. It's 11 p.m. here in Washington. Polls about to close in another 4 states, although they're unlikely to decide the result. They are important. Amongst them, the mighty state of California, with the largest number of electoral college votes in 55. The Democrats are overwhelming favourites. Oregon in the Pacific Northwest, the scene of those violent protests, which President Trump
It's a very
said was
close
one of the
race.
issues of this election.
118, 114?
It's
Come on.
uncomfortably close.
Yeah, it makes me want to just itch all over.
And there it is. The polls have now closed across almost the entirety of the United States. They include, in this clutch, California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. And we can instantly make some projections for you on those states, as I was describing before the polls closed. California, we are projecting absolutely zero surprise here for the Democrats.
Yeah,
But
California,
55
Washington, Oregon are
electoral
always going to be
college
blue.
votes there, right into Joe Biden's column, pushing him up towards
Definitely.
200. California.
my
the
brother
edge
are over
for
there.
The Democrats polls just closed there. Let's
They know.
go through the key
They know what they're
developments
doing.
so far.
I hope.
And it's still too early and too close to call in this election, but Republicans in Florida are already celebrating victory with more than 94% of the votes now counted. Donald Trump has a lead of more than 3%. Florida is, of course, a crucial battleground which has backed the winner in every presidential election since 1996. And the Republicans also have narrow leads in other key battlegrounds. In Texas, the early indications were that a record turnout in the state had helped to increase the Democratic vote. But on the day, voters have pulled back Joe Biden's lead, and with now 81% of the vote counted, Donald Trump has a lead of around 4%. The state last elected a Democrat as president in 1976, Jimmy Carter. And Joe Biden is also now behind in North Carolina, where he seemed to be ahead earlier in the night, a familiar pattern in some states. But now with 3/4 of the vote counted, the Democrats still have hopes of winning Arizona, where they have a lead of more than 8%. The state was last held by the Democrats in 1996. They're still waiting for the first state, though, to change hands over all key northern battlegrounds like Pennsylvania, which could be decisive, now looking very unlikely to be called tonight.
Definitely.
Well, Cordelia, only Alaska and Hawaii left, and they're not really going to change hands, are they? But some big states there, polls just closed, instantly able to call California, 55 electoral college votes. But as I was saying earlier, it's not as if it's where Hillary Clinton, for instance, piled up votes, which is why she won the popular vote next time round. Millions upon millions of Americans vote in a state like California, but then don't really have a particular influence on the outcome of who becomes president.
Yeah, and I seem to recall with Hillary Clinton, if she visited, it was once or twice California. I mean,
did it feature much in this campaign?
It's
a courtesy visit.
It's a completely reliable Democratic area. It's often where they do go to get a lot of donor money to, you know, increase the Democratic war chest. And that's what's intriguing yet again, isn't it? Because we look at the funding going in. Biden had way more money than Donald Trump. And it looked like the pot at times were running out. But what they have been focusing their investments and time and people on is it's kind of micro-targeting local issues and door knocking. They say they had 2.3 million volunteers. That's around the same, just a little bit more than Barack Obama had with his big Get Out the Vote campaign. So it's interesting where they've decided to spend their money, not big advertisements like Joe Biden has been doing in battleground states, but instead that really kind of material voter registration drive. And they have been very buoyed by the amount of new voters they've been able to register. And I wonder whether that might be one of the narratives coming out of tonight, is that not just the rallies, a great data drive campaign that Omarosa, you will have been really aware of in the days of Brad Pascal, that everyone that goes to that rally, they get the data, they get the information, and building on that.
And then they promise you dinners or lunch with the president if you give them 5 more names and enter them into a contest to have a meal with the president. Their operation for data, there's no one that can match it, because they'll also offer up T-shirts or the famous red hat, and that's how they get the names. The Democrats haven't found a way to capture that kind of data and use it to their advantage.
Well, let's talk Kim Darroch. I mean, that's one feature of this campaign so far. We haven't seen the issue of data manipulation. Who knows, it may surface further down into the inquest that inevitably take place when the dust settles, and also the issue of foreign interference. Some mention of it from Iran, from China, and yes, those Russians again, but not as much as 2016.
Nothing like as much as 2016. There have been some stories about Russian interference in particular, 1 or 2 about maybe the Iranians doing it, but it's a much smaller part of the picture than it was back in 2016. The thing for me that is striking so far this evening is just how similar it feels to another long night in 2016, which came down at about 2 o'clock in the morning in Washington time to 4 states, Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And Hillary Clinton won Nevada, then lost the other 3. And the difference this time, those states may still be in play, but this time you have the postal votes, which means we won't get, as we did in 2016, a result on the night or on the following morning. But otherwise, we're still waiting for a state to flip. And I guess the best chance of getting a result tonight in terms of a state flipping is Arizona, where I noticed from the figures just up a minute or 2 ago that the Democrats still look well ahead. Just one other point, if I can be the geek of the night. If the Democrats win the election, they need 4 seats in the Senate, and their 4 best chances are Martha McSally in Arizona, Tom Tillis in North Carolina, Susan Collins in Maine, and Cory Gardner in Colorado. If they lose the election, then they're looking for a 5th seat They have quite good chances on those 4. And then it gets to a bit of a stretch. And then you look at seats like South Carolina, which is staying with Lindsey Graham and so on, becomes much more difficult for them. So really their best chance of retaking the Senate is taking the presidency, taking the White House, which means that the vice president has the casting vote if it's a 50-50 tie in the Senate.
Wow. Ashley, I wonder what your thinking is on what Kim's just saying there about Democrat hopes in Arizona.
Yeah, I think Arizona is becoming more and more key throughout the night. In fact, if Trump does not take Arizona, but he's taking some of these other states that we discussed in terms of Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, he only has about a 20% shot at the Electoral College.
Wait, is that up to date? 192 to 114?
It's because of the 3 states that just posted, so California, Washington, thing automatically.
Oh, they just posted.
Also a very key Senate seat with the Kelly McSally race.
No, they've just
Kelly
automatically
ahead in
given it.
pre-election polling.
That's
So I
all they've
think
done.
these are
They've just
important to
automatically
recognize.
given
And
them to them.
also,
Why?
If this were
Because
any
they're
other
blue
electoral
states.
system,
They never
this would not
change,
be a close
so.
race. If we're looking at the popular vote.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Actually, I'm cutting across you because Nancy Pelosi is speaking there. Let's listen in.
They are there in the Congress. We're all there for the people. And to have a strategic plan to be successful, to retain our control, to hold the House, actually, is how we say it, we couldn't be better served than by our chair, Cheri Bustos. And all of the pillars of winning an election, whether it's the mobilization, the grassroots level, even virtually, she has succeeded. Whether it's about messaging in a very disciplined way, she has succeeded. About amassing the financial resources, the money, the third M. She has broken all records. And through it all, she retained and commanded the respect of the House members and the confidence of all of our candidates. So with that, I want to acknowledge again
that's one part good news.
Chair Cheri Bustos of
What?
Illinois.
Democrats
Madam
retain
Chair,
control of the House.
I yield to you
They
in
do.
honor. Thank you.
All right, Speaker Pelosi, thank you so much for your kind words.
That's good.
And obviously, your leadership of this caucus, you've been absolutely amazing. I'm joining you tonight from Moline, Illinois, which is my hometown. Moline is kind of the center of America. It's, people here, they take that literally, and they work hard. Look after
Well, there, let's just reflect cordially on Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House there. That's one that we
And don't care what she has to say, let's cut her
projected,
off.
That the Democrats maintain
Let's cut her off?
And,
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi reflecting that. So something the Democrats, but
I mean,
again,
let's see if
they held it
one of the
anyway.
others are letting her
Yeah,
speak.
they held it.
Made with taxpayer dollars, millions of dollars invested in new technology to make this possible. Now, Orange County, of course, a longtime favoring of moderate Republicans, going for McCain and Romney, then going for Hillary Clinton back in 2016. But what we continue to see is a very smooth operation throughout Orange County. I talked to the Orange County registrar today, spent the day with him, and he said in terms of fraud and issues with ballots, concerns about ballots, it's only about 1% so far. And they have this system where they bring in the ballots, they open them with a high-speed machine, and then they match those signatures as part of that process. And so all of that signature matching that so many people have been concerned about across the country is actually done by specially trained workers here in Orange County. So far, very smooth across the board, lines relatively manageable because of that huge surge in mail-in voting, guys.
Jolene Kent, thanks very much. With us once again are NBC News political contributors Claire McCaskill, former Democratic senator from Missouri, and conservative columnist and editor of National Review, Rich Lowry. Thanks to both of you. Senator, first off, Donald Trump has just been declared the winner of your home state. And he's seems to be doing well in Ohio. Does it give you great concern about
NBC has done the same thing.
and Joe Biden's strength?
Have they?
As this,
So
race
192
seems
to
be
114?
pushing now toward the Midwest?
No, because you have to remember that Donald Trump won Missouri by almost 20 points 4 years ago. And he won Ohio by, I think, close to 10, 8 or 9. So in Wisconsin, in Michigan, and Pennsylvania, it was all like less than 1 point. So they were close to being in the other column in the last election. That's why the strategy has been from the beginning to take the 3 states back that Trump won in a very close election with a candidate, frankly, fair or unfair, had very high unfavorables, unlike Joe Biden, who still ended up at the end of a presidential campaign with more people saying they like him than not.
Let's go to you, Rich Lowry. The president had us a path to 270. It requires an inside straight of those Sun Belt states. So far, so good in terms of the results we've seen. However, Arizona might be giving the Trump campaign a few heart palpitations at the moment. How do you see it?
Yeah, so the question of this night, Savannah, always was, could Trump get to Pennsylvania? Could he get to the point where Pennsylvania would matter and potentially be decisive? And it looks like he's going to make it there. Even if Arizona falls off the map, he can still win Pennsylvania and get to a 269-269 tie, which he'd probably win in the House for complicated reasons we don't need to get into right now. We don't want everyone really breaking into the liquor cabinets, bringing up this possibility. But he's getting to where Pennsylvania's going to matter. That seems clear tonight. And also the odds of Republicans holding the Senate, as Chuck alluded to earlier with Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, looking better in Pennsylvania, the odds have increased over the course of the night. And even if Joe Biden wins, if there's a Republican Senate, that would mean his legislative agenda would basically be dead on arrival from the beginning. So far tonight, Republicans are feeling pretty good.
Andrea?
Just a caution flag on Pennsylvania because of that 3-day vote. That was a Supreme Court decision, giving them 3 days to count the early votes, which, as you point out, could not be counted until the polls closed today. They've got 3 days to count that early vote. That's a lot of votes that are out there in Pennsylvania. If this is close, that's going to matter. The president has been complaining about it every single day. At every stop, he's talked about this, how it's unfair, that he's going to have his lawyers out. The lawyers have seen more Republican challenges in Pennsylvania in the last couple of weeks than in any other state. They've lost the big one in the Supreme Court on the 3-day vote, but they could do another end run around it. The Biden team is ready for that. They have some of the best lawyers in the country, all ready for exactly what they expect to happen.
I think that's why Chuck called that the nightmare scenario. It all comes down to Pennsylvania because they'll be sending in the lawyers, and nobody wants that. No. Nobody wants the lawyers. All right, Rich and Claire, we'll get back with you guys in a few.
Spoken like a lawyer.
NBC News election, you meant that in a really nice way. Election night coverage will continue in just a moment.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Conversations I'm having with Democrats across the country based on a lot of the data we're beginning to see. I think we are entering that phase where this is going to continue into
They haven't included Washington or Oregon.
You have the big states.
They have
Pennsylvania,
California,
Michigan, Wisconsin, outstanding. The balance of who wins this is dependent on those ones. And if we already know that it's going to be several days for the count, we may be sitting here now looking at election days and not necessarily just one election night.
In terms of the trend in Michigan, from our CBS data here and our Jen DePinto, Biden has been making inroads there with those white voters lacking a college degree, eating into that Trump coalition from 2016. So interesting to note that.
A very good point. We have a race update right now. CBS's news is now characterizing Ohio as leaning toward President Trump. This is a state he won by a large margin 4 years ago. CBS News can also now project that President Trump has won Mississippi, and President Trump has won Missouri, and President Trump has won the state of Kansas. Let's bring in Elections Director Anthony Salvanto at our data center. And Anthony, we're all wondering, tell us about those states that are so close that could decide the presidency.
Okay, well, first off, let me show you Ohio, which we have decided is lean Trump. This is his raw vote count, 53-45. If I model it, which is to say I overlay which way the trends are going, that lead holds up, 52.8 over Joe Biden. This, of course, was on the wish list for the Biden campaign. It always was, at best, maybe a tie. So there, it looks like Joe Biden has fallen short in a lot of the counties in and around Cleveland, short of what his margins would have needed to be. Let me also take you then to Wisconsin. And we're very, very early in the vote count here. Just to make that point, this is the expected vote at 3.6 million. 43% of it has been counted so far. So we have a really long way to go. In fact, if I just tap on Milwaukee here, okay, this is a place Democrats need to do very well. I'm going to light up how many have been counted. You still see hundreds of thousands of outstanding votes. So to your point about maybe this taking a really long time, we can model this. We can say, okay, these are Democratic areas that haven't yet reported, and therefore, based on the exit polls, this is a tight race, but we're still waiting to see vote count from a lot of counties like that, Nora.
Really, really interesting. So this is, John is calling this the chapter 2 of the night, which is the Arizona and upper Midwest. Sorry if I'm not mischaracterizing. Can we go back to chapter 1?
Yeah.
Chapter 1 is North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Let's just find out what's happening right now in Georgia.
Okay.
Let's go back to.
So Georgia, the story is, we started out the night talking about Atlanta Metro. And we told that story not just because it's important to Georgia, but because it was telling the larger story of changing metropolitan areas in the South. Phoenix is another one. Well, when we look at DeKalb, okay, very little of that vote is actually in, only 24%. So the vote models right now are incorporating that as possibly a Democratic county, but we don't see the votes there yet. Might be a while. Let's look at another one. I'm going to take you in here, and we'll go to Fulton County. Okay, this is starting to come in a little bit, but only about half. 282,000 ballots still outstanding, so we've got a long way to go maybe in Georgia, too.
Okay, we're going to continue to look into what's happening in those states. More information straight ahead as the votes are counted. We'll back in with our correspondents live all across America. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Literally just at every advert, just switching it.
Where he has definitely improved upon Hillary Clinton. We've got almost all of Dallas County and the suburban county of Des Moines. Here, Trump's narrowly ahead, but you can see here, look at that 5% of the Gary Johnson vote is basically all gone to Biden. So Biden really narrowed it, picked up all that Gary Johnson vote here. But Hillary Clinton lost by 9. And so I've noticed in a lot of areas you see that Joe Biden is improving on Hillary Clinton margins, but I'm seeing them at about 4 or 5 points. Dubuque County was one that we were really interested in because this is a county that Trump flipped very narrowly, and he arguably flipped it because Gary Johnson got 4%. And as you can see here, Joe Biden doing well. Dubuque County is a traditional Democratic county. A lot of union workers over here. This is where Donald Trump, though, overperformed.
Is this early vote or day of vote you're looking at?
This is a 50-50 right now. We're seeing in Iowa. They've mixed it up a little bit. It's slightly more early vote than same-day vote. So, look, Iowa's facing up to be fairly competitive, and keep an eye on this because the Senate race and this presidential race will be in sync. The two candidates will be off by a point at best.
Okay. All right.
Joining us now is Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware at Biden headquarters in Wilmington tonight. Senator, thank you so much for being with us. So walk me through it. So maybe you pick up Arizona, you lose Florida, maybe you lose Georgia, maybe you lose North Carolina. What's the likely or most the shortest path to 270 for Biden?
Well, Lester, as you just pointed out, there's several paths for Joe Biden to be elected our next president. But we have to remember, over 100 million Americans voted early, whether in person or by mail. And as Chuck was just pointing out, there are different rules in different states for whether they have already counted and are already reporting that early vote, or whether they're just beginning counting it and won't report it for several days. I'm hearing encouraging things about Ohio, about Arizona, about Iowa. So I think there still remain several paths for Joe Biden tonight, while President Trump has a very narrow path. And frankly, I'd rather be in our camp than his tonight. We have to remember that every vote needs to be counted before we conclude this election. Vote counts happen at the state and county level, and we have a number of states and counties that have already indicated they won't be done counting votes for several days.
Senator Coons, with the exception possibly of Arizona, it looks more and more like Joe Biden is going to have to rely on that blue wall, turning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania back into the Democratic corner. How do you feel about what you've heard from your sources on the ground about how the industrial Midwest is playing out for Joe Biden?
Well, I've been texting and calling with my Senate colleagues as well as local elected officials and organizers in several states today, the ones you just referenced, and I'm optimistic. I think we're ultimately going to have a great outcome for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They've had the right message from the beginning of this campaign about bringing people together, getting us out of this pandemic, and building back stronger our economy. But we just have to be patient and make sure that every vote gets counted in what ultimately may be one of several paths towards a victory by Joe Biden tonight or tomorrow.
The Trump campaign threw out Minnesota as a possible pickup for them. Do you see that in the cards? Is it something you're worried about?
I really don't. What I'm hearing from Minnesota elected officials I've touched base with is that although Minnesota is a state where you can show up and vote at the last moment, they don't see anything that's happened on the ground today that suggests to them that Donald Trump may unexpectedly take Minnesota.
Senator, we have to say congratulations to you. You won your race. Turns out you also had a campaign to run. But what about what's going on in the Senate? I know Democrats had high hopes of taking back this Senate, but some of the races are not turning out as expected. In particular, North Carolina, Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, appearing to do better than many expected.
Well, so far I've been encouraged by the outcomes in Colorado and likely in Arizona. I'm sorry for my colleague Doug Jones, who you've called to not be reelected, but he's done a great job in the Senate. And I think there's other news tonight that is encouraging in Georgia and in other states. But in several states that we expect to pick up Senate seats in, it is still too close to call.
Right.
Senator Coons, good to talk to you. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
We will take another quick break here. We'll continue with our coverage right after this.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next
She's
in
so
line.
ready to go to
But
work.
who is?
It's a lie.
All right, Nicole Killian reporting there from the Biden campaign as Biden officials are saying there is still a path to victory for them in the upper Midwest, including in Pennsylvania, and they're feeling strong about the state of Arizona. Some CBS stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
America has not decided yet.
Nope.
But will they ever?
And now let's bring in Anthony Salvanto at the Election Data Center, along with Major
Well, they're
Garrett.
gonna have to.
Anthony, let's have some fun. All right, we're getting to that time of night. You know, the number at the decision desk right now is 3, which is we're all on our 3rd cup of coffee. Exactly. We got a ways to go. So let's start.
You've
let's
had
start
more
with
coffee than
Pennsylvania.
that. Come on.
Right. I mean, you've covered this extensively, Major. We have some vote coming in, but only a small portion of it. All right, only 40% of what we expect. And as you've extensively reported, we could have some slow counting here.
We have some slow counting. There are 7 counties in Pennsylvania that won't even touch their absentee ballots until tomorrow morning. And in Philadelphia and some of those counties surrounding Philadelphia, processing those ballots will take time. They were arriving early, they were arriving in large numbers, and then the processing only began today. So it's a rapid count, as rapid as humanly possible, but it's still going to take a while. And there's nothing strange or unusual about that. This is what is required under the law, and that's everyone's following the rules, even though it's
Trump
taking a
hadn't
while.
done his thing with the mail-in ballots in the post master issues, we wouldn't be having this
This
problem.
is Philadelphia. They're headed towards 820, we think. Great deal to go.
Yeah, but Trump can't do anything with
let's
like
go to
meddling.
Bucks County. Let me back up here. Zoom in.
Yeah,
At
I know.
the moment, the model estimate would lean
be his
Bucks
motto.
County toward Joe Biden. But look at
Trump
that. That is
the
a
meddler.
paltry number of votes compared to what we would expect out of Bucks County. Almost 400,000, to your point.
Exactly. And I talked to the head of the election administration in Bucks County. He waited an hour and a half in line today to cast his ballot, which shows you the lines on day of. And he said it would probably take a day or two just to process all the absentee ballots for that one county in Pennsylvania.
And, you know, again, to return to the big theme of the night here, Major, it has been Joe Biden.
We're definitely not
clear
getting
and
a result
established
tonight.
Pre-election lead for all those mail
kinda knew
ballots.
that already.
But then we talked about the possibility of a Trump voter surge on election day. Certainly seeing it. The question is, will it be enough?
I mean, we
to
have
carry the
a
day
lot of
through
states that have already said what
Pennsylvania? But if I show
they're
everybody
going
here
for,
what
but
I'm
just not
turning
the
on, this
just
is
not
the-
enough
this
at the
is
moment. I don't
reported
think.
count right now.
No.
But if we
To
fill
say
in
whether or
the
not
gaps where
one's
Democratic
better than the
areas
other one.
haven't get counted.
I saw a
these
lot of
votes,
states that I thought would
then
be
Joe Biden goes
blue
up
or
by
blue,
about
and
what the
I
least
thought were red.
pre-election polls
Nothing's
suggested
changing.
that he might. We'll see.
Right, and pre-election polls did indicate
So
some
far.
leads in certain areas, and as I experienced in 2016, part of the Trump phenomenon is more people show up than the pollsters find. There is what they call
The Trump
a secret or
phenomenon?
shy Trump vote that is worth a percentage or two, and in some indications here in Pennsylvania and elsewhere, that's also
People
happening a
who
little
say
bit tonight.
they're not
One
voting Trump and
person's
do.
shy voter is another
Oh.
person's turnout estimate. And if voters turn out and the Trump voters are enthusiastic and they end up showing up, that's what
So when
actually
asked,
drives
they'll
things.
say
And
they're
I'm seeing
voting
a lot of
Biden,
that
but they'll
here.
actually vote
Let's go
Trump.
to
Yeah.
Wisconsin. Sort of same effect.
Got about a little
right?
bit less than a minute.
Okay, in Wisconsin, 50% counted. Hardly, a long way to go, heading for 3.6 million.
And again, Wisconsin, like Pennsylvania and Michigan, can't even deal with the absentee ballots until starting today. Processing is one process, meaning open the envelopes, put them through
Processing
the
is one
feeder,
process.
and then count them. It's an elaborate process. Michigan, Wisconsin, and
come
Pennsylvania
on.
all could not do that until today. Anthony Salvanto, we're going to go take a quick break. We'll be right back with more election coverage. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. I'm Major Garrett. That's Anthony Salvanto. That's the big board. We'll be back in a minute.
Big board.
The big board. What do you think, big board for our room?
We
You
have
didn't
big
help
board.
battling coronavirus. You're
You
not
know.
just any patient.
It's just
You're the
green
friend.
and
These folks.
You were with me.
It's called a green screen.
Exactly.
We are the Buckeye Brown girls. I was so excited that we were going to be together.
I have no idea what's happening here.
Be together.
Oh, it's her
tonight.
again?
I mean, you know, the suffering. I mean, President
All right,
Trump promised that he was going to bring back jobs. He
But no.
Some breaking news.
Oh, you're
Are
changing
people
it.
there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
Just watch
It's
the advert.
news made for your streaming world.
It's times like these where I wish I could watch CNN.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
I've heard that before, ever.
President Trump and Joe Biden.
I've heard it like 8
at the
times,
center of this
9
campaign,
times,
coronavirus.
20 times. I don't know. I've heard it like a
Battleground
million,
blitz as we
million
enter the
times
final
tonight.
stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting
Sure,
here
every
talking
number
to
you just said
Joe
that is
Biden
wrong.
and President
Either way.
Trump, what would you want to tell him right now?
On the
How many
ground.
times have you heard
The
it?
wind standing these
I don't know.
flames are expected
No.
to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly
We're all
News with
concerned.
Lester Holt.
Yes, we are.
This night has not been short on excitement. We still have a lot of votes to count.
No,
We'll show
it's
you
been
where we
quite
are,
short on
11:30
excitement,
East Coast
actually.
time, 8:30 in the Pacific West. Florida is too close to call at this hour, but the
Think it's been
president
exciting?
does have a lead, and in Texas, it's too early
Well, I'm the
to
one
call,
who's been
but
watching the
president
entire thing
has
without
taken
going
a
on the
lead
game.
there as well.
Another closely watched state,
Exciting.
the state of North Carolina. That is too close to call. Ohio, it is also it's
Trying to
too
make
early.
remarks
too
at
early
me, I
in
guess?
Ohio, but Trump
Always.
leads there.
Let's look
Okay.
at Georgia. Democrats had been hoping for this one. It's too
Thanks,
early to
I
call.
guess.
We'll see how the votes
Always.
shake out there. What are you looking at, Chuck?
Well, look, I just want to update folks. I know everybody's wondering about a few states here. I'll start west to east. Arizona, I told you we've been 75% reporting. We're stuck. We don't have any new vote, so not anything new to report there. We still have Biden leading. Let's go over to North Carolina, which we haven't called. We're still stuck at 95% reporting, so we may be in one of these sort of wait and see modes, if you will. This still looks pretty good for Donald Trump, North Carolina. And here. And in Georgia, it is trickling in, as you can see, but let me just go in and around here. Still 24% in the Atlanta, in DeKalb County. We got only half the vote in Fulton, which is Atlanta itself. Cobb, 66%. By the way, I want to show you a little bit something here on Cobb. Cobb has made a remarkable transformation, okay? It has gone, it's literally swinging almost 20 points, and we've seen this move that's been happening there, and you see from 2008, it may swing as much as 20 points. So it's just an interesting, and Cobb County, of course, is where Newt Gingrich launched the Republican revolution that brought the modern Republican Party today that Donald Trump leads, you know, was essentially founded right there in Cobb County, which is now turning blue.
Is Georgia a swing state for this election only?
I think Georgia is a state that is headed into purple territory. This is, I mean, we're seeing tonight. I mean, this is going, when all the votes are counted, this is going to be a very tight race. And frankly, it's going to be a bit of a coin flip. We got to see how much vote actually comes out of these Atlanta suburbs. But one thing about tonight is, and I do think Joe Biden has come up short in the Sun Belt, but these are very competitive races. We are moving, and you know, look, our population has moved that way too. Within a decade, we will spend more time on the Sun Belt on election nights than we do in the Rust Belt. For now, though, Joe Biden needs the Rust Belt.
All right, Andrea?
And when you come to the Rust Belt, the Biden people, the Democrats I'm talking to in Michigan and Minnesota, well, you talked to Amy Klobuchar earlier, they are relatively confident because what you're seeing is the election day vote. The early vote is not yet being counted. You've got 3.2 million votes out there in Michigan, and they believe that those votes are trending 61% Democratic, just based on the profile of what they're seeing. So as you heard from Senator Coons, they're not really that worried about Michigan and Minnesota.
Let me turn to Casey. Casey, what are your thoughts right here? Are we seeing any real surprises here?
Well, Lester, I would say that while I agree with Andrea and my Democratic sources are saying that, you know what, we should have expected this exact scenario to play out tonight. They call it the red mirage. The reality is this is a more disappointing night for Democrats than they were hoping it would be from a big picture perspective. And that's for these states that we've been talking about in the Sun Belt. You know, they really thought North Carolina, frankly, was a place where they could edge it out by a point. Georgia is still, I think, an open question, as Chuck was just outlining, for all of the reasons to do, particularly with the suburbs of Atlanta. I think Florida was probably expected, but Texas, of course, something that seemed in play late in the race. And some of these polls that, you know, frankly, they were media polls, they were internal polls to the campaigns, to the super PACs. I mean, we had so many numbers to work with, and just like in 2016, frankly, most people who were reading those polls were all thinking that we might see a major realignment in the Sun Belt in this election, and that's just not happening. And Democrats were also very confident about potentially taking as many as winning back as many as 15 additional seats in the House of Representatives, and instead they're seeing some surprising losses in places like Miami-Dade County. They didn't pick up a couple of seats in Texas that they were really optimistic about. A congressman in Staten Island in New York, it looks as though he's losing. These are all signs that the country is as divided as ever, that this is not some sort of overwhelming across-the-map rebuke of President Trump, and it is, in fact, going to be kind of prolonged fight that, many people expected, clearly, that the Biden campaign was anticipating. And that's not to say that Biden can't still pull this out, but it's a tough thing.
All right, Casey, thanks very much. We're going to pause here briefly to allow some of our stations to rejoin our coverage.
Welcome back. Our coverage of Election Night 2020 rolls on. Many of you rejoining us in the Eastern and Central time zones, and we will give you some numbers. Let's start it up. Wisconsin, too early to call. We will continue to march through the Midwest here.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is too early to call.
In Virginia, it's too early to call, but Vice President Joe Biden does have a lead there. In Minnesota, too early to call. We'll continue to keep our eye on what happens there, as we've had dueling predictions on this set tonight.
Yeah, too early to call in Maine. Arizona, one we're watching very carefully right now, is too early. Biden seems to be leading there.
Yeah, we're kind of frozen in the votes that have come in Arizona. We're waiting for more. In Iowa, too early to call. That's how the race shakes out at this moment. And in Nevada, it is too early to call, waiting on votes there.
Same story in Montana, too early to call. Let's look at where we are on this road to 270 right now. You can see Biden leading with 192 to 114 for Donald Trump. 270, the magic number. That's the prize.
We were hearing about paths, and I heard Chris Coons claim, they still have a lot of paths to 270. These paths are narrowing. right now. And I want to look, we have the real map, and you'll see here faded blue, faded red are where I've manipulated it. I'm putting them where they're leaning now. So North Carolina and Florida and Texas, I'm putting in Trump's column. Arizona, Nevada, I'm going ahead and putting in.
Is he assuming now?
In some of Trump
Yeah, he's
in that
just
column.
surmising
I just want to show
from
you where we are, and you
where
start to see
figures
here
are at.
how narrow this is.
That's
So
what they always
let's
do.
assume here that Biden can hang on to Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. These are the three states he had 5+ point leads in. See his electoral vote number there, guys? Sitting at 265. And this is making some assumptions here. I'm just, now you see that if Georgia doesn't come through, if Iowa, now any of these three can put him over. Iowa could, but I think Iowa's going to tilt Trump. Georgia, we're waiting on Atlanta. I'm not ready to classify that. But look what it comes down to. Scranton.
Well,
we
we
decided
did that months
Scranton says better than Pennsylvania, because you got to kind of do it like that. But I'm just saying the paths have narrowed for everybody. We are looking at a close election, and this feels a little bit like 2004 meets 1976. For those of you thinking about presidential elections, both of them were close races, and both of them were races that took us a long time to call.
And Michigan may not come in until Wednesday night or Thursday, according to the text I just got from Democrats there.
Okay, so it's all over, but the counting could take a while.
We need to roll up our sleeves.
Yes.
I'm just saying, we're getting close to midnight. Maybe the coat comes off. Maybe we roll up the sleeves. It's maybe we get the pencils out. We got a lot of adding to do.
After midnight's when Chuck gets loose, so watch out.
You don't want to see that, folks.
Let's go to Kristen Welker. She's at Biden headquarters. How are they feeling? Are they sweating it?
Well, look, they are certainly watching a couple of these states quite closely, and I think one is Arizona. One person close to the campaign telling me they feel encouraged by Arizona, because if he wins Arizona, then he doesn't necessarily need to win Pennsylvania. But as Chuck just mentioned, these paths are really narrowing. So if Biden wins Arizona, then he has to have a sweep of those Midwestern states. He has to hold on in Michigan, in Wisconsin. He cannot afford to lose any of those states. That's why you saw Biden barnstorming those states in the final days of this campaign. But where did he spend his most time? In Pennsylvania. Where was he today? In Scranton. That's, of course, the place where he was born. He visited the place where he grew up. And so it becomes so critical that the Biden campaign gets the type of turnout that they were pushing for in the suburbs, in the area in and around Philadelphia, that the African-American turnout is strong, because it wasn't what it needed to be back in 2016. And so that is why Biden visited Pennsylvania more than any other swing state, 14 times. Now, we can't overstate this enough. The counting of those mail-in ballots is just beginning in Pennsylvania, and so they are urging everyone to be cautious and to brace for what could be a days-long process of counting these votes, but they say they're going to do it. They say they are going to count every vote. Now, some Democrats have privately been quite critical of Biden's strategy. They've said he hasn't been aggressive enough, that he's been too cautious. Of course, he's been campaigning against the backdrop of COVID. I put that question to one of his campaign officials earlier today. Were they concerned that he wasn't out enough in a place like North Carolina and in Georgia, which we see now are just so incredibly tight? This official said, no, look, we feel confident that we left it all out on the field. Biden reiterated that. But undoubtedly, some Democrats are looking at this map, and they are thinking quite seriously about that. But at this hour, again, there is still optimism within the campaign.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Let's
Go,
turn to
Joe.
Trump campaign senior advisor Corey Lewandowski, who joins us now. Corey, you've been through this before. You were there in 2016. There's a lot for you to like on this map, and there's stuff to give
if I
you
had
pause,
pom-poms,
namely
I'd get 'em up.
Arizona, which is leaning Biden at
sure
this
you can
hour.
make some.
How are you feeling about your chances?
Obviously, we're very cautiously optimistic. But that being said, if Joe Biden wants to become the president of the United States, he has to defeat Donald Trump in a series of states. And one state isn't going to be enough. Look, Donald Trump had an enormous victory tonight in the state of Florida. He's up over 400,000 votes in what has historically been the battleground of battleground states. And let me just remind the viewers that the last 6 people who won the state of Florida went on to become the president of the United States. So we feel very good about where we are right now. We feel very good about the
Trump was never going to lose
and we look
Florida
forward to having
anyway.
all the votes counted.
Yeah.
He gives them way too much money, and he spends way too much time there.
Well, look, I think it's still very early in the evening. If you guys remember, 4 years ago, I don't think the AP officially called the race till sometime after 2:30 in the morning, and then the president spoke sometime around 3 a.m. So, look, obviously, the AP is the final arbiter of where the race stands. They're still very early in this race, so I think it'd be premature as we sit here right now in the 11:30 hour to think about having anybody come down and call anything.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting calling, but I was wondering if we would hear.
Oh, the next 2 days, rather.
Yeah, I don't think that's been determined yet. I think we're going to wait and see some more of the results as they come in. But I can tell you, as we sit here right now, we're very comfortable knowing that we're going to win in the state of Texas. We have won the state of Ohio. We've tracked this very, very closely. I know the network's uncomfortable in calling some of these states, but we feel very comfortable with our position in Georgia, our position in North Carolina. And as we continue to go through this exercise, we know that the message that Donald Trump has given the American people over the last 4 years is resonating, and that's why he's continuing to win.
If it comes down to Pennsylvania, Corey, it could be a few days, could be longer. Those mail-in votes, they have time to count them. They couldn't even open them until tonight after the polls closed. Is the president prepared to be patient to make sure that every vote is counted?
No.
Well, of course, look, the president, of course he wants the votes counted. We have to make sure that it's done properly. And if they're postmarked on time and they follow the rules, then of course that's the case. And look, right now, as you look at the numbers in Pennsylvania, we're very, very happy again with what our performance has been. This is a state that Joe Biden claims to be his home state, even though he hasn't lived in it in 65 years. He claims Pennsylvania as his home. The truth is we're exceeding our expectations in the state of Pennsylvania. We believe we're going to win the state of Pennsylvania. But once we win in Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona and potentially Nevada, you know, the state of Pennsylvania potentially does not come into factor as much it may have if, you know, those states change hands.
Corey Lewandowski, thank you for stopping by, and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you.
Hallie Jackson joining us now from the White House with more of The View there. Hallie?
Interesting to hear Corey Lewandowski there, of course, the president's former campaign manager for a period of time in 2016 and somebody who's been involved in an advisory capacity now, talk about how optimistic they are, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania. I have to tell you, the vibe that I'm getting tonight from a lot of conversations with sources late into the evening here has been very sort of 2016 deja vu, at least at this hour. I just got off the phone with somebody close to the campaign who is feeling better than they would have hoped, better than they would have expected when we had talked, you know, a few hours ago, right before polls started to close there. There is a sense that they are seeing some of these numbers, some of these early numbers from places like Pennsylvania. I would include places like Michigan in there as well, from what I'm hearing from sources, where they are feeling encouraged by the margins being somewhat similar to what they saw in 2016. A sense that, again, the polls may have missed the mark in some of these states. The state of Arizona, as we're showing that, NBC News, to be very clear here, has not made a call in that state. I do think there is an acknowledgement that that is not going right now in President Trump's favor. I think it's notable that Mr. Lewandowski did not reference the state of Arizona there. But those are, I think, some of the themes that we're looking at is, can the president pull out what you could characterize fairly, I think, as a come from behind, or at least a come from a dead heat kind of win from a very narrow path to be able to do that again tonight. There is some optimism here. And I will tell you, there is no expectation that this night is going to end anytime soon. The folks who are behind me in the White House, in the East Room, in the Grand Foyer, and some other spaces inside the White House are planning to stay for quite a while. This thing is going to go for sure into the morning. And from some people that I've talked to, there is no anticipation that we will actually get a decision before the morning hours at the earliest. Savannah.
All right. Hallie Jackson, going to be a long one. We'll fit in a quick break right here. We'll continue with Decision 2020 election night coverage in just a moment. Yeah. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, Georgia, Ohio, I think those are, in any other presidential year, those states, maybe not North Carolina, but certainly Florida, Georgia, Ohio would be called for Trump. And I understand that everyone's trying to be careful now, but I think they're feeling pretty good about that.
All right, let's just point out that in Wisconsin and Michigan, that they are
Did she
following
say
the rules in
Michigan?
terms of counting the ballots. The Secretary of State is involved. It just takes a little bit
It's a
more
new
time
state.
because there was such a large mail-in and absentee vote. Valerie Jarrett, I know you've been speaking also to the Biden campaign at this hour. And what are you hearing about how they view the race so late into the evening?
Well, I think they're still feeling very good about Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We're not prepared to say Georgia might not turn around. There's still a fair number of votes that haven't been counted there. Arizona's looking good. I was kind of enjoying a little dust-up between Reince and Fox News disputing the outcome of Arizona, which benefits, obviously, Vice President Biden. But I think the point I want to make at this late hour is we have to be patient. We have to give the officials the time to count every ballot. Everybody would love this to be over with, of course, but we want to make sure that the American people have a fair say in this. And so let's not try to rush it. Let's take our time and wait for the ballots to be counted.
Valerie, that's such a good point. We keep emphasizing that, just to say that just because it's taking a long time doesn't mean it's not working. Just because it's late doesn't mean it's not legitimate. So the more we emphasize that, I think the better.
And let me just point other thing out, that military votes are accepted until November 6th, no matter where a voter is registered. It is a nationwide rule passed by Congress to make sure that our military voters are not disenfranchised. That has been approved by both parties in the past and still stands today, so that their vote counts as well.
Reince, it's Ed O'Keefe. You're pointing out Arizona and believing it's premature. Part of that is because you believe, Republicans believe, there could be about 1 million ballots outstanding, the mail-in ballots, correct? Is that part of it?
Yeah, I mean, a big question. Where are the 1 million ballots? Where are those ballots? And
so
he's
talking. So just to clarify, 3.4 million were requested. About 2.4 million and change have been returned. So Republicans are wondering, where are those other million?
And also, Ed, I mean, if you look at the fact that if you got 25% outstanding, you know, part of this is understanding
He's such a
how
weird,
many
creepy
votes
guy. I don't
are
like him.
outstanding, where they're coming from.
He is
where
just
those
weird
ballots
and creepy,
are.
like.
There, you know,
Well,
I
he
think you
suits
can
the
at
Trump
least admit
administration, I guess.
Yes.
that I think we all can that the Trump campaign has overperformed expectations, because I don't think the expectations were accurate, but they've
There was no
overperformed
fucking
because
expectations.
they're really good in the Republican National Committee, the Trump campaign. They've become very good at this data project of identifying voters, knowing where the ballots are, and knowing what they need to get. And they've been hitting the mark all through the country. Arizona is the one place now where we have a discrepancy.
All right, Reince Priebus and Valerie Jarrett, thank you so much. A lot still ahead. We're going to take a short break. Be sure to download the CBSN app to track all your local races on your phone or tablet. CBS News 2020. America decides, and we will be right back.
Dun, dun, dun.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
All right, we have a race update. CBS News is now characterizing Arizona as likely for Joe Biden, flipping a traditionally Republican state, a state that last went for a Democrat in 1996 for Bill Clinton. The other big story of the night, control of the U.S. Senate, and Nancy Cordes has an update on some of those Senate races. Nancy.
Nora, we're still waiting for results in the presidential race, but we've got lots of results to tell you about in Senate races. So take a look. We're going to go first to Nebraska, where Ben Sasse, we project, will be the winner. So he will go back to the U.S. Senate. Remember, Sasse just last week had some choice words about the president of the United States, complained about him on a whole bunch of
It's going to be a dicey relationship, Nancy.
No question. The president will remember that. In Tennessee, Lamar Alexander's old seat, he is retiring, longtime Republican senator. That is now going to be filled by another Republican, the former ambassador to Japan. And then over in Massachusetts, Ed Markey, we project, will win re-election. He had a very tough primary against Congressman Joe Kennedy, but he sails to re-election in Massachusetts. I want to go back now to North Carolina because you've been talking about how close it is, Nora, in the presidential race. Same holds true for the Senate race. Thom Tillis is now ahead by about 1.5 points with 95% of the votes tallied and counted in that race. So Democratic hopes may be fading in North Carolina.
They're announcing
but they're
Arizona
feeling very
as
good about
being Biden.
Colorado, which we have already projected
Likely
for the Democrats,
Biden.
and then
Likely.
of course Arizona, which we've now moved to likely Democrat for a pickup for Mark Kelly, who's the former astronaut
It looks
there.
like I was just trying to lean
Any
in
seat
and see
changes
what
for the
it
Senate?
was the actual vote spread.
Yes, Sally, I'm aware of that.
Tom Tillis and Cal Cunningham.
Oh, they haven't
There's
announced that yet.
5% of the votes still out. That's still, or 6% looks like it's still out.
Yep.
Was just a matter of people wanting to go and
we'll see.
you know
We'll continue to
and that's
and
about
vote
the
in that
margin by which President Trump
instead of
won
doing
the
the
state
mail-in.
in 2016. So his margins are holding steady.
All right. Thank you, Nancy Cordes, with those updates. Some CBS stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides. And let's bring in Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett with an update on where the race stands with all of those battlegrounds yet to be called.
Straight in from huddling.
Wait, can you
over
do
the
mail-in
computer,
ballots in the UK?
staring
From one
at the
huddle to the
numbers.
board. That's what Anthony Salvanto does on a
Did I hear the question right? You asked
hour basis.
if we can do mail-in ballots.
Free forming. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
pick a state.
you can.
All right,
When you apply
Pennsylvania.
for it,
All right, Pennsylvania.
you're
I'm
not.
told,
That's
one
the
of my
only way
best
you can
sources
vote.
in Pennsylvania
You have to
is
unapply for
someone
it.
pretty
Ah,
good
okay.
in politics there.
So,
Former
like,
Governor Tom
my
Gordon.
dad, for
He
instance,
said
applied
President Trump
for
is
it.
overperforming
Every
what
time
he
there's
did
an
in
election, he
2016
has to
in
do a
Western
mail-in.
PA.
He's
So
not
what
allowed
is
to do it
that-
any
what
other
are we
way.
seeing there?
So let's
Ah,
take a okay.
He
look
said
at
Butler County, Westmoreland.
Okay, I'm going to turn on the history for Butler County. Yep, 66 last time, 79 this time. Okay, got it. Let's do well, Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
Win, but let's try Beaver County, right?
And to
Okay.
be fair,
Yep, 57,
the reason why
71. Okay.
they don't allow you to vote after the mail-in
Anywhere around
is
Pittsburgh.
so that
All
there's
around
not
Pittsburgh.
a double
Look,
count
this
vote.
part of the state in the
Because they haven't got any
Westmoreland
sort of
County,
system that
okay,
allows
69.
them to
Let's turn it
know,
on.
and they
64,
can't marry it because they want to be
69
able to
now.
take them
So,
and
take it.
count them and have
That
the
is,
results in
from
and
his
out.
perspective,
rather than
a good sign
complicating
for the
things.
president in Pennsylvania, because overperforming in places in 2016 means there's room to give up if Joe Biden is overperforming, let's say, for example, in any of the suburbs around
It's also
Philadelphia, or
the,
Philadelphia
like,
itself. What do we know
I might
about
be
the suburbs
mistaken,
of Philadelphia?
but do you
First,
put your
not as much as
name
we'd like to know.
on
Well, not as
your
much because we've still got so much vote outstanding. So let's take, for example, Montgomery County. Here's
actual
another
voting
suburb
slip?
that's been trending towards the Democrats.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
but,
you can be
29%
traced to that
of the vote
voting
in.
slip.
So most
Yeah.
of the estimate
Here you
is
can't
a model, which
because you
means
don't put your name
we look at
down.
past vote, we
You're
look at how
literally
it's
handed a
been
bit of
trending,
paper,
put
you're
that
told to put
in
an X in the
clearly,
box, and that's all that's
transparently,
counted.
but we don't have counted vote yet.
There's
What
no
about Philadelphia
way of
itself?
tracing it.
Okay, let's go to
So
Philadelphia. Back
there
up
is
here.
absolutely no way of
Philadelphia
knowing
itself.
if someone's been
Touch
able to
that.
double vote.
Biden
Yeah.
building up the lead, and still only 40% counted. Now, this is the other part of this, Major, that we should just tell everybody. This estimated expected vote isn't certain. We're still finding out how many ballots are yet to come in, how many ballots they expect to have.
All of them.
So this is our estimate, but this could move over the course of the night, too.
And one of the reasons we're focusing on Pennsylvania and looking at some of these counties is because as this evening has progressed, it becomes clearer and clearer to me, Anthony, that Pennsylvania is going to loom large in the ultimate outcome of this election. And Hillary Clinton, if I remember correctly, cleared out of Philadelphia about 450,000 votes. If Joe Biden is on that trend, he's going to need more votes elsewhere if the president is, in fact, continuing to overperform in Western PA.
All of these suburban areas are places the Democrats have been counting on them since 2018, trending towards the Democrats. He's got to do very well here in order to carry it statewide.
And one of the things I think is true in Pennsylvania, and it's a theme playing out in lots of these battleground states, the kinship that President Trump has with his supporters is so very strong. They want to show up for him, and they will do that in defiance of trend lines, pundits, and polling data.
There is also a story in here and every place else of rural and exurban America versus suburban and urban America, and the differences are growing more and more dramatic.
Anthony Salvando, thank you so very much. We are going to take a quick break. We will be right back with more election coverage, I promise you. I know you know this. You're watching CBS News 2020. America Decides.
So Hawaii is the next poll to close.
Yeah.
And then Alaska's in an hour.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Change
reach for the stars.
stations.
There we are.
Change stations. God damn it.
Presidential elections. That may well change there, but we're projecting that Donald Trump will hold on to Ohio and those 18 electoral college votes. It is getting tighter and tighter, Cordelia. It is, but you know, Ohio, what we are seeing is an interesting trend. Donald Trump appears to have improved on 2016. Now, this was something that the pollsters haven't really given a great deal of credit or credence to, but it suggests there's an expansion of his appeal. He's been able to broaden, to perhaps get more voters
I agree, it is a
registered as
shitstorm.
well. So for them, this will be a kind of important symbolic victory to say that that Trump train is still going and we're still getting passengers on board.
It needs to be derailed.
To see Ohio as separate to Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. It is trending demographically whiter, righter, and older. But nevertheless, Republicans delighted with that tonight. Okay, Cordelia, thank you very much indeed. So Ohio, the projection is that that will be secured once again by Donald Trump. Now then, it's 5 o'clock and another state, one of the last two, has closed its polls. It is Hawaii, and only one more to go in terms of Alaska. Now I want to take you through the key developments so far at the top of the hour. And they are that it's still too early and too close to call, but Republicans in the state of Florida are celebrating victory. More than 94% of the vote has now been counted. Donald Trump has a lead of more than 3%. Florida is a crucial battleground. It's backed the winner in every presidential election since 1996. And the Republicans are also projecting...
Look, they can't figure out how to vote.
Ohio, that was our projection you've just heard us say, and it's 18
How do I vote?
votes. In Texas, the early indications were that a record turnout had helped to increase the Democratic vote initially, but on the day, voters have pulled back Joe Biden's lead, and now with 87% of the vote counted in Texas, Donald Trump has a lead of around about 5%. And the state last supported Democrats for historians amongst you in 1976. Now, Joe Biden is also trailing in the state of North Carolina on the Atlantic coast, where he seemed to be ahead earlier in the night. But now, with 76% of the vote counted, The Democrats still have high hopes of winning Arizona, where they have a lead of more than 8%. Now, this could be significant. Arizona last turned blue, Democratic blue, in 1996. But we are still waiting for the first states to change hands. Well, crowds have gathered at Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington and in other cities, including Portland and Seattle. The marches are peaceful, but there have been one or two scuffles between police and protesters amid uncertainty about the outcome of the election. Okay, let's take you through the situation as it stands. There at the top of that graphic, 270 electoral college votes to win the presidency. Joe Biden standing on 192, 78 short. Donald Trump on 132, but a lot still to be decided. Well, our US correspondent Cordelia Lynch is here with me, and we were reflecting just before the top of the hour on Ohio and what that might herald. It was held by Donald Trump from last time around, but you're saying he seems to have increased his vote in some sectors of the voting public in Ohio, and what it might herald for those other key states for both candidates around Ohio.
Yeah, and I'm getting some messages from the Trump camp. They're feeling very positive, not just about that symbolic victory in Ohio and the expansion of his vote there, but also places like Kenosha, of course, the site of unrest in the wake of the death of Jacob Blake. They believe that they're doing well there too. So they see a reflection of what's happening in Ohio might be mirrored in those key Rust Belt states as well. But Ohio is quite distinct, so I think we can't draw too much from that yet. But
just let me interject. What is distinct about it then? You mentioned that. And I also want to tell you one of my facts here, that the last time a Democrat won the presidency without the states of Ohio and Florida was John F. Kennedy, 1960.
Exactly, long time ago, and why Republicans know that it's absolutely fundamental in their path to victory. Now, potentially another fundamental state is Arizona. They can get a path to victory without it, the Republicans, but at the moment, Arizona is looking shaky for Donald Trump. Now, that has always been reliably Republican. There are key demographic changes, particularly in Maricopa County, a place where I've spent a lot of time. It's the center of Phoenix as well. You're seeing younger voters, Hispanic voters, and a reminder tonight of why we shouldn't be talking in any broad brushstrokes in any way, because there's a whole tapestry of votes going on here. You know, we saw in Florida Cuban Americans getting behind Donald Trump, it would seem in larger numbers than they did 4 years ago, because some of their concerns are around socialism, that they think that Joe Biden represents that for the future for America. Then you've got Democrats that we know have been focusing on Puerto Ricans and getting the vote out there in Florida. It doesn't seem to have quite happened. But if we go to Arizona, a whole nother thing. You're talking about a border state where concerns about children being locked up in cages, the kind of division around the rhetoric on that has been really deeply felt, particularly young voters I spoke to there. And Arizona is complicated. It's got its own kind of unique political character.
You figure if they were so concerned about those conditions, like kids in cages and border control, they would just...
former astronaut, the husband of Gabby Giffords, who was the congresswoman who was shot.
Vote for someone who doesn't want a border wall? I mean, come on.
Doing very well there, very popular.
Mark Kelly.
That's right, Mark Kelly. Things changed from the midterms onwards. So back in 2018, we started to see a shift in what people wanted. It wasn't the kind of traditional.
I think part of the issue is that people are sick and tired of being told who to vote for.
Okay, well,
and when the media jumps on the bandwagon of anyone, I think it hurts them more than anything.
Able to do that, and
it's part of the reason why the pollsters have gotten it so wrong
not too very far away from
in the last two elections.
DC, chock full of Democrats now, and confirming
because
that
they're just
that Joe Biden
unable to capture
will
actual.
Take the state of Virginia, hold on to the state of Virginia, an awfully long time since Republicans were elected there. I don't think that the president even campaigned there at all. Cordelia, of course, can correct me if he did, but we are projecting that Virginia is going as expected to Joe Biden. Now, I mentioned Ed Conway. Well, Ed, got a lot to talk us through then. What are you seeing?
Yeah, well, I mean, just most of all, the fact that no one thought this could happen twice, and yet the polls said what they said, and now the numbers seem to be saying what they're saying. When you look at that map and when you look at some of these results, it does look rather different, doesn't it, to what a lot of people were expecting. Come and have a look at Arizona. Still too early to call as far as we're concerned. When you look at the disparity between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, definitely Joe Biden in the lead, but still there is still quite a few, 24% of those votes yet to be counted. Actually, could be more. I mean, there's been incredibly high turnout in this election, so it could take some time before we know for sure. But it's worth just digging down into county-level data and getting a sense of what's going on there, because at least we can judge where Joe Biden is picking up some of those votes. So this is Pima County. There it is, Tucson, Arizona, in Pima County. And what happened last time around, I mean, this typically has gone Democrat in the past, even though the state hasn't. So Hillary Clinton got it last time around. But look at the number, 54.3% for Hillary Clinton, 40% for Donald Trump. Let me take you and show you this time around, 63%. So Joe Biden is picking up a lot of extra votes there. But this is the crucial thing. So 82% of those votes counted. That's still quite a lot yet to come in. And remember, this is a typically, historically Republican state. So, you know, it may well be a bit too early to call that. And you'll remember this pattern. We've seen it time and time again through the night into the morning, where there has been a shift from one party to the other as the early votes have been counted and then those later votes have been totted up. So, for instance, take Iowa. For a while, Joe Biden was comfortably ahead in Iowa. Part of that was because the early votes were counted relatively quickly, and then the on-the-day votes from the Republicans came in, and now Donald Trump in front. Still a fair few votes to be counted, but looking good for Donald Trump in Iowa. Michigan, different story in Michigan, and actually a lot of these Rust Belt states. Trump in the lead at the moment, but less of the vote counted. But it's worth saying, still in the lead. And, you know, these are the states where, which he picked up last time around, which Joe Biden wanted to win back off him. But the suspicion here is that a lot of those early votes are going to be counted later, and they could swing towards the Democrats. So again, can't be too complacent that that's going to end up being the result. But this is the crucial part of the map. We knew it was always going to come down to Pennsylvania in the end, wasn't it? Well, here it is, Pennsylvania. Too early to call still, 56%, 57% for Donald Trump. About half of those votes, the expected votes, counted. And Joe Biden behind, but again, still a long way to go in terms of counting. But looking good for Trump. And here's the thing, actually, Dermot. You know, if you take the big map and colour it in with all of the states that Donald Trump is leading at the moment, he is winning. He gets over the line. If you presume that the Democrats win in Arizona, they get Nevada, the Republicans take Alaska, Democrats always get Hawaii, and Texas goes ruby red, as it usually does, red, 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 all there. And then the Democrats do get Minnesota, and they do win Wisconsin, and they do get Michigan. If those are both red, then you know where we are. We're at 269 electoral college votes apiece. It's a tie. And that's mathematically possible right now if Arizona does indeed go the way of the Democrats. We'll bring you all of those numbers. I mean, over here on our virtual White House, we will have that race as it unfolds. But who would have thought the possibility of a tie could still be there? See those bars? That is the race that these two men are on at the moment. They need to get 270 to get into the White House. If it's not 270, if it's a tie, that is an extraordinary moment. It hasn't happened, I think, since 1800, Jefferson. And that could be an extraordinary few weeks. But either way, it promises to be drama upon drama as we learn the results of this election.
Oh, my. Possibility of a tie. Why don't you have, well, Marissa, why don't you have 539 electoral college votes? Then you can't have a tie.
That would be too much like right. And it would take all of the fun of us speculating and trying to hash out the numbers. And so here we are. You still have to get to 270. You've got to claw your way through each one of these battleground states. And we still won't know day after day after day until all of the votes are counted.
Cordelia, what happens if it is a tie? How do they sort it out?
Well, then we're looking at Maine and Nebraska and these congressional districts where they could potentially, the parties, shift this in their favour. So if we're looking, for instance, at Joe Biden, if he were to get Arizona, and he'd also pick up Michigan and Wisconsin, no certainty
it would
of that
be
yet,
fun to
just
watch,
talking about possible
but no.
paths, then he'd also need to get one single electoral vote from Nebraska. And that is why you have seen, Nebraska and Maine we wouldn't normally talk about, but there's been two different strategies by the Biden camp this time. You've seen the kind of moonshots of Texas and Arizona going to these reliably Republican areas to campaign either Joe Biden or his surrogates because they thought they could really kind of change the shape of the race. But also in their back pocket, they knew that this could be really, really tight. And so actually Joe Biden and surrogates have been going to Nebraska.
And you mentioned Nebraska. I mean, some of those demographic changes taking place in microcosm around Omaha in Nebraska, aren't they? So that a possibility then for Joe Biden there.
Yeah, exactly. That's where they're kind of
Not gonna lie, no idea what the hell they're talking about.
But in some scenarios, the state legislature makes the decision how to allocate that electoral vote. And so the memos that were sent out by the GOP to the states was focused on the state legislature. And there was a huge push for that effort because they anticipated that it might come down to this.
Well, Ashley Koenig, you can come in on this as well. If it is 269, a tie, how does it formally get sorted out if it stays that way and there's no, faithless electors that then cross sides and it stays that way? It comes down to the House of Representatives, doesn't it?
It does. So eventually we would go to the House, but it's not so simple in terms of we know the House has a Democratic majority and is most likely going to have one in January. It's not that simple. It comes down to the delegations within each state. So it becomes a little bit tricky if we do face a tie and not necessarily a surefire Democratic win.
And uncertainty, Kim Darroch, we've been mentioning that, but of course the American system has anticipated it in the sense that it's not like in the United Kingdom. Once you lose the election, you're turfed out of number 10 by the back door that very evening or the next morning, certainly. The president stays on for 2 and a bit months, nearly 3 months. So if there is uncertainty, there's still a president, there's still someone in charge.
What's that saying, Dermot? Possession is 9/10 of the law? Well, I hope it doesn't mean that in the case of the White House and the president staying on. But yes, you have that transition period between the election and inauguration day, 22nd of January, when stuff can happen. So I guess this is unknown territory. I don't think it's happened before, but it's pretty extraordinary. And I'm grateful for those on the panel who know what the rules are in this. I must say I had no idea what happened if there was a tie.
But on the overall uncertainty, I mean, certainly we know that financial markets, actually we could bring Ed Conway back on that, that's his other area of expertise, but financial markets, Kim Darroch, they don't enjoy a period of uncertainty, certainly not in the most powerful economy in the world.
Absolutely not, and it's not great for the international community. It's not great for preparations, for example, for the big climate change conference that we're hosting in the UK early next year. It's an opportunity for countries that want to make mischief. One wonders what Putin would make of that kind of vacuum over any sort of extended period. So it's bad news for the international community.
But Ashley Koenig, I mean, as you were saying, we're a very long way away from that potentially happening, the tie 269. I mean, all the focus, it seems now, is moving up into the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, the Rust Belt, and it's not just Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. There's Iowa and Minnesota as well that could be crucial in all this.
Very much so, and also let's not forget about Arizona. We also talked a little bit about Nebraska's 2nd District. We still have to keep an eye on all of those, but that does not mean we're going to know anything anytime soon, most likely, for the majority of these states. We have a long night, and not even a long night. We have a long, probably few days to a week ahead. Officials have already been reporting in states like Pennsylvania that we may not see official counts until Friday, if not longer.
Omarosa, just while we're on this subject of up there in the north, I didn't mention Ohio. It's been called for the Republicans.
Yeah, you know, when Nina was on, we talked about that because I understand how much resources, the advertisement, the staff, the messaging that Donald Trump poured into the great Buckeye State, and it certainly paid off. While Biden's team decided not to have people on the ground, to play it very safely and do a virtual campaign strategy. And now we're seeing what the payoff between the two.
Well, things are so finely balanced at the moment. It is just so exciting. I've got to take you through now these finely balanced, these battleground states where the result of this election, well, they all rest on these states. Arizona, first of all, we've been mentioning that. And Joe Biden with a 53.6 to 45.0 lead there over Donald Trump in Arizona, a traditionally Republican state. 76% of that vote in, 24% still to count. Florida, always a close race in Florida, but this is the situation as it stands with only 4% of the vote left to count. And it looks unlikely, certainly the Republicans think so, that Joe Biden will be able to make up that deficit, 47.8 to 51.2 in favor of Donald Trump in Florida, and its mighty 29 electoral college votes going along with it. Let's look at the other ones where it is still very much in the balance, and perhaps nowhere more so than in Pennsylvania, creeping up there in terms of the number of votes they've managed to count, 57%, but making it very clear that the counting is going to go on certainly tomorrow and maybe for a couple more days. But a pretty healthy lead on that count so far for Donald Trump, 56.5 against 42.2. Could be absolutely critical, the state of Pennsylvania, in the ultimate outcome. Looking at North Carolina, as you may have seen as we described early on, polls closed pretty early on there this evening. What a long evening it's been, what a dramatic evening, and an early lead there for the Democrats has now been overhauled with nearly all the votes counted, 95%, 48.7 now for Joe Biden and Donald Trump there. The Republicans on 50%, looking possible that they'll hold on then to North Carolina. Just south of North Carolina, not South Carolina, that one, Georgia. Well, again, similar profile there. Polls closed, was amongst the first where the polls closed, and early hopes there, early indications for the Democrats. But what's happened here, all this early voting that's been going on, what seems to have happened is a majority of them were Democrats. They got counted early. The Democrats got their noses in front. Then the on-the-day voting, people who turned up in person on November the 3rd, they tended more towards the Republicans. Perhaps that is the situation in Georgia and indeed in some other states. And there we are. It's traditionally a Republican state and may stay that way, but still 20% of the vote to count. 53% to Donald Trump, 45.8 to Joe Biden. Another one to show you. And there it is. It's Wisconsin. Wisconsin won by a whisker by Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton in 2016. 67% in, 51.6% for Donald Trump, 46.7% for Joe Biden. Wisconsin's absolutely critical as well to the hopes of both men. And on those hopes of both men, Joe Biden, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, let's make it explicit, is expected to make a statement in about, 10 minutes time at 5:30. Let's see if we can get more on that.
Interesting.
Greg Milam is very much nearby in Wilmington, Delaware, where Joe Biden lives, where he's headquartered for this most dramatic of evenings. And tell us more then about this expected statement, Greg.
Yeah, we were told he'd speak at about past. It may not be quite as soon as that, but you can see behind me that the cars have been allowed in. The drive-in crowd is ready to hear him speak on that stage. Of course, they were hoping that what they'd hear would be a victory speech tonight. They may well be disappointed in that respect, because of course some of the places they hoped they would see victory that would make a decisive mark in this race haven't gone the way they hoped. But we're told that Joe Biden will talk about patience with the vote count. He will also talk about his confidence in the vote, and very much their focus is still on those Midwestern states that we've been talking about tonight, and it seems for weeks, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. They are very confident in those three states, and in particular, even though he trails at the moment in the count, in particular those early votes which have not been counted yet, they believe they will fall his way, and that blue wall that turned red in 2016 will fall his way. Now, you could say they would say that. They have to express that confidence. They're also looking at Arizona, which he holds a healthy lead at the moment. They believe that will be enough to push him towards the presidency, although, of course, the key thing is it will take some time to count, particularly those votes in the Midwest. We know that could well be into tomorrow and beyond before those votes are all counted and the results are declared. They're also still looking at Georgia, because they believe there are lots of votes around Atlanta, big areas where they believe they'll do well that haven't been counted. They haven't written that off yet. But certainly their hope that Florida would deliver a big win, or North Carolina, or success in Ohio would give them a landslide in effect tonight. They haven't materialized, but it feels a little bit flat here, not surprisingly, because of the way these Biden events have been held in COVID times. But he will urge those followers here and around the country to keep the faith with what might happen in this election, and certainly not to accept defeat here. They believe they have a very good chance in those key states that will be enough to take him past 270.
Okay, stay with us, Greg, because we're going to keep an eagle eye on that expected statement from Joe Biden. Cordelia, I put you on the spot here. I'm so glad I'm surrounded by such a brains trust. What would you say at this point if you're Joe Biden?
Well, look, I think you want to get ahead of the narrative. You want to try and spin something positive. You want to reassure people watching that they just need to wait and sit this out. Their time will come, because they've got days of waiting in critical states. You want also probably to hint at a state where you see some good news evolving. I think I can expect probably a bit of messaging around Arizona. I think the team will be bolstered by that, and they know symbolically taking that away from the Republicans is an important thing. But, and it's a bit, but, you know, that kind of Rust Belt, that is not ironclad for Joe Biden, and it is not
See what you did there.
guaranteed, not deliberately, I promise. And so without that, he's looking very shaky. I mean, we can see Donald Trump replicating a lot of his 2016
Look at the
victories.
guy that they have
What
testing.
has Joe Biden done, we will have to see, to expand his results, because we've heard a lot about suburban women.
Well, speaking of 2016, I mean, to contrast this between Hillary Clinton, who refused to come out, who didn't make a statement until the next day, Joe Biden is getting out, he's communicating, he's also anticipating that Donald Trump talked about
There is a
declaring
massive
victory
difference
early on. He's not going to
between
cede the stage to Donald
Hillary
Trump
and
to do what he
Biden.
wants
At this
with his
point, Hillary
message.
had
He's
lost.
going to get out ahead, set the tone.
It was clear that
positive
Hillary had
messages,
lost.
Send some reassurance to people who are a bit shaky, very
And
nervous,
usually
and have high levels of anxiety,
the loser
and see what
rings the winner,
Yeah, Kim Darroch,
and
do you go
allows the
along with that?
winner
I mean,
to
is
have
that really
their
what you
time
think
on
the
stage.
strategy is?
That's
It's to
the
head
usual
Donald
way, so I
Trump
don't
off
understand
at
what
the
point you were
pass,
trying to
get
make.
Get the first word in there, because we kind of were thinking the one scenario was that Donald Trump would be first out of the traps making a statement.
Yeah, it is unexpected that Biden's going to hit the microphones first. I think he has to strike a balance between sounding calm and sounding confident without sounding overconfident or sounding like he's
Or overly
sure it's in
calm.
the bag or something. I think he can do it, but just needs to be careful to not sound like he's sort of overstating how strong his position is, because there's a huge amount that can still go wrong for him.
But Ashley, I mean, it's really got to be a holding statement, hasn't it? Because fundamentally, you cannot contradict what the results are or what the results will be. It doesn't matter how confident you sound. If you don't win a state, you don't win a state.
No. Yes.
Right, exactly. And I would say also, you know, if we remember in 2016, the writing was kind of on the wall somewhat earlier in the night for Clinton, and we have very little writing on the wall right now. So this is a placeholder. This is, as we've been saying, to get out in front of President Trump, to make sure that illusion of a Trump victory narrative is not put forth, especially since there are so many votes yet to be counted, and we know it's going to take a long time.
Yeah. Cordelia, looking at that shot there in Wilmington, Delaware, it's extraordinary, isn't it? It's coronavirus. It's a drive-in rally. You kind of expect to see, it's kind of 1950s scene, isn't it? You expect to see some Lindy Hoppers and a big screen
and a similar
like that.
scene as we saw at the end of his DNC week as well, when the Democrats had their week of campaigning. You saw him and his wife, Jill Biden, take to the stage with Kamala Harris and her partner as well. But these are the kind of remarkable optics that we're now in, that we've become so used to, a kind of split screen year of campaigning where Joe Biden's had lots of these kind of cautiously spaced out affairs, you know, often a little bit lackluster. I think we'll probably hear quite a lot of horn beeping this time round and some enthusiasm. You would expect that on a night as pivotal as tonight. But there's been a lot of questioning around Joe Biden's strategy, whether it was too much of a risk, him being so prudent, spending so much time in the basement. I mean, I've been hitting the road in the past a couple of months in places like Pennsylvania, even in Delaware, actually. I met quite a few young people that said, kind of worry, he needs to get out on the road. He needs to not literally press the flesh, because you can't do that right now. But how we will view his approach to things will be fascinating to see, because Donald Trump just didn't really change his approach
I mean,
at all.
the thought occurs on that, though, Omarosa. Boy, didn't Donald Trump make an issue of that. I mean, he's only 4 years younger than Joe Biden, but it was Doddery Joe, Bunker Joe, he needs a sleep. I mean, might some of that actually have hit home?
Well, certainly he's trying to kind of play off of this hyper male energy that I'm tougher than even the virus. And here's little Biden voting to the experts, voting to the science, and adhering to the guidelines of his own CDC. It's kind of crazy.
Just want to alert people, perhaps just joining us, who knows, some people may just be getting up to see if there's a result in this most dramatic of elections. How dare you not have stayed with us throughout the night? It's all right, it's forgiven. You actually haven't missed very much. Well, you have. You've missed an awful lot of interesting analysis, but no result, and no result expected. But there at the bottom of your screen, Joe Biden expected to make a statement shortly. Our understanding is it slipped a bit. It was going to be around about past. It might be in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Ashley Cunning, I just want to continue with you, and we'll look at these scores, as we're calling them so far, this race to 270, the Electoral College vote that's required to get your hands on the keys to the White House or retain them in Donald Trump's case. 136 for Donald Trump at the moment, 205 for Joe Biden. He's only 65 short, but everything seems a little bit stuck at the moment. And Ashley Cunning, what I wanted to ask you about was the mathematics, the arithmetic of all this. And we're talking, and the Democrats are certainly talking about something of an upset, a turnover for them in a state like Arizona. Now it's 11 Electoral College votes. It doesn't really change much then in the upper Midwest. They still got to get at least 2 of those 3 states that they lost to Donald Trump in 2016. They've got to get them back.
Yeah, most certainly. But again, Trump's chances for the Electoral College significantly decrease if Biden can clinch Arizona. So Arizona is looking more and more key here, even as we move into the upper Midwest, to make sure Biden gets those as well. Arizona could be a nice, good early indication. And of course, a state that flips, our first state that would be flipping for the night, you know, for Biden, it would be a good feather in his cap to at least go through the next few days with, as we are counting even more consequential states like Pennsylvania.
But, I mean, just in terms of its geographical and demographic makeup down there in Arizona, would anything that's going on there translate into the situation in those Rust Belt states? Isn't Arizona, just because it's closer, more aligned with states like Nevada and Colorado that have turned blue over the years?
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? They're in completely different geographic regions. And in Arizona, we see a higher percentage of Latino voters. We see an influx of different demographics, younger professionals. And we know that if we're talking about the Rust Belt, if we're talking about those three key states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, we're probably talking about a lot more white voters. We're talking about urban areas that Biden could turn out potentially black voters. And we're talking about suburban and non-college educated. We're talking about lots of different pockets in that Rust Belt that may not exactly be mirrored in Arizona.
Okay, well, let's update everyone. Joe Biden's expected to make a statement shortly. That's all I can tell you. Perhaps in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. It's going to be well worth listening to. It'll give us a real sense of how the Democratic camp, the core of the Democratic camp, see these results so far. But let's take you through the key developments so far in this evening. All states now, all the polls have closed. The counting well underway, and there it's still too early and still too close to call in Florida, but Republicans are already celebrating victory there. More than 94% of the vote has been counted. Donald Trump has a lead of more than 3%. Florida, of course, always a crucial battleground. It's backed every winner in every single presidential election since Bill Clinton in 1996. The Republicans are also projected to retain the state of Ohio, and with it 18 electoral college votes. That will give Donald Trump some cause for optimism. Do you know what? John F. Kennedy was the last president to win the White House without Ohio and Florida back in 1960. But with 76% of the vote counted, the Democrats still have some hopes, high hopes indeed, of winning. Arizona, as we were just discussing there, they have a lead now of more than 8%. Now, the history on this one is that it was last Democrat in 1996. If it does go to Joe Biden, it would be the first state of this evening and of the morning to change hands. So far, they've all stayed the same. There are also indications that another traditionally Republican state, Georgia, could be competitive, but key northern battlegrounds like Pennsylvania, the count goes on. Okay, well, there we see the scenes on the streets here in Washington, D.C. Crowds gathering at what's been called Black Lives Matter Plaza in downtown Washington and in some other cities dotted around the United States, including Portland and Seattle. The marches are peaceful, but there have been one or two small scuffles between police and protesters because perhaps this uncertainty about the outcome of this election. Let me show you what the situation is as it stands. It takes 270 electoral college votes to win out of 538. That's half plus one. That's the minimum required to take the White House. Joe Biden is in the 200s. He's 65 short, though. Donald Trump on 136. Well, as we await Joe Biden's statements, let's check in with Sally Lockwood in Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. And we're all looking at it. So we started out the evening, we were right about one thing, weren't we? Just how crucial Pennsylvania is going to be, Sally.
That's right, Dermot. It's going to be a nail-biting few days here. People certainly pacing themselves here in Pittsburgh tonight. Most have gone home knowing that they won't necessarily hear this result until as late as Friday. But of course, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, those three very key battleground states, we don't have results for them yet, but we are keeping a very close eye on them. And they're showing a very similar picture at the moment, favoring Donald Trump. More than half of the votes counted in each of those three states so far. But make no mistake, it is far too early to call it. In those three key battleground states, it's predominantly rural areas that have been counted first. Those areas where Donald Trump, the billionaire, came along in 2016 and connected with blue-collar voters. blue-collar workers who felt disenfranchised by the political establishment. He won them over with the promise of jobs and prosperity. Well, it does seem that he is holding that very powerful connection he has with those voters. But the very populated centres like Pittsburgh, like Philadelphia, they haven't been counted yet. And it's really important to remember that the margins that Donald Trump has in these three key battleground states are tiny. They're down to the tens of thousands of votes. So once those populated areas are counted, and we're not expecting that to happen until tomorrow, and once the postal votes are counted, that really could blow these states blue. Now, to give you an idea, 8 of the counties in Pennsylvania won't even begin to start counting those mail-in ballots until tomorrow. In-person voting is generally counted first, followed by the postal votes, which do favour Democrats. Democrats are much more likely to vote by mail than Republicans, and Donald Trump is all too aware of that, and he has sought to undermine the integrity of postal voting throughout this campaign, also now potentially going to challenge the mail-in ballots and when they are counted in the courts, because the Supreme Court did rule that here in Pennsylvania, any mail-in ballots that arrive up to 3 days after the election can still be counted, provided they have the postmark of the 3rd of November or before. We are expecting Donald Trump to challenge that because, of course, he knows that those postal votes could make all the difference. And, of course, we're waiting to hear from Joe Biden. No doubt he will be keeping a very close eye on these 3 states, and he may want to reset the messaging for tonight. Donald Trump is looking like he's doing very well, but he will want to remind people that these 3 key states could really change things. We won't necessarily know the results tomorrow, but we will know them in the coming days. It's going to be potentially painful, certainly prolonged, and we're going to need patience.
Okay, Sally, thank you very much indeed. As you say there, Joe Biden expected to make some kind of statement there in Delaware, coming up to 20-1 in the morning here. And Greg Milam is on the scene for us. Greg, any more on what Joe Biden might be saying?
Well, as you can see, the Biden motorcade has just arrived here at this convention center where the stage is set for him to make those remarks. It won't be the victory speech that those who are here honking their horns in appreciation wanted to hear, but we know it is going to be a speech in which he projects confidence in this result. He's, according to his campaign, going to urge patience with the vote counting that is still going on. And in particular, he's going to express confidence with what's happening in those 3 states. You were just talking about one of them, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. Confidence that they will have the votes in those 3 states. But of course, it will take some time before the counting is done in those 3 states, and it will be tomorrow and beyond before we get the results. But they are still confident, even though there hasn't been that knockout victory that so many people expected, that landslide victory in somewhere like Georgia. They believe with those 3 states and what's happening in Arizona as well, which would be a state that they flip, they believe that this is still within reach for Joe Biden, even though there has been something of a flat mood, certainly here tonight. I mean, it's hard to judge when it's a drive-in
Greg, I'm just
rally,
going to cut you off for a moment or two. We'll be back with you in a moment. Sorry, Greg, because Florida, the crucial state of Florida, I think people had worked it out already, given the scenes of celebration we'd seen amongst the Republicans there. But we can now project that Donald Trump will win Florida, and quite comfortably, given how narrow Florida normally is. That's a bigger margin if it stays that way, still 4% of the vote.
Oh, you got to think about who lives in Florida.
Bigger margin than he won by in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. 51.2% for Donald Trump, 47.8%
Old people
for Joe Biden there, 5.2 million for Joe Biden,
No.
5.6 for Donald
Crazy
Trump. And
people?
just Cordelia
Maybe.
here, and of course reported extensively and traveled extensively
You know some
in
Floridians.
Florida over the years. And during the
Floridians.
course of this
Unfortunately, some of
campaign.
them are family.
It seems a long time ago now that the Democrats had some pretty solid hopes there, didn't they?
They did have some solid hopes. You know, they thought that a changed electorate was going to potentially deliver big leads. I mean, they were very, very reticent to use the landslide word.
I mean, they could have projected Florida within an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah, I know. It's like, yeah, guys,
major
come on.
reversal of fortunes.
Get with the
They
program.
haven't yet got that, but let's see where Arizona takes us. You know, I've been to,
I
to
said you
Florida
wanted,
a
like,
lot. I think what is interesting, it's quite mixed, really. We looked at the
And I'm not even in
vote.
there.
Places like Sumter County, home to the Villages, the largest retirement community in the United States,
Old
where a lot of
people.
people ride golf carts. And there were signs for the first time ever of, you know, lots of Democrat golf carts, not your
More
typical
old people?
Trumpian Republican ones. But that's small numbers. You know, we're not talking
People that
about
wrestle alligators.
massive changes here, which is kind
Sounds
of
like
what
fun.
Joe Biden needed to push him
And of
over
course
the edge in Florida.
An increased turnout there as well. And I mean, I'm just doing maths in my
Fun,
head.
fun,
I said there, I think by recall, Hillary Clinton lost by just over 1% or something. It was 112,000 votes. And look at those vote totals there. Well, Donald Trump's increased that.
And you know why? He got an absolute shellacking.
I worry
in
for the
places
world.
like Miami-Dade, Joe Biden. He hasn't been able to expand.
We all have coronavirus.
In
And
the way that Hillary Clinton was successful with Latino voters there.
democracy,
That
they
hasn't
don't work.
transpired with him. And actually,
Why worry?
thinking
Democracy
back
never
to my
worked.
travels just sort of 3
Oh,
weeks ago, we went to Kissimmee in Florida, and we were speaking to Puerto Rican voters because we were told by the Biden campaign that that's where they were hoping to achieve success. And of about 20 people I spoke to there, a lot of them seemed a little lukewarm about Joe Biden.
I'm hearing that Joe
Here we
Biden
go.
is appearing. Let's listen in to former Vice President Joe Biden.
Go, Joe.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do.
Sounds like he has a cold.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we
COVID?
believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes, but we're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon me? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it." Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Well, there we are. Joe Biden, candidate Biden, still saying he's very confident, very much in the race in terms of the states he identified there. Arizona, very confident about that. He said still competitive in Georgia. Florida's gone, though. That has just been projected for Donald Trump.
That was, I'm tired. I want to go to bed. We'll see what happens in 5-6 hours.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
That was what that speech was.
Oh.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, wait, I'm with Joe then.
Well, he would say that, wouldn't he? If all that happened, then
let's see what Trump has to say first.
Is he going to say anything?
He will. Trump loves the mic.
Greg
Of course, he'll say something.
Fairly short statement
I don't think
from
he's.
Joe Biden. Just really
Wait.
rallying. Oh, a bit more from Joe Biden. I think it's another thank you. Greg, come in there. I mean, a short statement and simply a holding statement, rallying the troops, nil desperandum.
Yeah, he actually came back just to say he'll be speaking more tomorrow, which I guess is not surprising. Yeah, I think a 3-minute speech, which was an attempt to, if you like, encourage the faithful who are here and around the country who've seen tonight not the landslide that they were hoping for. They've seen states they hoped they would win go to Donald Trump, but encouraging those supporters that they still believe there's a path to win. And he says we're on track to win this election because they do believe, as he talked about there, that in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, those 3 key states, that when all of those early votes are counted, they will fall his way. That is why they're confident. They're also confident about Arizona. So although there wasn't that knockout blow, that real surprise state that would have carried them over the line tonight and would have turned this into the victory rally that they wanted to see here,
Go, Joe.
they believe there is still a reason for confidence. And I think he's roused a crowd that, when it did turn up here, was pretty flat. Had seen what had happened tonight, feared a repeat of 2016. I think he wanted to rouse them, keep them enthused into tomorrow, however long it takes to count those votes. He says, he believes, and I think they believe here, that this still will be a victorious election for Joe Biden. But I don't think anyone is completely confident that can be the case with Donald Trump's performance in many states tonight and the lead he has in some of those Rust Belt states at the moment.
Okay, well, Joe Biden making the statement there. The riposte coming almost at the same time from the president. Guess how he did it? Yes, through Twitter. Donald Trump has just tweeted, "We are up big," but they, the Democrats, are trying to steal the election, in capital letters on steal. "We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Now, that is presumably a reference to this situation in the state of Pennsylvania. We've been said that's going to be crucial all evening. 20 electoral college votes there. And the situation as it stands in Pennsylvania is that as long as these postal ballots, these mail-in ballots, are received with a postmark by polling day, by the 3rd of November, they can still be counted. They can still arrive. They can still arrive to be counted and counted well into next week. Well, the president trying to stop all that. He's now saying, as you heard there, let me repeat it, that the Democrats are trying to steal the election, that votes cast.
See, he can't even be positive about it to say something for his supporters.
So it comes to pass. I mean, this is one of the scenarios.
I mean, they don't want to hear that.
I think everyone hoped wouldn't happen, but not necessarily going to happen. But that is the situation. Donald Trump setting himself up there to say, right, we're ahead in Pennsylvania, and they are in the moment. I think there's only something like 50% of the votes counted there. We're ahead there, and we're not going to.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, he's not helping anything because
I mean, right on
he wouldn't need to do this
shit
because he's on task to win anyway.
Just seconds before questioning the credibility of the whole voting process in Pennsylvania. We knew going into this that if those ballots were postmarked the right date, then they could be counted up to 3 days afterwards. Nothing has changed with that. We also know that it's going to take time, that a large number, particularly of Democratic voters, have been voting by mail, and so there is a patience required. Donald Trump doesn't have a great deal of that, it seems, at the moment. Donald Trump just announcing, in fact, that he'll be giving a statement tonight as well.
The Twitter dam has opened. He was very, very quiet earlier on in the evening. but now it's started.
Yeah, well, now he's got
Probably in
something
bed.
to bounce off. I think he's
Yeah.
seeing Joe Biden's messaging of optimism. Interesting what Joe Biden was positive about. Now, yes, Michigan and Wisconsin has always been considered critical. The Biden camp tell me that they think that is their most obvious path to victory. He also talked about Georgia. Now, the odds of Georgia are looking at this stage quite slim. Who knows? Maybe there can be some change. Arizona, yes, a bit more positive. That would be a big reversal to pull that away from Republicans. Donald Trump said to be apoplectic. That one network is already calling that for Joe Biden. But I think now what we're going to see is this constant back and forth, a game of tennis between the two men as they both try to steer the narrative. Reminds me very much of 2000 in Florida, when it was all about, you know, the Bush team getting ahead of Al Gore and trying to tell the nation that this is a victory being stolen from them. And that did have an impact in the way voters saw it. And actually, public faith in this whole system is going to be vital. Some of the early exit polls that we saw, Dermot, suggested actually that faith in the system is high, but will that be dented over the hours and days to come? We don't know yet.
Yeah, I've just got another state to project, and again, it's the same result as in 2016. Up there in the Midwest, upper Midwest, and it's Iowa. We are projecting for Donald Trump, and 6 electoral college votes. If it's tight, it is tight. These could turn out to be crucial. 52.4% for Donald Trump, 45.7% for Joe Biden. Let's get the thoughts of Kim Darroch and Ashley Koenig. Ashley Koenig first. It just keeps going on, doesn't it? State after state taking on the same colouring as it did in 2016.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. This is the scenario that the Biden camp did not want. You know, despite the rallying speech that he just made to stay patient, this is exactly what they didn't want to happen because of how the president could respond and the stickiness of the situation that's going to ensue with counting ballots in several of the states that remain and the states that we really have very little information on to go. You know, pre-election polling showed that voters did have some degree of confidence in the votes being counted appropriately. But as Cordelia mentioned, that could wane as the energy of election day wears off and it turns into anxiety and anxiousness in terms of what do these battleground states hold among those that are left and those where votes need to be counted.
Yeah, and attrition in the courts. Kim Darroch, what do you make of those two statements we've had from the candidates in person, from Joe Biden, and now 2 tweets from the president, and in particular, the president saying that they're trying to steal the election. The Democrats are trying to steal it.
First of all, Dermot, there's a sort of ghastly inevitability, isn't there, to where we're going to end up, which is the worst case scenario of the counting dragging on for another 24, 48, even 72 hours, and then the high likelihood now that we're going to end up in court. There is a twist, though, which is who would have guessed that Joe Biden would be first out of the stocks, not to claim victory, but at least to predict that he is going to win, him rather than Donald Trump. And Donald Trump ends up responding to that. You wouldn't have guessed that.
I don't think he said that. Did he say that?
So there we are where we are.
Say what?
I think that Trump
Joe didn't say
tweet,
that,
by the way,
that
was
he
sent
predicted
in
he
some
won.
haste,
No, he did.
judging by the way that he has spent
said we're on
his
track to
felt
win.
polls, if I read it,
No, he
read
did.
it correctly.
As in the nation, yes.
As in the nation, rather than the voting kind of polls. But anyway, I think Biden will win Arizona. I mean, he looks far enough ahead there, with enough votes being counted. I mean, we'll wait for the official projection, but that looks to me likely. And if that comes in the next hour or two, that will be a positive note on which everyone will go to bed for a few hours and wait for the count to continue tomorrow morning. But whether he is right to sound as confident as he does about Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, I have no idea. I presume we'll have some private polling, but who knows?
Yeah, well, and just on that issue of the president's tweets, of course, it's his favoured mode of communication, and he has been angered during the course of this campaign by the actions of Twitter.
Twitter to the
putting
rescue.
health warnings, so to speak, on some of his tweets. Well, we're told now that Twitter have taken down this one. We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election.
Really?
We'll never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Being told that Twitter has taken that down. No doubt the president, well, he says he's going to make a statement. No doubt he'll let us know his views on that. Ashley Koenig, just on these paths to power.
Some or all of the
course,
content shared
well,
in
one
this
of them
tweet
has
is
to win,
disputed
whether
and
it
might be
takes the
misleading
courts
about
or
an
whatever
election or
to
other civic
decide,
process.
But it still can
Okay.
be decided
Okay.
in the next few hours, next couple of days or whatever. And you were saying earlier that you think Arizona might be the key, but the scenario in terms of the arithmetic is that even if Arizona did go Democrat, there's still a lot of work to do with states like Michigan and Wisconsin for Joe Biden.
Very much so. We can't discount the Midwest and Pennsylvania as well. Even if he gets Arizona, again, it lowers President Trump's chances of cinching the Electoral College, but it doesn't completely count the president out. So Arizona is still key. We know that Georgia is still a toss-up and different things going on there with ballot counts. So these are still crucial states, especially with Florida knocked out, Ohio knocked out, and us not knowing about Pennsylvania for what will be probably days.
Cordelia, on the president's tweets, I mentioned there that during the campaign, Twitter have been so careful. I mean, all the social media companies have been much more careful during this campaign, haven't they? But Twitter especially, those allegations about Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, they treated those with kid gloves. They really annoyed the president.
Yeah, there was a certain degree of them then rowing back on that initial move to remove the posts about the New York Post article regarding Hunter Biden, where he was accused of nefarious foreign dealings. But yes, overall, a real clampdown, because I think they saw in themselves in 2016 a failure, really, to acknowledge the misinformation that was being bandied around and now from the president's own office, because let's be really clear about this. There is no widespread evidence of fraud when it comes to the electoral process.
Oh,
and yet that
nope,
is something
no fraud at all.
that he has been touting, telling
No
his
what?
supporters, and now
There's
it's
no evidence of
occurring
fraud. There's never
at
been
a
evidence of
critical
fraud.
time, active in the whole
What is your
processing of
name?
these votes, and public sentiment, faith in the system matters. These kind of narratives
is your
can build,
quest?
they can shape the course of the election going forward. It's sort of the disaster scenario for everyone, really.
That's what the other
see
stations are
this
saying.
race descend into a back and forth between the candidates.
Because if a race is in any given state is within a certain threshold, you have to
Not
recount.
automatic. Here, I can tell you, our initial folks here, it's not automatic. So this would be something that somebody would have to request.
Okay.
All right, let's bring in a couple of our guests. I think we've got Robert Gibbs,
I wonder what that was
NBC
about.
News political analyst and former White House press secretary under President Obama, and Rich Lowry, an NBC News political analyst, editor of the National Review. Robert, let me start with you. You're a former press secretary. Let me let you step into our shoes. Write the headline of this night so far.
Well, I think the headline is we know a lot less than we thought or hoped we'd know at this point. The race is still very much up in the air, but look, I'm where Biden is right now. I think there's a lot more paths for him to win this race. I think there's two big states that you just talked about, Arizona and Georgia. Those open up very decidedly different paths and multiple paths for Biden. They really, really push Trump into having to really run the table.
Wait, why don't we have anything on Georgia
I think
yet?
those two states are going to be the big two
Because there's
next
votes
states.
that
We're
haven't
going to
been
see these
counted?
upper Midwestern states come in, as Chuck and others have
Let me
talked
see what
about.
it's officially
Maybe ahead of the Today Show, but it's going to be a while.
Drink when someone
83%
says the
has been
Today Show.
counted.
We'd be hammered at this point. That's not a good
Trump
idea.
is 6 points up.
Rich, what do you think? We saw Joe Biden come out. We've seen a tweet from President Trump, and he's
But
also
apparently
indicated
Atlanta
that he will
hasn't been
also
counted.
address the cameras.
Okay.
The battle of perception right now.
Yeah, they've only counted
Yeah, it's the beginning
30%
of the post-game jousting.
in
And I do think we should pause,
DeKalb
though, and just
County.
remark on the fact this
Whatever
is
the
a
hell
president of the
that
United
means.
States who's never been above
Whatever the hell
50%
that
job
says.
approval in the polls, who's had controversy after controversy, basically daily for the entirety of his presidency, and is knocking on the door. I'm not predicting he's going to get through that door, but is knocking on the door of re-election. That's an extraordinary fact, and that really goes to his astonishing power as a campaigner. And I think what gives Republicans hope about those blue wall states, if you look at Florida, the polling average, final polling average had Trump losing 2 to 3 points. He won by 2 to 3 points. Look at Ohio. Final polling average had Trump winning by 0.8%, the polling average. Last time I looked, he was winning by 8%. So if you get that kind of polling average in Michigan and Pennsylvania, it's very easy to see how Trump wins. And then just final point, Chuck earlier was talking about that Nebraska 2nd district that awards 1 electoral vote, and Joe Biden is winning in. If Joe Biden, put Georgia aside, assume Trump holds on, if Biden wins Arizona and wins that district in Nebraska, winning Pennsylvania is not enough for Trump. In that circumstance, he'd have to win Pennsylvania and Michigan to get over the top. So it just goes to what a near-run thing this is now, that 1 electoral vote could make a big difference like that.
That's so 2020.
So 2020, brother.
and also explains why the White House is so heated about any call it perceives as premature of the state of Arizona, which bears repeating.
Who knew leaving people outdoors in Omaha could cost you the presidency?
NBC News has not projected Arizona other than to say that Biden is leading, but it's too early to call
Richie
there.
and Robert, thank you
Thanks,
both.
guys. Casey.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I have considered the 269 to 269 Electoral College vote 2020 nightmare scenario because it's 2020. Obviously, that's what would happen based on everything else that's happened this year. But all kidding aside, I do think that the focus on Georgia is correct at this hour. My sources in both parties are starting to focus on that because that data is starting to come in. Republicans feel much better about the Senate race there than they do about the presidential race. And Chuck made the point, the question is, how close is that going to be? And the reality here is that if, in fact, we talked a little earlier in the night about how we're entering the narrative-setting phase of this campaign and the fact that Democrats don't feel as strong about it. They will feel much stronger about it if they can point to Arizona and Georgia as examples of places where the suburbs moved decisively for them. If their advantage spreads out farther across the map, that is going to make it a lot easier for them to make the case that it is very clear who is the winner of this election. And to your point, Savannah, I think that's part of why you're seeing the president and his team be so pugnacious, frankly, about trying to make sure that these kinds of things do not get out into the ether, because this is going to be this kind of narrative fight going forward. And just to button up with the nightmare scenario, I have been having a couple conversations with Democrats who are looking at the map, nervous about that, and starting to think about, okay, what if we do end up with a tie? What if we go to the House of Representatives? Then it's decided by House delegations. So each state gets a vote. If Texas, for example, is controlled by Republicans, the delegation likely would cast their vote for Donald Trump. Does that put us in a scenario where Democrats not focusing enough on the House of Representatives, heading into this, perhaps being overconfident on that map, come back to bite them? I honestly, I'm not ready for any of this, at least not until we have some more drinks ahead of the Today Show.
Let me go to Andrea, who's been watching the president's latest.
Well, on the president's latest tweet saying that the election is being stolen, Twitter has flagged it, saying some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process. So
probably
Twitter
the
is
line
calling him out.
asserting that there were ballots cast after Election Day, which of course there's no.
I apologize. I've had the 269 as my phone screensaver for about a month.
It's your fault.
I really have, and it's like however, I had it a slightly different scenario. I'll admit that.
We're going to banish you to the
but
map.
it gets close, yeah.
All right, we're going to take
I guess
a
it's
break.
nerd hour here as we get into the wee hours.
Are you trying to
Yes.
compliment me, right? I take it as a compliment.
He's still not in shirt sleeves yet, so our decision.
No more snacks for Chuck.
Decision 2020 election night coverage, a little punchy, but we'll continue after this short break.
Just change CBS.
We're glad to.
They were definitely right to flag the tweet, though. Like,
in the electorate.
what
And
was he
even though
thinking?
this is a very close race tonight, so have most of the
Trump.
other recent presidential elections. Really, Barack Obama was an outlier.
Well, that's
he was one of the
interesting.
only
CBS
three
has it at
presidents in
187
the
to
21st
171.
century that essentially won over 52% of the vote. That was considered a blowout, what Barack Obama did, that wide of a margin. Most other of these recent elections have been very narrow in scope. Certainly in 2016, the the race was decided by 77,000 votes in 3 states. We have a deeply divided country. It existed before the pandemic. It exists again tonight. And yet that's why I think, while these exit polls offer us a glimpse, not a definitive answer into what, we have seen some shifts. We've seen some shifts among independents back towards the Democratic side. We've seen college-educated women shift.
Well, they
We've
have
also
to,
seen
because there's no third
Latinos
party.
in Florida shift towards President Trump in Miami-Dade County. So those are all part of this puzzle piece that we're putting together, just what our country believes, what our country wants. All of that incredibly important, what we're sifting through tonight.
And Nora, what I want to know is, who are we as a country? You know, some of the answers that I hear, what I see, are just very troubling to me. I want to know, who are we?
But we're not
what do we
monolithic.
represent?
We're 50 states that are able to choose who we want to be, and that's, you know, that's the uncomfortable part of democracy. It really is the uncomfortable part of democracy, that there may be people that you so strongly disagree with and think are completely, totally wrong, but everybody gets a vote.
Exactly. Which is 100% true in the campaign and the election, where, of course, and you already talked about this, the common good. Where it gets tricky, of course, is when you have a public health issue where your own individual liberty is not the whole part of the equation, because how you behave affects how other people behave. And we've seen where there have been super spreader events from people who are making an individual liberty choice, but they are not the only ones who feel the repercussions of this.
Because they go to events at the White House. You know.
And that when for somebody exercising their individual liberty, you're also getting into a don't tread on me. You're treading on somebody else's liberty. And that's, of course, another way in which this cuts across.
We can't emphasize enough at this hour, if people are waiting for different results in the states, that we are likely not going to have a projection tonight about who will be the next president of the United States. They have already paused some of the voting in Georgia, a key state there where President Trump currently, according to the current vote count, holds a lead, but there's still a large number of votes that are outstanding in key Democratic counties there. Pennsylvania has already said they're not going to be able to count much of the vote there. They'll start again tomorrow morning, and we're still waiting for more information out of Wisconsin and Michigan.
And Georgia, where they had the broken pipe.
Just mentioned that. Let's bring in Major Garrett, who has some more information for us. Major?
Exit poll data. As we've
that's
discussed
definitely
all
true.
night, the vote tabulation tells you who won and lost. Exit polls answer the question.
One word to
why.
describe
So
the
let's
country.
talk about the states we've
Shite.
just most recently
Divided.
called. Florida and Iowa. I'm going to walk you through a lot of data.
I don't see
so
a
bear
difference.
with me. It's an interesting
Divided
story. Let's
shite.
go to Florida first and break down why it was that President Trump won. And we have to acknowledge, won somewhat comfortably based on the historical way that Florida typically has razor-thin margins. It wasn't that razor-thin. Look at the Trump coalition. White voters, 61-38. Men, 53-44. Seniors, 52-47. Those who thought the economy was most important in Florida broke 84-15 for the president. I also want to tell you about Latino voters in Florida. Joe Biden carried Latino voters 52-47. Hillary Clinton carried Latino voters in Florida in 2016 by 27 percentage points. So there was an enormous shift there. I want to now take you to Iowa. Not so much about who, but some areas within Iowa. Urban voters in Iowa, Biden carries them 61-37. Suburban voters in Iowa, Biden carries them 51-47. The rural vote in Iowa, this is the tale of the tape. Donald Trump wins 60-38, and of those 3 regions in Iowa, the rural vote was slightly larger in percentage than the urban vote or the suburban vote. Donald Trump did not win Iowa by as much as he won in 2016. He won it by 9.5 points then. But guess what? He still won it.
He still won it, yes.
Win is a win.
I think that Latino vote is incredibly interesting in Miami-Dade. And of course, the Latino population there is different in Miami-Dade than perhaps in Texas
CNN have
or
it,
in Arizona, or what you may
215 to
traditionally know. But
171.
this is having a huge impact on other races in that state, right, Ed?
It is. In fact, I don't know that we've called it, but there were Joe Biden essentially dragged down 2 Democratic members of Congress, 2 women, 2 freshmen tonight in the Miami area. Donna Shalala was trailing at one point tonight, the former Health and Human Services Secretary, and Debbie Merkersell Powell losing to the city's former Republican mayor there in Miami. Just a complete, utter failure by Democrats tonight to turn out the vote in Miami-Dade. And we have to look at the Latino vote in Florida at this point. From now on, probably needs to be set aside and discussed separately from the Latino vote just about everywhere else in this country. And Republicans have done a masterful job since Jeb Bush won the governorship in that state of wooing and cultivating Hispanic support and doing and saying just enough and spending time talking to them in ways that Democrats, for whatever reason, just haven't sorted out.
Isn't the Hispanic population in Miami-Dade 2/3 of the population?
Roughly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would defer to Ed O'Keefe on
Yes.
that.
And it is predominantly Cuban. And the president running around the country for the past 4 years talking about the dangers of socialism wasn't only designed to, use the billy club on the government. It was designed to win elections in Florida.
And President Obama's Cuba policy wasn't favored there either.
Right.
One other thing I would say
I'm
about
told,
all of the-
we've got so much more
Yes, of
to
course.
talk about, but we're going to get to some business. There need to take a short break. You can take a brick and do whatever you want with it if you need to.
Bash my head in.
Be sure to download the
Yeah.
CBSN app to
We're
track
gonna
all
have
your
to hear
local
that.
races on your phone or tablet. CBS News 2020, America Decides. We'll be right back.
Let's go.
To cut you off for a moment or two, we'll be back with you in a moment. Sorry, Greg, because
No, that's not live. This is live.
Ashley Koenig, on that issue of legality or not, what do you make of the president's tweet, Twitter's reaction, and the actual legal
Sky have it
position?
at 205 to 212.
So we have seen this kind of thing with a myriad of tweets now from the president, whether we're talking about COVID or other issues.
What state just did that?
Twitter, social media taking
No idea. They're not taking
precautions and
liberties of
taking
which
these
ones
kinds
they're
of steps,
declaring.
increasingly so recently. Again, this is just something that the Biden camp probably wanted to avoid.
Judging by
going
the
into this
amount,
legal
I would
spiral.
say,
and now it's all about framing
Ohio?
the subsequent days of this election. And so Trump,
thought that was already
is
added.
supposed to make a statement, I believe, tonight, our time tonight. And, it's again setting the stage and setting that frame up in terms of him wanting to portray that he is in fact winning and what is considered legal and not legal and who should be voting and who should not and what should be counted. So, none of this bodes well in terms of making this a clean race. This is definitely getting messier by the minute.
Certainly is, and you're right. Yes, Donald Trump, we are expecting to make a statement. No timing on that, but he's certainly been tweeting, and Twitter have certainly put a health warning on the one he said about trying to steal the election. We think that refers to the state of Pennsylvania, where it could be absolutely critical whether there have already been legal challenges, in particular pertaining to the mail-in ballots, these votes sent in by post, which as long as they're postmarked by the 3rd of November can still be continued to counted over the next few days. Well, let's get the state of play and how it sits at the moment in Pennsylvania. Ed Conway has some details for us. Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Dermot. Well, I mean, it's defied expectations in so many ways, apart from one. I mean, it all comes down to states like Pennsylvania. In the end, that's what it's looking like right now. Pennsylvania still counting going on there. North Carolina much closer to getting to 100% count there, but still some way off in Georgia. But these looking better for Donald Trump, although Joe Biden said that Georgia was looking good for the Democrats. We'll see about that. We can look at the data behind that. But first off, I just wanted to look at Pennsylvania. And in particular, let's have a look at a few areas, because as I say, and we've said this a few times, haven't we? It's one of those states that is likely to take a lot longer than many of the others to count. They're up to 65% of what was expected in terms of how much they've counted. And at the moment, this is something that might not encourage Joe Biden. Donald Trump ahead quite comfortably, 56.6%. But remember what we're talking, and we've seen this, haven't we, a few times already over the course of the night. It's gone one way and then the other way and then the other way as new votes have been counted, early votes have been counted. In the case of Pennsylvania, a lot of the on-the-day votes have been counted first, and it happens that many of those have been Republicans. So favours the Republicans initially, but it may well turn towards the Democrats. And one thing that will encourage Joe Biden is what's happening in his home county of Lackawanna. This is where Scranton is in Pennsylvania. Last time, it typically does tend to go Democrat, but it was getting tighter last time around. Hillary Clinton did win it. This is 2016, 50.2%. But remember this one, 50.2% last time. This time, Joe Biden, 53.6%. So getting a little bit further ahead that time. And of course, in a state that's as marginal as Pennsylvania, every little counts. So he'll be very happy with that in Lackawanna, so around Scranton. But then there's another part of the state where he might be a little bit more disturbed by what's going on. So doing a bit better around towns, around cities, around suburbs. But what about in rural areas? What about Erie? So this is a county that is up on the banks of Lake Erie, quite rural, old industrial as well. So you've got, this is traditionally Democrat, but it went towards Donald Trump last time around. So look, this 48.6 last time. What's happened this time? Actually, look at this. Donald Trump has extended his lead. Still a lot of votes yet to count, so things could change. And this is a relatively small county, but nonetheless, there are signs in Pennsylvania, some parts, where Donald Trump is consolidating his lead rather than actually losing it. So, you know, it really could go either way, and we'll have to see what that count actually materialises. But there are certainly some trends we're noticing already about this election. I want to show one of them, just looking across the whole country. And this is going back all the way to 1980. I'll tell you what's interesting about this. It's showing you who college graduates typically are voting for in any given election. And what's interesting is that there was this period, the Reagan period really here, where they were going for Republicans. So college graduates going for Republicans. But look at what's happened more recently as we walk through time, through Clinton, Bush, Obama and Trump. This college support has really gone towards the Democrats. And right now, at 55%, the Democrats have the most support amongst college graduates that they ever have. And that's a really interesting secular shift that we've seen here that's been extended in this election. But as I say, still a lot of counting to go. We're trying to work out what's happening on this map. And, you know, hopefully we might have a bit more clarity over the next few hours. But as you were saying, Dermot, as everyone seems to know by now, what looked perhaps like something where we might know the answer over the course of the night, now it feels like we are in for the long haul, and it may be days, who knows, maybe even weeks before we know for sure who's won this election.
Right. OK, well, we're all looking up there in the northeast, but I want to concentrate on AZ there on your map there down in the southwest. Arizona, normally a solidly Republican state, but you may have heard Joe Biden saying that he has some high hopes about that one. And right to be, as it stands at the moment, 78% of the vote in, and a healthy lead there of about 7% for Joe Biden at the moment over Donald Trump. This could be absolutely crucial in deciding who wins the White House. 11 electoral college votes there. If it did flip, as the phrase is, if it did go to Joe Biden, and there's still a lot of counting to go yet, if it did go to Joe Biden, it would be the first state of the evening to flip, so to speak, to change hands since 2016. Let's have a look at some more. Georgia, Joe Biden mentioned this as well. An early lead there for the Democrats melted away into now, with 85% of the live results in, into a lead now for the Republicans, for Donald Trump. They held that for an awful long time, the Republicans, 16 electoral college votes, and Donald Trump in the lead there, but what, 15% of the votes still to count there. Let's have a look then, as Ed was mentioning there, let's confirm that for us. This could take days. It could take more than days to sort out, certainly if the courts, if the legal system, if the lawyers get involved. This is the state we presume Donald Trump was referring to when he said the Democrats were trying to steal the election. He's got a lead there at the moment, nearly 2/3 of the vote counted, 56.6% for Donald Trump, 42% for Joe Biden. Ed Conway explained some of the nuances and details there in individual counties, that there's still an awful long way to go, a long way to travel in the state of Pennsylvania before we get a result there. It may take some time as well. And we want to have a look at North Carolina. This is still in play. Another on the Democrats, let's say reserve list. It was on their B list. And again, they're similarly to Georgia.
They just ran out for a break.
Early in person or on election day.
Each state has its own.
And CBS is just black. It's back.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans.
Oh well, just
rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language.
So CNN have it 219 to
We
209.
need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington,
They're all
D.C. and
different.
the
It's so
United
funny.
States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
So if Biden takes
In 60
Arizona,
years, we went
Wisconsin,
from about 100,000 factory workers
Michigan,
to probably
got
about
take,
7,000.
and
Say
Pennsylvania,
that word tonight.
Off in the distance,
he
you
would
can
be
see
on
some
276,
factories that are
so he
still
would
humming.
win.
Most of them are just kind of abandoned.
You think he's gonna get Pennsylvania?
The restaurant industry right now is
For
one
God's
of the
sake, his
largest and
hometown is
fastest-growing
Scranton.
industries in America.
He should.
He's
And
clearly
continues
not
to
right
be the
now.
absolute
Yeah, but
lowest
a
paying
lot of the
employer
votes
in
have
the
not been
United
counted,
States.
and they've stopped at 60%. And they haven't even counted the ballots yet,
You're donating
or the
plasma to get
post-in
by.
ballots.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't know.
I don't remember growing up
He's
like
less
this. My mom didn't
likely
have to
to
go food
win
banks.
Wisconsin
It's
and
pretty
Michigan, in my opinion.
Hmm.
Like, I could see him winning Arizona and Pennsylvania, but he's not winning. I don't think he's going to win the other two, honestly.
CBS News projects New Mexico, the winner there, Joe Biden, and that Joe Biden will win the state of Rhode Island. We're looking at this national race right now. Who will be the next president of the United States, decided in these few battlegrounds that are left. John Dickerson.
Well, you know, Nora, we'll have to see what the total votes are in Texas and Florida, but and it's changing. A little more vote is coming in for President Trump in Texas, so it's slightly modifying my point. But at one point, right before the break, basically, the difference in the vote in Texas was 360,000. In Florida, it was 377,000. In other words, Joe Biden lost Florida by more than he lost Texas. Oh, wow. Right? So Florida, the state we've always grown up knowing was super, super close.
Yes.
Well, now Texas looked like it was getting closer, although now there's more vote coming in, so that might not be true at the end of the night.
That was a very good point, Nora, that he made.
We are seeing it was,
It was worth waiting for.
It
wasn't
was.
Yeah.
It was worth waiting for.
The point that we're hearing is that not only has there been incredible turnout in the early vote and mail-in, but also at the polls today that has weighted in favor of President Trump in many of those states that we're calling tonight. Of course, we have got, if you look at that map right behind us in Times Square, as you see here, those last remaining 5 states of the notable 9 that we started the night with. That is what this presidential election will come down to. Some of them, of course, in the upper Midwest, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, were the path for Donald Trump in the last election. And of course, North Carolina and Georgia were states that Joe Biden was trying to flip this time around. We'll have much more straight ahead. We'll be right back.
There's more of what, really? Because they're just saying the same thing over and over again.
Well, I'm just waiting for Donald Trump to come out and speak, to be honest.
He already did.
Donald Trump, not Joe
Yeah.
Biden.
Let's bring in Anthony
He did.
Savanto
He didn't.
and Major
Tweeted.
Garrett for
That
a
doesn't
look
count.
at
He
the
literally
race.
tweeted that he was coming out and
Anthony, let's
speaking.
talk about Georgia.
When?
I've gotten texts from a couple of
He
prominent
tweeted it
Republicans
literally 2
saying,
minutes
what are
before
you
he got
waiting
this
on?
other
We
tweet.
think Georgia is over. To answer that question, you would say what?
Just look at Atlanta, okay? Let's go to DeKalb County. A lot of vote, but let's look at how much of it has been counted, 39% of what we expect. That is a big Democratic county. Now, the models would have the Democrat doing well there, right? But we're going to need to see some vote, okay? We're going to need to see more vote than that. Now, this is statewide.
So what's left to be counted?
Statewide, almost, well, 7,000 votes out of the 5.1 million that we expect. Even this number, though, is sort of a floating estimate. We may learn more as big counties like DeKalb count.
And what does our model suggest based on the embedded data if you put DeKalb where you would expect it to be, how would that change the statewide vote?
At least one model can get this Biden up ahead.
I see.
Okay, so and that's filling in, and we should explain what we mean by that, which is you take traditional Democratic areas and Republican areas, and you push them to what their normal tendencies are. That's a model, and that's where it ends up.
Excellent. I want to ask you about Nevada. Are you seeing anything that's interesting in Nevada? Because some Republicans have told me in the last couple of days, keep your eye on Nevada. That might be one we could pull across and turn to a Trump state, which would give us a little padding if we lose Arizona. Anything going on there?
My current best estimate is 51-44. It's hardly over. Not projecting the race yet. Nevada, by and large, is Clark County, Las Vegas, where, again, I have an estimate that has Joe Biden doing okay. So that remains okay for Biden at this point.
Can you show the audience what the vote is in Nevada and what is yet to be counted? Do we know what that is?
Well, let's see. Well, the Nevada numbers are a little bit slower to come in right now. So that's what I'm seeing at a Nevada raw vote. And that's not a lot.
And what's outstanding?
Almost all of it.
Almost all of it. Okay, 1.3. But the modeling still suggests this is not really a danger zone for Biden at this hour.
It's not. In fact, look, coast to coast, a lot of what we're seeing was the Democratic wish list. Biden's wish list of Texas, he falls just short. Ohio, we can reasonably have called as part of his wish list. He falls short there. But these states that are still outstanding are the ones that we've talked about for a couple of weeks now. What might happen if everything comes down to this handful of states? And lo and behold, here we are.
I think there's one other thing to talk about, which is the assumption, and I think David Becker referred to this earlier in the broadcast, that high turnout, well, Reince did, high turnout automatically benefits Democrats. Not necessarily true. Higher turnout can benefit Republicans as well. And certainly day of has been an enormous part of this evening's story.
Yep, this is a little bit of that Republican surge scenario that we talked about, but it still remains. It still remains, at least for now anyway, that Joe Biden's hopes of pulling off one of these southern states is still out there. And then I think it's going to be a while before we know anything about Pennsylvania and Michigan.
It is certainly going to be a while for Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, certainly into tomorrow. And North Carolina and Georgia might be a morning, midday tomorrow resolution for those two states.
Indeed. And we will still be
still be here. Exactly. I may have a different coat on, but we'll all be here.
Indeed.
So that's it with Anthony Salvanto, at least for this time. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back. You know there's going to be more election coverage because you know what you're doing. You're watching CBS News 2020. America Decides.
An explanatory tool, especially the exit polls, in terms of how people are voting the way they are, why people are voting the way they are. They're not meant to be crystal balls. There are so many factors in this unprecedented election, in an unprecedented time of a pandemic, with an unprecedented voting system that could really be influencing what is happening on Election Day so much more than what pre-election polls could have foreseen. We talked about back in 2016, one of the biggest errors was not waiting to education. We saw the non-college educated vote, particularly among white voters, really propel Trump to victory. We don't know if a demographic like that is missing again. While pollsters have implemented the statistical tool of waiting to accommodate for education, we don't know if maybe there's some other demographic now that we're not waiting to that is propelling or pushing Trump to a victory in 2020. So again, they're great at explaining the why, but there's a whole range of uncertainty. They're based on probabilistic assumptions. It's not the stark contrast of one number against the other that makes it seem so binary when we report on poll results.
Yeah, it's certainly not a science. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ashley, looking at the race to the White House, 270 the required number, 209 for Joe Biden, 213 at the moment for Donald Trump. And I just want to share a projection with you that we are hearing that in the state of Nebraska, which unlike most other states, does not hand all of its electoral college votes to the overall winning candidate in the state. It divides them up. That there is a projection that
how's the Senate doing?
Will
No
take one of those
change.
seats. Could be absolutely crucial.
Nothing's
Could be
swung
the
either way,
difference
but let me go have a look.
269 and
I thought Nancy said that they had it.
we are.
They
Nebraska, and you can see
they
that's
kept
why
the
it's
House when
striped,
Nancy
that
was
there's a
speaking. They were talking about the
projection there.
House.
3
Ah,
already
okay.
projected for Donald Trump, but there. I think just one so far we're projecting amongst those to go to Joe Biden, but could be absolutely crucial. There was a point earlier in the evening, certainly if you'd listened to the more optimistic Democrats, where the odd electoral college vote here and there wouldn't have mattered.
How many senators is there totals of 100?
Like Florida, maybe even Texas, and this would be a mere add-on, a mere cherry on the topping. It could, no, it could be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, 100.
Projection for Joe Biden to get at least one of those.
There's been no change,
electoral college
and there's
votes in
9 more
Nebraska. You're coming in,
to be
Cordelia, but I
declared.
just want to take everyone through the situation as it stands right now at 6:30 in the morning. And Joe Biden has said that he believes he is still on track to win this election. He told his supporters to keep the faith. With 79% of the vote counted, the Democrats have hopes of winning Arizona. They have a lead of more than 8% there, and if Arizona did go to Joe Biden, it would be the first state of the night to actually change hands. Donald Trump tweeted, "We are up big. They are trying to steal the election." And the president has recently been projected to retain the state of Florida. Republicans didn't wait to celebrate as they watched the votes for them piling up, with more than 96% of the vote now in. Donald Trump has an unassailable lead of more than 3%. Florida, crucial battleground. It's back the winner in every single presidential election for 24 years. And the Republicans are also projected to retain Ohio and its 18 electoral college votes. That gives Donald Trump cause for optimism there. Again, some of the historical pointers. JFK, John F. Kennedy, was the last president to win the White House without winning Ohio back in 1960. Ohio, apart from that, has been won by every president since 1944. And away from the politics, but of course related to it, crowds are gathering at Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington and in other cities. They include Portland and Seattle. The marches are peaceful, but there have been some scuffles, one or two, between police and protesters amid a bit of uncertainty, to say the least, about the outcome of this election. And looking at those numbers, let me remind you of them. It could be quite a while before either of these men hits 270. 270 is the number to take the White House. Joe Biden on 210. 213 for Donald Trump, more or less neck and neck. Well, it's all about the swing states, those that haven't declared. Let's check in with our correspondents in some of them. Let's see who we've got for you. Siobhan Robbins in West Palm Beach in Florida. Well, not a swing state anymore. Sally Lockwood is in Pennsylvania. Helen Ann Smith is in Phoenix and Arizona. But we'll go to you, Siobhan, in Florida. But it has already been projected for Donald Trump.
That's right, and even before those official projections came in, people here were celebrating before the clock had even struck midnight. I'll show you back into that room. You remember we were with the party, YMCA's broke out, people holding Donald Trump face masks. Now most people have gone home. It is really that time in the night here where the lights have gone up and it's time to go home. But while they were celebrating inside here, believing that Donald Trump has held on to Florida, they say because he's charismatic, he's got a clear path for America. Just across the street, the Democrats were absolutely devastated.
Why?
They say that they believe that for some reason Joe Biden has lost crucial support.
Nebraska's had an electoral vote breakdown.
People living in
Really?
Miami
So 4 of
area,
the seats have went to
losing
Trump,
parts of the
and one of them
Latino
has went to
vote.
Biden.
Really, really devastated about that. And there's
I
no
really
doubt
don't
that's gonna
understand
be
why
something
that's
that the
happened,
Biden
because Trump's
campaign
up by a
looks at
considerable amount of
forensically
points.
Once more of these results are coming in. But although Florida has fallen to Donald Trump, it appears, that is a big win for him. But the action is not over.
Let's
Do not take your eyes off
see.
this corner of America. There's still Georgia in play. There is still North Carolina.
Tonight, but it's time to do it. The 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska. To be totally transparent, some other places have called it for Joe Biden.
Okay.
Why have we not yet, or are we ready to do that?
We're getting closer on that, but we're waiting for a couple of other counties to come in. We're just
and this is why this is important.
Taking it one step at a time, Ed.
Okay, because the Biden campaign now says if they've won that one electoral vote, because the Cornhusker state doles them out depending on congressional district, they can afford to lose Pennsylvania, hold Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona, and get to 270. So we have hit the point now where we're playing with Nebraska and Maine in ways that we haven't had to play with them before.
What?
But they're doing the math that way now.
And we should explain to everybody who may be just
What?
tuning in,
Yeah,
or
please explain it.
coming home late, saying what's going on.
Just coming home.
There's a couple of states that divide up their electoral code.
Nebraska and Maine.
Nebraska and Maine, which divided up by congressional districts. And if we do get down to that point, then everybody gets a
Why do you
giant
make it
civics
so
lesson
complicated?
out of the crazy way that American
And it's
politics.
the Omaha area.
Yeah,
The electoral college is confusing enough. Why do you split
Exactly.
on?
Yeah,
It's one scenario. Remember, they've had multiple paths.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. But of all the paths, this is the one that leaves your whiskers at a close shave.
Yeah.
I'm still more interested in seeing what we get out of these big counties in and around Atlanta.
Yeah.
We're all watching that. Gannett's in, so that's pretty much done. But
Anthony,
it turned out.
John has a question too.
Can I, on Georgia in particular, Fulton County, there's still a fair amount of that left out. Does your model incorporate what you've learned today about the day of vote from the Trump voters? In other words, as you try to anticipate what the final votes left to be counted are, do you have a new way of thinking about those based on what you've learned in the turnout today from the Trump voters?
Yes. The difference is, and the uncertainty comes in, is we don't know how many of each are left. So if you model it and you say, okay, we think he's doing this way, and in case 60, 70% on the absentee, but how many are there?
Yeah.
And that's where the uncertainty in the model comes in. Yes. If in fact there are a lot of them still left, then Joe Biden can still win the state.
And to remind, so when you say the absentee, are you talking about the absentee that can come in till the 12th?
Well, that's another uncertainty. This is full of uncertainties here. But yes, because there's an expected vote. We know roughly from the voter files how many people requested them.
Yes.
And we know how many have returned, but there may be a gap in there between the two. And that we may have to wait and see as well.
Okay.
An important point there, as you point out about North Carolina, the ballot deadline,
soon.
November 3rd, postmark received by November 12th, and that has been upheld by the Supreme Court of the United States. Just a quick update, too. We've been talking about how long we would have to wait for certain votes. We did hear tonight that the Michigan Secretary of State moved the timing goal. She told reporters tonight that they expect to have a clear picture, if not a final picture, within the next 24 hours. That is significant since the Biden team is hanging their hopes on a win in Michigan.
And just next door in Wisconsin, an update from Adam Brewster, our producer who covers that state, saying now it looks like we'll get an update between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. from Wisconsin. Why, he writes? Because poll workers can't stop counting once they've started. So we very well may get a response from the Badger State tonight.
So an update or a clear picture of the final tally?
Probably more likely an update. Because remember, we're waiting for outstanding ballots to be received.
Got it. And of course, in Pennsylvania, the state reported nearly 4 million votes cast by 12:30 a.m. That is still far short of the 7 million votes that are estimated are the total number cast in the state of Pennsylvania. So that's why there is still some time, as every vote should be counted and tabulated and added to the tally so that it is a fair election that all can agree on.
And in Philadelphia, I'm looking at a note from one of our embeds here saying that the city commissioner says that there is a reporting issue. And so they are unable to give us an update. They're not able to actually tabulate some of the mail-in ballots until they clear out the in-person ballots.
And Margaret, you and I have both done some reporting on this, but for those who are concerned about the integrity of the vote, we have had many things put in place to secure the integrity of the vote, not only just ways to protect it, the way it's transferred digitally, but also there are now paper ballots.
That's right.
For more than 90% of the ballots cast in this country.
Right, and as we heard with Georgia, they actually had to go to that backup system because the new fangled computers didn't work so well in certain counties. That was important, and that was something that was actually emphasized in that sort of post-mortem autopsy of what happened in 2016. when the Senate did this investigation of the foreign interference that was carried out by Russia. They recommended that more states have backup systems. 7 of them are kind of on the old system still. So
Right.
it's a problem. But it is remarkable that given the level of concern, Homeland Security is saying it looks pretty good from here. Cyber Command also had said something in the days preceding this that they felt.
I think it's good that there's been no conversation about foreign interference in this election tonight. I think that's a good thing.
But
Yeah,
this
considering all.
period around it, this period of uncertainty we're entering right now is the timing that they feel is the most dangerous.
Right. What we should say, though, what we did report tonight is part of the reason there was not foreign interference tonight is we believe and have been reporting that our assets had actually carried out some counterattacks in order to do that. Is that correct? Right.
That's right. Cyber Command, that the military, that arm of the military that carries these operations out, had said they would be willing to do something. We believe that they have actually been carrying out some operations.
All right, now as we take a look, one more look at the national map, again, still too close to call. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Texas was a state that was one of the toss-ups earlier tonight, but we have called that now for President Trump. Want to go inside those numbers with Major Garrett. Major?
So, Nora, let's talk about Texas. Here's one of the fascinating things about Texas. You know, I talked to lots of Republicans about the week out of this election. They said, yes, it's a battleground state, and because it's a battleground,
maybe we spent too much time in Arizona and not enough time in Nevada.
Let's go to Hallie Jackson, who's at the White House. I know we have been expecting to hear from the president. What's the latest on that?
The holding pattern on that for now, Savannah. The president will come out, as he often does, and speak when he wants to come out and speak. And right now, I have been getting indications of zero timing guidance. We had anticipated that maybe it was going to be a little bit earlier, based on some reporting from inside the room, where we are starting to get a sense of what the scene is like from attendees there. But for now, TBD on when the president will speak. Although he will at some point here in the wee hours of November 4th. Talking about some of the states that we're having a conversation about tonight, a couple of observations. Minnesota, I have to tell you, for months, I've been talking to people inside the Trump campaign, and they have been trying to push the idea that Minnesota was a state that was in play. That went away, I think, in the last 6 weeks or so, and kind of came back with a vengeance tonight with the comments from, for example, Jason Miller and others. That is a projection from the Trump camp that obviously turned out to be incorrect with our projection here tonight. It is a little bit of a sense of kind of the one that got away back in 2016 that they had been hoping to potentially capture, but as Chuck notes, didn't really put some of the resources there that they put into other states. Georgia, really interesting here. We have been talking, and our team here, myself, to a lot of people, and I can tell you that multiple sources that I've talked to just in the last couple of minutes are eyeballing that and pointing out how very, very close it looks. Obviously, Fulton, a lot of eyeballs on that. This was a state that they had been feeling, I think, optimistic about, not super confident about earlier in the day, but certainly not, terrible about. I did have one person say, hey, we're kind of cautiously optimistic about Georgia at this point moving in, but I don't know that anybody thought it was going to end up being as close as it turns out to be being at this point tonight. So I think that's a place where you're seeing a lot of focus right now and a lot of sort of waiting for some more of those numbers to come in. When you talk about the way that the Trump campaign has conducted its strategy in these last couple of weeks. And Lester, this speaks to the point that you were making before about, frankly, campaigning in a pandemic and an election happening in the middle of a, once in a generation, once in a lifetime pandemic here. The Trump campaign came under a lot of fire repeatedly, frankly, from people who were concerned that folks were showing up at rallies, not social distancing at all. Very sparse mask wearing. I was just in North Carolina just in 24 hours, 36 hours ago, and saw the same thing in Fayetteville. Not a lot of people in masks, despite coronavirus cases spiking in some of these states. That all said, the Trump campaign continued to hold those events because, in large part, they thought it really helped them with the ground game, with the get out the vote effort. They talked about the voter registration, the sort of push that they were doing with people who were coming to Trump rallies, including, according to their data, a number of people who had not shown up to rallies before and maybe hadn't voted before as well. So they are crediting that, at least in some part, to the ability to be turning people out in some of these places. And then one final note, I do think there is some interesting
they're all catching up with each other, so they're all saying 220, 213.
Seniors, and we know that seniors, suburban women, some other demographic groups are moving away from President Trump, according to early polling. There are some indications
right now the
that the Trump campaign is
projections
feeling
and
more confident about those
Fox
numbers in particular
News
as
have
we sort of
basically
wait for
tipped
some of
that
these
Biden's going to
outstanding,
win.
really important states to come through.
All
but
We're going
literally
to take a quick
by
break. We'll
one.
check in with Georgia, actually, because we did get a few more votes
Still a
in.
win.
Yeah, I know,
Decision
but like
2020
that close
election night coverage rolls
with
on.
the projections, the Fox thing. I think Fox is just doing what they usually do, is that they're hoping that they're right, and then they were the first ones to declare. It's still
Today,
surprising.
we're glad to have you with us. This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school, what do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
COVID-19. The more we lose our language and our way of life.
Dermot, where they don't have high hopes right now is Florida. As you heard from James Matthews there, the White House think they've got it in the bag. And the number
That there is a need to focus on the first citizens of
Today, we're glad to have you with us. This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school, what do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to
They're
work,
all on adverts at
we're
the minute,
keeping
so
you
like,
safe.
Yeah.
Being back. Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
I think we'll be ending the stream soon, guys. I'd like to thank all the people that watched.
Yep, thank you.
Along with us. I am hoping in the next 10 minutes that Trump decides he wants to make an appearance. But in 10 minutes' time, we will have been at this for 7 hours.
Watch what they
It's nearly 7 a.m. here in the UK, so we'll both need some sleep.
President Trump
So,
and Joe Biden
yeah,
hit the
I'm just
trend
getting that out of the
center
way
this
now,
campaign
just in case I
coronavirus
forget.
story. The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020
If you
race
like what you
from
watch,
every
give us a
angle.
like,
If you were
please
sitting here
subscribe.
talking to
We'll try and
Joe
do
Biden and
more stuff
President
like
Trump,
this
who would you
as
wanna tell right
time goes on
the ground.
with certain events. We always like to try and talk about current events and stuff that happens around the world. Unfortunately, it's all been about coronavirus, but hopefully things look up in the near future for everyone. And then we find out what the result of this is.
When I can say good morning, everybody.
We will obviously do a follow-up video
Casey, we have a race going tonight,
on
and you're
what
gonna
the
throw
actual
in
result
Nevada
is, and we'll talk about our
We are, and we are going to bring in
entire
the one and
feelings
only
of
man to
the
talk to
evening
in
of
Nevada.
this video.
That is John Ralston, who Chuck was talking about earlier on in
Yeah.
our broadcast. John, we're thrilled to have you. We're hoping you can
give it a
pronounce
few more
Washoe
minutes, see what
County
happens.
correctly for us, one of the
Yay.
key areas in your home state. But I think the top line question here, so many people were assuming that this was in the bag for Democrats. It wasn't something that we were going to have to worry about having on our electoral college maps tonight as a swing state. So
I don't
top-line
remember
question
it
to
ever
you,
being that way.
Is it in
No one ever said it was going to be an all-win for Biden.
Casey, if you'd listened to me or seen my hashtag, you would know we always matter. So,
I don't know.
yes, we are a swing state. Listen, it looked like after 2016,
I ignore the polls.
even
Just-
though Trump
the
won
ridiculous
the state
questions.
lost the state by only 2.5 points, that maybe we weren't so much of a swing state anymore. The race was actually not as close. The Republicans made up a lot of ground on Election Day. But listen, I thought that Biden had done what he needed to do. The Democrats had done what they always do here in Nevada, as you know, Casey, which is they build up whole bunch of votes in early voting, and then the Republicans just don't have enough on Election Day to catch up. They had a big lead in Clark County, which is Las Vegas, and Washoe County, which you pronounced perfectly, is northern Nevada with Reno, and that is where the real key swing part of Nevada is now, Casey. And Biden is up by 14,000 votes in Washoe County right now in the first returns, and those first returns are a substantial part of the vote, maybe 70%. Excuse me. And so Clinton won there by 2,700 votes. Biden's up by 14,000. He's up by about 74,000 in Clark County, and he's down by 30,000 or so in rural Nevada. So they are hitting their marks. We just don't know what the rest of the votes are going to hold, Casey.
So, John, one thing I think we've all been thinking about is obviously how hard hit Nevada's economy was by the coronavirus, the tourism industry, tourists not coming to Las Vegas. How much do you think that's impacting the vote tonight? And is that benefiting Donald Trump at all because he's focused so much on opening things back up?
That's a great question, Casey, and it's one of the strategies that the Republicans have used here is to say, listen, Donald Trump wants to open up the country, open up the state. The governor, who is a Democrat.
Again, we'll be waiting till tomorrow to have a better picture of Pennsylvania.
Got it. Can we just look at that? Because if we look at the vote board in Pennsylvania, it looks like
I take it back. CBS hasn't caught up yet. They're still on 207, 210.
Is that because it's largely recording the election day vote and not those?
And I would like to point out that CNN has been on 220, 213
and also the counties that have reported so
for
far.
a good 15 minutes now.
The outstanding ballots are there in Allegheny County, in Philadelphia.
And the rest
County,
of them are only playing catch up.
Bucks, Delaware, Chester counties.
I was just unfortunately I couldn't stream
CNN
due to copyright stuff because of Warner Brothers.
Has a question.
Just real broadly, David. I mean, we've been anticipating potential legal challenges across the country. If you're a lawyer tonight, eager to make a buck on some kind of an elections challenge, which state potentially is the one that is in most legal peril, or where there could be some kind of a challenge mounted by either party?
Well, I think it really comes down to, is there one state that decides the presidency, essentially, and is that
which one
what's
have
the
they
narrowest margin? And of course, we've been looking at Pennsylvania for some time.
They haven't
Pennsylvania
added
may indeed be that
Montana.
state. And if that's the case, then there might be some ongoing challenges. But again, a lot of these rules were set ahead of Election Day. The ballots we're talking about right now were received on Election Day. We're not even talking really about the ballots that might be received a little bit later, but were postmarked today. So I don't know that there's much merit to any legal claims right now based on what we're seeing. We're going to have to see how this plays out over the next few days.
All right. David Becker with the very latest. We appreciate that and know we're going to be talking to you a lot. As it appears there is probably going to be additional vote counting. We will keep everyone up to date on that and potential litigation ahead. Some CBS stations will be leaving us for local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. More analysis.
You must get really annoyed having to repeat that one line.
5 battleground states.
Because she said it at least
CBS
8
News
times.
2020, America decides.
Yep.
And you'd mess it up once and you get annoyed with yourself.
Yeah, you get kind of tongue twisted after a while.
Yeah, definitely.
Which they have been doing. Like she said brick earlier.
Yeah.
Which is just funny.
I mean, it's not easy to sit there for 78 hours and trying to keep your head straight, talking the entire time, and repeating yourself because you have to.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Because if you don't, there's no content there, and it's like, why are people watching me?
All right, the analysis and results continue here. Let's bring in Anthony Salvanto at the Election Data Center and Major Garrett.
Nora, thank you so very much. Anthony, before we get to the big board, a couple of things I think we should probably emphasize at this hour. One, we have a new definition of essential workers. Those people who are...
We enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most
dreaming about
comprehensive police
the
reform bill
AdWords cycle,
ever
aren't we?
introduced in Congress, I've begun to
I hope
wonder
not.
if now is the time.
What?
If now
Serious?
is the time the protesters finally
If I hear
win.
this advert in my dreams, I'll be
The Last
having
Word
nightmares.
with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there
And
with
the same
you. Whether you're back
theme
to
song.
school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work.
I'll probably be
we're
copyrighted.
keeping you safe.
I love being
Yeah.
back.
Every morning on Today.
We'll see.
I don't know. Is it? I don't recognize
I-
that song.
It's part of their Today program, so it could be.
Welcome back to
I don't
NBC
know.
News
Really?
Coverage
Oh,
of
boo.
Election Night 2020.
If it is, I'll
That's,
just
extended
mute it.
well into Wednesday, the wee hours of Wednesday morning here. We're going to look at some Senate races now. We'll put them up for you.
Yeah, in Minnesota, Tina Smith is the incumbent, and she's going back to Congress in the race there. In New Mexico, Ben Ray Lujan wins, the projected winner, I should say. And in Iowa, Joni Ernst, the incumbent, headed back to Congress at the projected winner there.
Let's look at North Carolina. This is one Democrats hope to flip. Tom Tillis and Cal Cunningham. It is too close to call. The Georgia Senate two-way race, the Purdue and Ossoff, this is going to go to looks like a runoff.
In Maine, too early to call. We've got the ranked voting there, so you actually have several candidates, but that's the top two right there. You can see where they're shaking out with 57% of the expected vote in.
The Montana Senate race, this is too early to call between Daines and Bullock.
But Daines having the lead there. And in Michigan, too early to call. Let's go to Alaska. Too early to call there. This is an interesting race. And we'll see how it shakes out. But here's the Senate at this hour. Let's see where it's all landing. Oh, 46-46, so all tied up. And remember, Democrats who were hoping early in the night to regain control of the Senate would have had to net out +3 seats if Joe Biden wins the White House. So there's still a lot of ifs and buts about that. So
I'll tell you, I had North Carolina, Iowa, Montana, those 3 Senate seats. In my head, the party that wins 2 of those
Right,
3.
well, I think Trump is deciding to play stubborn
Right
git.
now, we've called 1, and we're waiting on Montana.
So
Senate,
he's not
we're
going to
waiting
give
on
us his
North
little
Carolina
speech
Senate.
until he
Just wanna take
feels
you to
like
Georgia
it. So
presidential here. As you can see,
we're
the
probably going to have
Montana
to call it there. I'll repeat what I said before.
18,000.
Thank
And
you
we're
all
in
for
the stage
watching.
where we're getting all sorts of. Let me tell you something
If
about.
you'd like to leave us a like, give us a subscribe, and come follow us for our follow-up video
So
that
when I
we'll be
said there was
doing
going to be like, we
of
thought
our
it was
reaction.
Atlanta, but we're in that stage.
Would you
where
want to do the
it's gonna be,
follow video?
hey, Doherty
When we
County,
know
this is
the
where
actual
Albany State
results.
University is. It's
Okay.
We're not going to know the results
So,
for a few days yet.
there's a
But
whole
once
bunch
we
of votes here that we
once we
expect
kind of get over what
end
those
up
results
being
are, then we'll do a
good for
reaction
Biden. As you
video
can
and
see,
we'll talk
this
about
is a
obviously
good
this
district for him.
podcast and
So a good
go
county,
for there.
this is a
So
good
expect
county
that
for
to
Hillary
come
Clinton. So, look,
not live, but come your
back
way
to
in the
the
next
statewide
few
split
days.
here. That 118, there is
Sit
plenty
down
of
in a
vote
more
here.
comfortable setting
There's
and
plenty of extraneous vote
talk it
there.
out.
The president doesn't have a lot
Yeah,
of vote
yeah.
remaining. There's a
Thanks
few
for
of these
watching.
rural counties have
Bye
a
now.
little bit here.
Bye,
But I'll tell you
everyone.
right now, Georgia, this looks like a race that